everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Hogwarts: The Return of Dali from Lord of the Mysteries, Chapter 181 to 250. Inspecting my jurisdiction, the people in the Great Hall twitched the corners of their mouths slightly. It felt like having gone through all the trouble of taking off one's pants, only to be shown this. The howler was still continuing. Molly Weasley's roar clearly couldn't be vented in just a sentence or two. Ron should be thankful that he was at school now, not at home. After a full 4 or 5 minutes, the howler finally ignited and turned into a pile of ash. Seeing this, Dudley drew his wand and dispelled the spell. Ron and Harry looked dazed. They both felt their heads buzzing, and Molly Weasley's voice was still ringing in their ears. In the Great Hall, everyone had already sat back down. They hadn't seen any fun, and they didn't have much interest in mocking Ron anymore. Malfoy looked dissatisfied. He had wanted to hear how Ron's mother scolded Ron, but he hadn't heard anything, which made him very angry. "Thank you." After a long while, Ron finally came back to his senses and said to Dudley. If it hadn't been for Dudley's spell, he would definitely want to disappear from this world immediately right now, and might even wish he had never been born. Harry was also full of guilt. "You're welcome. It's not entirely your fault. The most important thing is the blocked platform. We will definitely investigate this matter clearly," Dudley said. Professor Dumbledore had already sent people to investigate, but it was unknown when there would be results. Without time to think more, Professor McGonagall walked in from outside the Great Hall, and began distributing class schedules to everyone. "A very good spell, Dudley," Professor McGonagall said to Dudley in praise. Professor McGonagall had also seen it when Dudley cast that spell just now. "Thank you, Professor," Dudley said with a smile. "You too. I hope you can reflect on your mistakes properly, do you understand?" After praising Dudley, Professor McGonagall turned her head, and her face turned cold towards Harry and Ron. "We understand, Professor McGonagall," Harry and Ron said in unison. The first class was herbology class. Everyone didn't have much time to think about the previous events, so they hurriedly finished breakfast and went to class together. Professor Sprout brought in magical mandrake. This lesson was about repotting the mandrake. This was not an easy task because the mandrake roots, which were like babies, would twist their bodies, kick wildly, and even bite people, while they had to wear earmuffs to prevent being harmed by the sound of this herb. However, this matter was very easy for Dudley. This kind of creature with a little bit of intelligence was always sensitive to majesty. In Dudley's hands, the mandrake couldn't cause any trouble. This scene, in the eyes of others, felt like Dudley was just lucky. The mandrake he was assigned didn't cry or fuss at all, acting like a completely well-behaved baby. Immediately after the herbology class ended was Professor McGonagall's transfiguration class. This time they needed to turn beetles into buttons. The difficulty wasn't high, but it wasn't as simple as imagined either. Dudley and Hermione still completed the spell brilliantly, winning points for Gryffindor, while the others each had their own troubles. What left Professor McGonagall speechless was that during this class, 2 explosion geniuses appeared. One was naturally Seamus, and the other was Ron. Ron's wand had broken in the previous accident. He had glued it with magic tape, but unfortunately, it was ineffective, which caused him to make a mistake when casting the spell, blowing up that beetle. Having finally made it to noon, Ron and Harry already felt completely drained. Scolded by the howler in the morning, then tormented by the mandrake, and then reprimanded by Professor McGonagall, both of them felt that this semester was just going badly in every way. "Give me your wand," Dudley said to Ron. Ron lay on the table, took out his wand with a dazed look, and handed it to Dudley. Dudley drew his own wand. "It's useless, wands are hard to repair. I asked Professor McGonagall, and she told me to get a new one." Ron hadn't finished speaking. Dudley chanted the spell, and Ron's broken wand immediately connected back together, with no traces of it ever being broken visible. "It's fixed." Harry and Hermione also saw this scene, and were too surprised to speak. Ron hurriedly picked up his wand to check. The originally broken part had reconnected. Whatever magic tape he had used, it was completely not as useful as Dudley's one spell. "Dudley, you are my god," Ron said gratefully. "It's impossible to repair it to its original state, but it can barely be used normally. I suggest you get a new one when the time comes," Dudley said. His magic was very powerful, but it hadn't reached the point where he could completely repair a wand. However, compared to the average student, the power of the spells Dudley cast was clearly much stronger than theirs, which might be related to the strength of Dudley's spiritual power. "How did you do that?" Hermione asked in shock. She had been working very hard to catch up to Dudley's pace, but she felt that the gap between them not only hadn't narrowed, but was getting larger and larger. "Maybe this is," Dudley said with a smile. He couldn't explain it to Hermione, so he could only use the general term talent. Hermione looked at Dudley, completely speechless. "All right, you guys eat and rest. There's defense against the dark arts this afternoon. I'm going to stroll around the castle." After Dudley finished speaking, he stood up and left the Great Hall. "It's time to inspect my jurisdiction," Dudley thought to himself. Having left Hogwarts, the digestion speed of his Beyonder characteristic had dropped a lot. Up until now, he hadn't advanced to Sequence 6 Judge, which made Dudley slightly anxious. However, fortunately, after returning to Hogwarts, he clearly felt that the digestion speed of the Beyonder characteristic had increased significantly, and it wouldn't be a big problem to complete the advancement within this year. It's just that the briber is a bit tricky. It seems I need to find a few people next and properly bribe them, Dudley thought while inspecting. Or I could bribe Dumbledore to exchange for greater power. This is indeed a good idea. I could also bribe Professor McGonagall to get some privileges or something, Dudley calculated secretly. It's just that the next Sequence 6 Baron of Corruption, that is the real trouble. "Hey Dudley, what are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Dudley turned his head to look and found that Luna had followed him at some point. "Good afternoon, Luna, congratulations on getting into Ravenclaw." Dudley greeted her with a smile. "I like to walk around the castle when I have nothing to do. Want to join me?" Luna didn't think and nodded directly, "Sure." Dudley was stunned. Usually, he would be directly refused at times like this. He didn't expect Luna to actually agree. "Let's go." Dudley didn't say much more and took Luna to start inspecting Hogwarts together. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revamped, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 183 Lockhart's Course Chapter 182, Lockhart's Lesson. Actually, my shoes have gone missing, so I wanted to look around the castle to see if I could find them, Luna said as she walked. Shoes missing? Dudley looked at Luna in confusion. Don't you remember where you lost them? Luna shook her head and said nonchalantly, maybe someone hid them. Dudley frowned. This wasn't just a matter of losing shoes, it was a prank. Then I think you'd better find the person who hid your shoes, instead of searching aimlessly around the castle, Dudley said. It's all right. I lose things often, but they always reappear in front of me at the right time. Luna smiled at Dudley. You really do take things in stride, Dudley laughed helplessly. Isn't that just life? Full of helplessness, yet with little surprises. Luna skipped ahead. Outside the corridor windows, the midday sun poured in, forming beams of light. Luna ran through them like a dancing elf. 10 minutes later, Dudley and Luna found her shoes in an abandoned classroom near the Ravenclaw Tower. I told you they would appear at the right time. Luna picked up her shoes with a smile. Dudley nodded with a smile. In fact, as the sheriff of Hogwarts, Dudley was quite familiar with the castle. Once he confirmed Luna's scent, it wasn't hard to find her lost items. Thank you, Dudley. I'm heading back now. Luna waved goodbye to Dudley, slung her shoes over her shoulder, and skipped toward the Ravenclaw common room. Dudley continued to wander around the castle for a while. Checking the time, he realized it was almost time for class, so he headed toward the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Halfway there, Dudley saw from afar that Lockhart, wearing turquoise robes, was clutching a student under his arm and dragging him toward the classroom. Dudley looked closer and discovered that the person under Lockhart's arm was actually Harry. Harry's face was flushed red, as if he couldn't breathe. Seeing Dudley walking over, Harry hurriedly reached out. Dudley hurried to catch up. "Professor Lockhart, what's wrong with Harry?" Lockhart stopped and looked at Dudley in confusion. "Who are you?" "Dudley Dursley, Harry's cousin." Dudley gave a brief self-introduction. "Oh, I've heard of you. Professor McGonagall mentioned you to me." Lockhart flashed a charming smile and released Harry from under his arm. Harry hurriedly took a few breaths of fresh air. "What happened here?" Dudley asked. "Nothing of great importance. I just discovered Harry distributing autographed photos of himself to his classmates. It's a bit too early for someone of Harry's age, and I needed to remind him not to let fame and fortune go to his head. I'm partly to blame. Back at Flourish and Blots, our photo made the front page, which gave Harry some ideas about wanting to show off. You see, later, in order to show off and make the front page, they actually went as far as driving a car to school. Sigh, Harry, you should thank me. Otherwise, everyone would think you're just a fame seeker." Lockhart sighed as he spoke. "I didn't." Harry's face turned bright red, and he looked quite indignant. The corner of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. If he didn't know Harry's character, he would probably have believed Lockhart's narrative. "Look at that, time spent with Harry is always so pleasant, we're going to be late for class." Lockhart let out an exclamation and hurried toward the classroom. "You too, hurry up and follow." "Yes, Professor." Dudley replied. "What's going on?" Dudley turned to ask Harry. "It's a long story." Harry slumped, explaining what had happened as they walked. A Harry fan had joined the Gryffindor first years and kept pestering Harry for photos, which happened to be seen by Malfoy and Lockhart, leading to what happened next. With Malfoy adding fuel to the fire, Harry couldn't explain himself even with 8 mouths. After hearing this, Dudley didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Perhaps that boy could form a Harry Potter fan club with Ginny," Dudley said. Harry's expression changed upon hearing this, he even looked a little terrified. Entering the classroom, Dudley and Harry quickly joined Hermione and Ron. Lockhart stood on the podium, flashing his charming smile, and gave a simple self-introduction. Most of the girls looked at him with infatuation, while the boys all looked impatient. "I don't know where Professor Dumbledore found him. I feel like he's not even as good as Quirrell before," Ron said, pursing his lips. "Because he was the only one who applied," Dudley shrugged. "But I heard that when he was in Ravenclaw, his grades were quite good." After finishing the boring introduction, Lockhart didn't start the lesson, but instead handed everyone a test paper, calling it a way to check everyone's preparation for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. However, when everyone received the test paper, they couldn't help but be stunned by the questions on it. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? Is this a test? The corners of Dudley's mouth twitched. Almost all the questions revolved around Lockhart himself, his birthday, the gifts he wanted, and so on. Half an hour later, Dudley handed in a blank test paper. Others, like Harry, scribbled some things down, at least to make the paper look less empty. Only Hermione wrote extensively, answering all the questions. "Tsk tisk, everyone's preparation isn't very good. Almost no one remembers what my favorite color is," Lockhart said while flipping through the test papers. "Oh wait, there's actually a blank test paper here," Lockhart exclaimed in surprise, as if he had discovered a new world. Then he pulled that test paper out. "Dudley Dursley. Oh, I remember you, Harry's cousin, right?" Lockhart's gaze fell on Dudley. "Can you tell me why your test paper is blank?" "I remember Professor McGonagall told me your grades are quite good," Lockhart asked. Everyone's gaze turned to Dudley. Personally, I think practice in defense against the dark arts is more important. Dudley replied. Chapter 183, Incorrect Example. Lockhart's smile stiffened slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. That's true. However, Dudley, before we practice, we also need to master the knowledge in our textbooks. Take me, for example. When I was studying at Hogwarts, my grades were quite excellent, which is why I've been able to turn danger into safety in every one of my adventures. You don't think I relied on a smile to banish the band and banshee, do you? Having said that, Lockhart flashed a charming smile again, even winking at a few girls in the class. These girls immediately gave shy smiles, and some even blushed. Dudley glanced at Hermione, who was shyly looking down beside him, and shook his head helplessly. But Professor Lockhart, the things recorded in these books look more like novels than actual combat. Take this book, Magical Me, Dudley said, pulling one from the pile of heavy books on the table. The cover featured Lockhart himself, constantly winking and smiling. It records your battle with the Wagga Wagga werewolf. You described it like this. I lunged forward, slammed him to the ground with a thud, then pinned him down with one hand, while holding my wand to his throat with the other. I caught my breath, and with the strength I had left, I cast a very complex spell to restore him to human form. He groaned miserably, then the fur on his body disappeared, his large fangs retracted, and he turned back into a human. After finishing this passage, Dudley looked up at Lockhart. Lockhart's expression was a bit unnatural. Although he maintained a charming smile, it was obvious that there was some panic in his eyes. Is there a problem? These are all things I have personally experienced. I dare say, no one could have done better than I did in that situation. Lockhart tried to explain. Dudley shook his head and said, as a novel, there's certainly no problem, but if it were a real experience, I feel there are quite a few issues. For instance, as far as I know, werewolves have great strength, and are extremely capable in close-quarters combat. Their teeth are poisonous. Once bitten, you yourself become a werewolf. Therefore, when a wizard fights them, the best method is to keep your distance and attack with spells from afar, rather than engaging in hand-to-hand combat with a werewolf. After all, a wizard's body is generally no match for a werewolf, and it only increases the risk of being bitten. Additionally, as I understand it, the spell to turn a werewolf back into a human is very complex and requires intense concentration, with no room for error. Therefore, I don't think casting that spell in such a situation was a good choice. If it were me, perhaps it would be better to control the werewolf with a spell from a distance first, and then find a way to cast that spell. Dudley said simply. In reality, he hadn't completely ignored Lockhart's books, he had read a few. He just felt that the scenes described in these books had been heavily dramatized. They were exciting to read, but when applying such techniques to actual combat, one would find many of them to be flashy, unnecessary moves. That's why he said Lockhart's books were more like novels than textbooks. Reading them for entertainment and to understand the wizarding world is fine, but using them as textbooks for defense against the dark arts is an exaggeration. You can't learn anything useful, you can only see how Lockhart shows off. So that's it. No wonder I always felt the scenes described in the books seemed a bit off. Yeah, now that I think about it, it seems there were better solutions in some scenarios. If it were me, even if I were stronger than that werewolf, I would never lunge at it to fight hand to hand. That's just stupid. The crowd murmured in discussion. Everyone was already dissatisfied with Lockhart making them buy such expensive books. Now, after hearing what Dudley said, they felt it wasn't worth spending so much money on a bunch of novels. Especially since Lockhart's books didn't have second-hand copies, which was a significant burden for some students with poor financial situations. Ahem, Lockhart's face looked unpleasant. After freezing on the podium for a few seconds, he forced a smile and said, Dudley, you are still too young and simply don't understand what real combat is. I dare say, only after you've experienced real combat will you understand the value of my books. Facing a werewolf with no sense of reason, no one could do better than I did. Besides, you might not know this, but my physical condition is excellent. I always exercise my body, so even when facing werewolves, I can render them unable to resist. Lockhart said this while waving his fists a few times, trying to prove that his physical condition was capable of hand-to-hand combat with a werewolf. Professor Lockhart, Dudley is someone who truly understands combat. Just last semester, he even rode a Norwegian ridgeback to defeat a dark wizard who invaded Hogwarts. Harry stood up anxiously and said, "That's right. If Dudley doesn't understand combat, then no one here does." Ron also stood up and said, "Dudley is really amazing. We all call him the Dragon Knight. He's not just good at studying, his combat experience is also very rich. Otherwise, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't have made him the sheriff of Hogwarts." The crowd chimed in. Lockhart was completely frozen in place. He didn't expect a second-year student to have ridden a dragon to defeat a dark wizard. If he had done this, he could have written a new book titled The Dragon Knight, Gilderoy Lockhart. Considering the possibility of casting a memory charm on Dudley, Lockhart quickly dismissed the thought. After all, too many people knew about this, and there was also Professor Dumbledore. He didn't dare mess around at Hogwarts. "So Dudley is that amazing? I had no idea," Lockhart said with a fake smile. "However, Dudley, you haven't encountered a werewolf after all, so your understanding of them is still too one-sided. How about this? To prove my strength, you play that werewolf, and I will reenact how I defeated that werewolf." Lockhart flashed a charming smile. He didn't believe he couldn't beat a second-year student. Dudley looked at Lockhart with a strange expression, pointed at himself, and asked, "Are you sure you want me to play that werewolf?" "I'm sure." Lockhart nodded immediately. He was worried Dudley wouldn't dare to come up. 185 Dudley the Werewolf. Chapter 184, Werewolf Dudley. I just love watching a real duel. This is fantastic. I didn't expect this defense against the dark arts class to be so interesting. Everyone, who originally held no hope for this class, was now excited. Defense against the dark arts should be about teaching them how to deal with real danger and real dark arts, not just letting them look at knowledge from textbooks, which is useless. Dudley stood up and walked onto the podium. He was actually curious to know whether this Lockhart had real talent, or was just an empty shell. The descriptions of some scenes in Lockhart's books were quite accurate, very much like he had experienced them himself. Apart from the combat descriptions having too many flashy embellishments, the rest was not bad. If he only added some artistic embellishments when describing combat, then overall, this professor was qualified. "Ha ha ha, Dudley, you don't need to be nervous. We are just doing a simple demonstration. It certainly cannot be compared to a real situation." Lockhart flashed a big smile and said to everyone. Looking at the expectant faces below, Lockhart felt very satisfied. Although Dudley was a bit of a troublemaker, and had picked on quite a few of his faults, as long as he dealt with Dudley, the others naturally wouldn't question him anymore. Additionally, he could inquire from Dudley about that battle between the Dragon Knight and the Dark Wizard. Although he couldn't copy it entirely, if he adapted it and changed the setting to a foreign country, he could definitely write another hit novel. Thinking of this, Lockhart himself became excited. He temporarily moved everything off the podium, clearing out enough space. The students below had already stood up by this time, afraid of missing any details of the two's battle. "Everyone, watch carefully from now on. This is a very rare scene. You must know, I have never shown anyone else how to fight. You are the first people to see this, and it is your honor." Lockhart didn't forget to emphasize this before starting, while flashing his signature smile. "All right, Dudley, what you need to do is very simple, just attack me according to the actions in the book." Let's start with a werewolf howl," Lockhart said. The corners of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly, but he still let out a howl as Lockhart requested. "Not bad, but the sound is a bit small," Lockhart said. Dudley gritted his teeth, and let out another howl. "Good, very good, you sound very much like one." Lockhart finally nodded with satisfaction. Below the stage, Ron lowered his voice and said to Harry, I feel like Dudley's gaze is about to kill. We're in for a good show. I've never seen Dudley look so embarrassed. Harry said. The two watched the scene on stage as if watching a good show. Since coming to Hogwarts, the impression Dudley had given them was always mature, steady, and possessing the temperament of a wise man. This was the first time they had seen Dudley howl like a wolf in front of so many people. It was just too incongruous. All right, next, Dudley, I will suddenly pounce on you and pin you to the ground. Lockhart said. Professor, can I resist? Dudley asked. Of course, you certainly can resist. You are a werewolf now, a mindless werewolf, bring out your strongest strength. Lockhart said, waving his wand. However, I must remind you that you cannot use a wand, you are a werewolf now, do you understand what I mean? Lockhart added. Dudley nodded and clenched his fists. Very good, come on, bare your teeth. Lockhart said, looking at the expressionless Dudley. You don't look like a werewolf at all like that. Dudley's fists clenched tighter, and then, he opened his mouth and bared his teeth. Not bad, this looks more like a werewolf. Lockhart nodded, turned to face the students below, and continued, next, students, watch carefully. I will only demonstrate this once. When I pounce on the werewolf, I will cast a protego on myself so that I can prevent being bitten by the werewolf. Also, believe me, I only need one hand to subdue the werewolf. He's got some nerve saying that. Harry muttered to himself. The current werewolf was just a second-year student. If this person weren't Dudley, he believed Lockhart could subdue it with almost no effort. After all, the gap in strength between a second-year student and a werewolf was just too great. Lockhart repeatedly emphasizing this point was just a way of equivocating, making people equate Dudley with a werewolf. Professor, can we start now? Dudley couldn't help asking. Okay, we can start right away. I need to let everyone see my movements clearly so they can learn the knowledge. Lockhart said. Are you ready, Dudley? I'm going to pounce on you. Lockhart said to Dudley with a smile. Very good. As soon as Lockhart finished speaking, he lunged at Dudley, waving his wand and chanting a spell at the same time. At the very moment Lockhart made his move, Dudley also moved. His speed was extreme. With a sudden stomp on the ground, he rushed straight towards Lockhart. He did not use magic, nor did he use any beyonder abilities. In reality, under the enhancement of the duel sequence, Dudley's own physical strength was already very high. He didn't need to use magic or beyonder abilities to enhance his strength at all. After all, this was just a classroom demonstration, not a real battle. A thin layer of mist erupted from the tip of Lockhart's wand, forming a defense around his body. Students, watch closely, this protego. Before his words had even finished, Dudley's fist had already landed, smashing directly onto the thin defensive shield, and then, without losing momentum, slammed into Lockhart's chest with a bang. The next moment, Lockhart's body flew backward, smashed into the wall not far away, and then landed heavily on the ground. At this moment, the entire classroom was silent. Everyone stared at this scene in shock, unable to speak. Their new defense against the dark arts teacher, that best-selling author, the powerful wizard who had experienced numerous thrilling and exciting battles, the recipient of the Merlin Order, 3rd class, and honorary member of the Defense Against the Dark Arts League, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, had been punched and sent flying by a second-year student. Professor, are you okay? With a scream, several students closest to Lockhart rushed over to check on the deathly pale Lockhart. Intense pain radiated from Lockhart's chest, but in order to maintain his smile, he squeezed out a very distorted expression. I'm fine. Professor Lockhart, your ribs are broken. Hermione exclaimed. Chapter 185, Beating the Professor. Everyone could clearly see that the area of Lockhart's chest had caved in. Moreover, during the previous fight, they had heard the distinct sound of bones breaking. Go get a professor, quickly. Someone shouted, and immediately a student sprinted out of the classroom. No need. Lockhart tried to stop them, but it was already too late. He really didn't want anyone to see him in such a sorry state. On the other side, Dudley looked at Lockhart, who had been blown away by his punch, and pursed his lips. He hadn't even used any real strength. Even at the last second, he had held back some of his power. Because he had originally thought Lockhart's Protego spell could absorb his attack, but he hadn't expected that after his fist landed, the thin shield shattered instantly. He had to quickly restrain his strength, otherwise, Lockhart probably wouldn't even be able to speak right now, and might have already passed out or even been on the verge of death. Professor Lockhart. Dudley walked over. Don't come over. Seeing Dudley walk over, Lockhart yelled in terror. Seeing Dudley now was like seeing a demon. A second-year student, how could he have such immense strength, even more terrifying than a werewolf? He deeply regretted choosing Dudley to come up for the demonstration. He should have picked a girl or Harry. Why on earth did he pick this Dudley? At this moment, Lockhart felt like crying but had no tears. He had thought that what Harry said earlier about Dudley fighting a dragon knight was exaggerated, but now it seemed it was true. This student was truly terrifying. My goodness, what happened here? Professor McGonagall walked in quickly, led by a student, and immediately saw Lockhart slumped on the floor. And at this moment, Lockhart had blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, looking like he had suffered severe trauma. I'm fine. Professor McGonagall. Lockhart didn't want Professor McGonagall to know that he had been blown away by a single punch from a second-year student, so he quickly said. Professor Lockhart and Dudley were demonstrating a scene of fighting a werewolf, and then he was smashed away by a single punch from the werewolf played by Dudley. A cute student stood up and said loudly. Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley in disbelief, then looked at Lockhart. Professor, this was really just a demonstration. Dudley said helplessly. Professor McGonagall glared at Dudley and said to Lockhart with a grim expression, Professor Lockhart, your injuries are severe. We need to take you to the hospital as soon as possible. His chest had caved in, his ribs were definitely broken, and it was unknown if his internal organs had been damaged. I'm fine, I can heal myself. Lockhart said quickly. He drew his wand, pulled open his chest clothing, pointed at his broken ribs, and cast a spell. With a flash of light, Lockhart's chest cavity collapsed completely, and the shape of his beating heart, and the outline of his lungs could be clearly seen. Professor Lockhart, you removed your own ribs. Well, you certainly healed the fracture, because there are no bones left. Dudley said, watching this scene. Lockhart let out an exclamation, and then passed out completely. It was unclear if it was from the pain, or because he could no longer bear to face a room full of students. Professor McGonagall took a deep breath and quickly cast a spell to make Lockhart float. I am taking Professor Lockhart to the hospital. You all stay in the classroom and don't move. Professor McGonagall said loudly to everyone. Especially you three, Dursley, Potter, and Weasley. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but say before leaving. The three of them immediately changed expressions. Professor McGonagall hadn't called them by their first names, but by their surnames. This was not a good sign. I didn't do anything. Ron said, feeling aggrieved. Harry looked at Dudley helplessly. Dudley tilted his head. Maybe Professor McGonagall thinks that when the three of us are together, we'll always cause some trouble for her. Hermione looked at the three of them helplessly, not knowing what to say for a moment. After about 10 minutes or so, Professor McGonagall returned with a grim expression. Professor McGonagall, how is Professor Lockhart? Hermione asked quickly. His ribs need to regrow, and his internal organs have also suffered significant injury. He will likely have to lie in the hospital for a while. Professor McGonagall said, pursing her lips. Several students were so scared they covered their mouths, not expecting Lockhart's injuries to be so severe. Dursley, I had originally thought that you finally wouldn't cause trouble for me this semester. At least you didn't, like Potter and Weasley, immediately cause a big scene. Professor McGonagall said, glaring at Ron and Harry. Terrified, the two of them quickly lowered their heads. They were still serving their punishment for driving to school last time, and they dared not provoke Professor McGonagall again. But I didn't expect that on the very first day of class, you would beat the defense against the dark arts teacher so severely that he has to lie in the hospital for at least half a month. Professor McGonagall said angrily. Professor, you can't blame me entirely for this. He removed his own ribs, and he was the one who asked me to play the werewolf. I was really just acting as a werewolf. Dudley defended himself. Lockhart was clearly unskilled. Not only was his protego very weak, but his healing spells were the same. If he hadn't boasted about being an expert, he wouldn't have ended up in this state. If Dudley had known Lockhart was this weak, he definitely wouldn't have used so much strength when attacking earlier. Dudley, do you think Professor Lockhart's bones are harder than a troll's bones? Professor McGonagall asked back. Last year, Dudley had beaten a troll to death with his bare fists. This combat power was not something an ordinary wizard could handle. Professor, you really can't blame Dudley. Professor Lockhart had cast Protego at the time. Who could have known that his spell's defensive power was very average and shattered upon contact? Harry couldn't help but say. Hermione also stepped forward at the right moment and said, Professor McGonagall, it was indeed Professor Lockhart who wanted to demonstrate fighting a werewolf, and Dudley had some doubts about things mentioned in Professor Lockhart's books. I think now it seems that Dudley's doubts were correct. Other students immediately started talking all at once, helping Dudley and the others restore the truth of what happened. After hearing everyone's description, Professor McGonagall frowned even more deeply. This is still no reason for you to take the opportunity to beat a professor. Finally, Professor McGonagall concluded. Starting from today, Dudley, you will serve detention with Harry and Ron. Professor McGonagall said. Hearing McGonagall call their names, all three breathed a sigh of relief. At least it meant this matter was likely over, and they wouldn't receive more severe punishment. Yes, Professor. The three replied. Professor McGonagall, what about our upcoming defense against the dark arts classes? Hermione looked at Professor McGonagall with a frown. Lockhart would be in the hospital for over half a month, which was a very long time. Were they not going to have defense against the dark arts classes for this half month? Moreover, Lockhart didn't just teach their second year, but the entire school's defense against the dark arts. In this way, the impact would be quite significant. The professor has been beaten into the hospital by you lot. Who would dare come to teach you? Professor McGonagall pushed up her glasses and said irritably. Dudley, since you were the one who beat Professor Lockhart, then for the next half month, you will substitute for Professor Lockhart to teach the class. Anyway, aren't you very powerful? Even the defense against the dark arts professor is no match for you. Since you're so capable, why don't you be a professor for a few days? Professor McGonagall patted Dudley on the shoulder and said. Dudley looked at Professor McGonagall in surprise. The other students in the classroom were also stunned. It's decided. Professor McGonagall said this, then left the classroom directly. Everyone looked at each other and finally, they all looked at Dudley in unison. 187 Professor Dursley Chapter 186 Professor Dursley Dudley frowned, looking at the mess in the classroom, and fell into silence. Dudley, why don't you teach us? You're doing really well in your studies anyway, Neville suggested. That's right, you even fought a dark wizard last semester. You must have plenty of experience, teaching us definitely won't be a problem, Seamus added immediately. Everyone else quickly chimed in. If it were any other student, they certainly wouldn't be convinced, but since it was Dudley, they were actually looking forward to it. Because Dudley's own academic performance was excellent, and the story of the Dragon Knight fighting the Dark Wizard last semester was still fresh in everyone's memory, they felt it wouldn't be a problem for Dudley to temporarily act as this professor. Dudley didn't fuss any further and agreed. They were just second-year brats. He really didn't feel any pressure teaching them. However, Dudley wasn't sure what would happen with the defense against the dark arts classes for other years. Would he have to teach the upper years as well? He would have to ask Professor McGonagall about this later. Come to think of it, our last defense against the dark arts teacher was killed by Dudley, Ron whispered to Harry. Harry nodded. After a while, he lowered his voice and asked Ron, "Do you think Professor Lockhart will survive until next semester?" Ron pursed his lips, thought about it seriously, and said, "Given the current situation, I'm afraid that's going to be difficult." "What are you two whispering about?" Hermione asked, poking her head over. "We're discussing whether Professor Lockhart can survive until next semester at Dudley's hands." Hermione suddenly realized something and displayed a terrified expression. On the other side, Dudley checked the time. It was still early before the end of class, and he had to think about what to teach everyone. After thinking for a moment, he had an idea. "Since this is a defense against the dark arts class, let's teach everyone some defensive spells." "Expelliarmus, does anyone know this spell?" Dudley asked. Hermione immediately raised her hand. "All right, Hermione, you tell us." "This spell can disarm an opponent, mainly their wand. Once a wizard loses their wand, their strength will be significantly weakened," Hermione said immediately. "Very good, though it's a pity I can't award points to Gryffindor." "Today, I will teach everyone how to cast this spell," Dudley said. The Expelliarmus spell was quite practical, and could handle most situations. However, Dudley rarely used it because, as a Beyonder, he had the more practical mental piercing and pain whip, so he basically had no need for this spell. "Anyway, since we aren't following the textbook, everyone should pair up and practice." As Dudley finished speaking, he waved his wand and cast a spell. In an instant, all the desks and chairs in the classroom flew up, quickly moved toward the back of the classroom, and stacked neatly together, clearing a large area. "That's amazing!" a few students exclaimed. Dudley's control over magic was very precise, and appeared very elegant. This spell seemed simple, and many people seemed capable of doing it, but to manage to move all the desks according to one's will and stack them neatly in such a short time required extremely high-level magic skills. This was Dudley's way of showing everyone a trick to prove that he was capable enough to teach them. Then, Dudley came to the center of the crowd so that everyone could see him clearly. "Everyone, watch the gesture of my wand movement, it must be very precise. Then chant the incantation, Expelliarmus." Everyone followed Dudley in waving their wands while chanting the incantation. For the specific execution, like this. Dudley waved his wand, aiming at Harry. Expelliarmus. A flash of red light passed, and Harry's wand flew out in response. The crowd gasped. "Now you can try it with each other," Dudley said to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone began to try. This way of having class was much more interesting than reading textbooks dryly like before. Moreover, Dudley was their classmate after all, so everyone didn't feel pressure around him, and could learn this spell in a relaxed and free atmosphere, making the efficiency much higher than before. Dudley wandered through the crowd, checking everyone's progress and correcting the problems they had while casting the spell. "Ron, the angle of your wand movement is a bit off, it should be like this." Dudley was demonstrating how to cast the spell to Ron. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He felt as if something was monitoring him. After pondering for a moment, Dudley quickly locked onto the source of the prying. He looked up toward the window not far away, and happened to see a cat gracefully passing by the window. "Professor McGonagall is still worried, huh?" Dudley smiled and withdrew his gaze. Not long after. Expelliarmus. Harry waved his wand, and a red beam of light shot out, hitting Ron. The next moment, Ron's wand suddenly flew out and landed in the distance. Harry succeeded. Everyone else looked over. Harry was the first person to successfully cast this spell. "Not bad, it seems you are very good at casting this spell," Dudley said to Harry with a smile. "You taught it well," Harry said. "Enough, you two, that's quite enough," Ron couldn't help but complain. Near the end of class, Hermione and a few other students also successfully cast the spell, though it was still a bit unstable, working intermittently, and they needed more practice. "All right, class dismissed," Dudley said. "Thank you, Professor Dursley," someone said, teasing and joking. Dudley smiled. After everyone had mostly left, he used a spell to restore the desks and chairs to their original positions and followed Harry and the others out of the classroom. In the hallway. Do you think, since Professor McGonagall let Dudley temporarily teach our defense against the dark arts class, that means Dudley should also have the right to award and deduct points? Ron said. It's only temporary. There's a high probability I don't have the right to award or deduct points, Dudley said. Not necessarily, after all, you're supposed to have some of the rights of a prefect, Harry said. Hermione thought for a moment and said, what's the point of us guessing here? It's best to verify it. Follow me. Hermione led everyone as they moved through the castle. Dudley quickly realized where they were going. Before long, they arrived in front of a niche, where there were 4 huge hourglasses, each representing a house. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading record in time, taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 187, Bride. The hourglasses were filled with peculiar gems instead of sand, with each gem in the sphere, at the bottom representing 1 point currently held by that house. The Gryffindor hourglass was filled with rubies, Ravenclaws with sapphires, Slytherins with green gems, and Hufflepuffs with yellow gems. If you want to verify it, just award us some points, Hermione said. As the deputy principal of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall's appointment of you should be effective. Dudley's expression shifted, and he said, 5 points to Gryffindor. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw 5 red gems fly out of the hourglass and land in the sphere below. It really works. Harry and Ron were shocked. Hermione also looked pleasantly surprised. I'm starting to suspect that this isn't a punishment from Professor McGonagall at all, but a test for you, Harry couldn't help but say. Dudley pursed his lips. In reality, he felt like he was being taken advantage of. Who pays to teach others? Does that mean we can? Ron smiled. Since Dudley could award them points, the house cup would be a piece of cake. Don't think too much. If I award Gryffindor too many points, Professor McGonagall will probably come looking for me in a minute, Dudley said. You guys go back first. I need to go find Professor McGonagall, Dudley said after thinking for a moment. All right, we'll wait for you in the common room, Harry and the others said before leaving. Dudley walked alone towards Professor McGonagall's office. On the way, he took out a box of candied fruit from the Mirror of Eriste. It was a rare opportunity. He was going to bribe Professor McGonagall. Arriving at Professor McGonagall's door, he knocked gently. Come in, came Professor McGonagall's voice. Dudley pushed the door open and walked in. Professor McGonagall was reviewing some documents behind her desk, and when she looked up and saw Dudley enter, she put down what she was holding. Dudley, is there something you need? Professor McGonagall asked. Professor, you asked me to temporarily substitute for Professor Lockhart to teach the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. I have no objections, but what about the upper years? They won't listen to me, Dudley said. Oh, isn't that a very simple matter for you? Professor McGonagall said, pushing up her glasses. Dudley didn't react for a moment. Just give them a beating, isn't that what you are best at? Professor McGonagall said, staring at Dudley. Only then did he realize that Professor McGonagall was being sarcastic. Seeing the stiff expression on Dudley's face, Professor McGonagall couldn't help but curl her lips. All right, the upper years will be covered by Professor Snape for the time being, but he doesn't have that much time, so you will continue with the first and second years. I checked earlier, your teaching isn't bad, Professor McGonagall said seriously. Clearly, she had considered everything and had already discussed it with Professor Snape. Thank you, Professor, Dudley said, then placed the box of candied fruit he was holding on Professor McGonagall's desk. What is this? Professor McGonagall frowned. A box of candied fruit to apologize for the trouble I caused you earlier, Dudley said with a naive smile. Are you trying to bribe me? Professor McGonagall asked meaningfully. If that's how you see it, that's not impossible, Dudley didn't deny it. After all, he was there to bribe her. Professor McGonagall rarely smiled and said, "Fine, I'll accept it, but don't expect me to let you off the next time you make a mistake." "There won't be a next time," Dudley promised quickly. "Don't speak too soon, mister. I have quite a lot of confidence in your ability to cause trouble," Professor McGonagall said. "All right, your detention is cancelled for now. I looked into it carefully afterwards, and this matter really can't be blamed on you. Additionally, during the time you are substitute teaching, you have the right to award and deduct house points, but please remember, don't abuse it," Professor McGonagall warned. After accepting the box of candied fruit, she felt that her relationship with Dudley had grown much closer. "No problem, Professor McGonagall," Dudley quickly agreed. "Go on," Professor McGonagall waved her hand, and lowered her head to continue working. Dudley nodded quickly, turned around, and left Professor McGonagall's office. Walking in the corridor outside, Dudley was in a great mood. Bribing a wizard of Professor McGonagall's level really speeds up the digestion of the potion. Not bad, not bad, I should bribe more in the future. Feeling the digestion of the briber potion in his body accelerate, Dudley began to plan his next bribe. "Perhaps I could try bribing Professor Dumbledore," Dudley thought to himself. If he could successfully bribe a wizard like Dumbledore, who stood at the pinnacle of the wizarding world, his beyonder characteristic digestion speed would greatly increase. However, Dudley had always been very cautious regarding Professor Dumbledore. Others might not notice anything when faced with a bribe, but Dumbledore was too sharp. Dudley didn't dare to easily attempt it with such an old man. "I'll talk about it later if there's a chance." 2 days later in the afternoon, the sun was bright. "There are no classes this afternoon. Hagrid invited us to play at his cabin," Harry said to Dudley and the others. "You guys go ahead," Dudley shook his head. "What's wrong?" Harry looked at Dudley with some curiosity. They had always gone together in the past, and since arriving at school this time, they hadn't had time to visit Hagrid yet. "You have no class, I have class. There is a defense against the dark arts class this afternoon for the second-year students of Slytherin and Hufflepuff," Dudley explained. "Almost forgot about that." Harry and Ron were full of excitement upon hearing this. "Damn, I suddenly kind of want to go to class," Ron said. "I really want to see what kind of expression Malfoy will have when he sees you walk into the classroom," Harry chimed in from the side. Yes, 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 Dudley, remember to deduct points from Slytherin, deduct them ruthlessly. Just deduct them back the same way Professor Snape deducted them from us," Ron said loudly. "Don't say that, do you want Dudley to get punished?" Hermione warned quickly. Dudley smiled and said, "Deducting a few small points shouldn't be a problem." "All right, I need to get ready for class. Have fun at Hagrid's this afternoon. Also, say hello to Hagrid for me, I'll visit him this weekend." Dudley finished speaking, stood up, and walked towards the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. 189 Deduction of Points Chapter 188 Deducting Points. When Dudley arrived at the classroom, the students had all already entered and were waiting. Standing at the doorway, he could clearly hear the sound of them talking inside, and Malfoy's voice was the loudest among them. "These books are truly long and tedious, I can't get through a single word," Malfoy said in a long, drawn-out tone. "I haven't read them either. I have no idea what these books are talking about." Crabbe and Goyle's voices echoed in agreement. "Draco, keep your voice down, you might be heard by Professor Lockhart," a girl reminded him. "What is there to be afraid of? That Professor Lockhart seems to have been injured, and is currently lying in the hospital. I passed by earlier and heard him screaming quite miserably in the middle of the night," Malfoy said slowly. "Professor Lockhart is injured. What happened?" someone asked immediately. Apparently, the matter regarding Lockhart hadn't spread, and not many people knew about it. But thinking about it, it made sense. Lockhart had worked so hard to establish his image as a powerful wizard. How could he let people know that he had been punched into the hospital by his own student? He had specifically begged everyone not to spread the word, and even had Professor McGonagall instruct the students, who had been in the previous class. I'm not very clear on that either. Malfoy's voice came again. Whatever, but I do know that for this period, our defense against the dark arts class will most likely be taught by Professor Snape. The older students told me that. Malfoy said boastfully. Compared to that Lockhart who popped up from nowhere, Malfoy, as Professor Snape's favorite student, naturally hoped that Professor Snape would teach him. Because in Professor Snape's class, he could always get extra points, which made him feel very good. Unfortunately, you've miscalculated this time. Hearing Malfoy's words, Dudley smiled and pushed the door open to walk in. The sound of the door opening came, and many students turned their heads to look behind them. When everyone saw that it was Dudley who had walked in, they all wore expressions of confusion. Today's class wasn't with the Gryffindor students, so why would Dudley appear here? Dudley, have you lost your mind? Today isn't your Gryffindor class. Malfoy saw Dudley and said, frowning. I'm not in the wrong place. I'm here to attend the defense against the dark arts class. Dudley said, walking towards the podium at the front. Dudley, did you get the time wrong? There is no Gryffindor class today. A Hufflepuff student kindly reminded him. I didn't get it wrong, I am the substi. Before Dudley could finish his sentence, Malfoy jumped down from the desk he was sitting on and came right in front of Dudley. Dudley, get out now. This isn't a place for you. If Professor Snape sees you, you can expect to have points deducted. Malfoy said coldly. Facing Dudley, Malfoy rarely showed any signs of fear. Because he knew that Dudley couldn't do anything to him here, and with Professor Snape likely to appear at any moment, he became even more unscrupulous. Malfoy, return to your seat. Dudley looked at Malfoy with an indifferent expression and said. Professor Snape will not be coming here. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. Malfoy put on an exaggerated smile. Professor Snape, there is someone here disrupting your classroom order. Malfoy shouted loudly. Calculating the class time, it had already arrived. There was a high probability that Snape was right outside the door. However, after Malfoy's voice faded, no sound came. Unfortunately, I said, Professor Snape will not be coming here. Because I am your defense against the dark arts professor for today. Malfoy, please call me Professor Dudley. Dudley looked at Malfoy, speaking with a serious expression. The moment his words fell, the entire classroom was silent. Everyone looked at Dudley in disbelief, and quite a few people wore confused expressions. Dudley, this is not the time for jokes. Someone reminded him. Malfoy suddenly burst into loud laughter. Dudley, you are asking for death. How dare you impersonate a professor here? You are finished. Come on, go with me to see Professor McGonagall. I'm going to tell her you are impersonating a professor. Malfoy grabbed Dudley, wanting to drag him out. But very quickly, he realized he couldn't budge Dudley at all. Malfoy, you have insulted a professor. 5 points from Slytherin. Dudley shook off Malfoy's hand and, amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, walked up to the podium. What the hell are you doing? Malfoy looked at Dudley with an ugly expression. I have already told you, for the next period of time, I am temporarily substituting for Professor Lockhart to teach the defense against the dark arts course. This is Professor McGonagall's appointment. Dudley emphasized it once more. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Malfoy didn't believe Dudley's words at all. Now, everyone return to your seats. Dudley said. The crowd hesitated for a moment, and the Hufflepuff students moved first. Regardless of anything else, Dudley did indeed look like he was there to substitute, and since class had already started several minutes ago, and no other professor had come to the classroom, this indirectly proved that Dudley's words were very likely true. Moreover, for the Hufflepuff students, they were very familiar with Dudley. They knew Dudley had excellent grades, and had even ridden a dragon to fight a dark wizard last semester, which had been confirmed by Professor Dumbledore. Having someone like this teach them defense against the dark arts didn't seem impossible after all. After more than 10 seconds passed, the students on the Slytherin side hadn't really moved. They still didn't believe that Dudley could be their professor, especially Malfoy and the others. Disregarding classroom order, 10 points from Slytherin. Don't make me say it a second time. Dudley's expression turned cold, and his tone carried a hint of authority. This time, quite a few Slytherin students moved, hesitantly returning to their seats. But Malfoy and a few others still didn't move. I don't believe it. You cannot be a professor. And you certainly don't have the right to deduct points. Malfoy's face turned livid. Go and check. Malfoy said directly to Goyle beside him. Goyle didn't say a word and ran straight out of the classroom. He knew what Malfoy wanted him to check. The Slytherin points. As long as he looked at the gems in the Slytherin hourglass to see if there was any reduction, he would know if Dudley had been lying to them. Goyle left the classroom without permission, 10 points from Slytherin. Dudley watched Goyle's retreating back and said expressionlessly. The classroom was silent, and everyone was waiting for the answer. Before long, Goyle returned to the classroom. His face was deathly pale. He really is a professor. Our Slytherin points have been deducted. Goyle shouted as soon as he entered the classroom. Chapter 189, Absolute Strength. It's actually true. I didn't expect this, now we're in for a show. Upon hearing this, the Hufflepuff students, after their initial surprise, immediately looked at the group of Slytherin students, especially Malfoy and the others. In contrast, on the Slytherin side, most people looked bewildered, and Malfoy was even more incredulous and furious. By what right does Professor McGonagall let this idiot teach us? Malfoy had almost lost his reason. Fortunately, the word mudblood didn't slip out. This was probably because Malfoy remembered the consequences of saying those words last time. Malfoy, what are you saying? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Since it was confirmed that Dudley could deduct points from them, it was better not to speak in this situation. Just like when Professor Snape used to deduct points from the Gryffindor students, it was best not to resist, otherwise, they would only have more points deducted. Malfoy insulted a professor, 10 points from Slytherin. Dudley said calmly. Malfoy's expression was terrible, but he knew he couldn't continue to clash with Dudley at this moment, or he would suffer the consequences. All right, let's begin the class. As soon as Dudley finished speaking, he waved his wand, and all the desks and chairs immediately flew backward, clearing the area in the middle. This single feat was enough to convince everyone present. This class was still about teaching everyone the Expelliarmus spell. And Malfoy became the best practice target. With Dudley allowing Malfoy to cast any spell on him, Malfoy did not hesitate to cast the most powerful and vicious magic he could think of. But as for the result, there were no surprises. Malfoy had no chance to cast a spell completely, often just as he raised his hand and chanted 1 or 2 syllables of the incantation, his wand would already fly out of his hand. 7 times in a row, it was the same. However, this also served as a warning to others, do not provoke Dudley in class, as he truly possessed magic ability far beyond his peers. Near the end of the class, 2 students from Hufflepuff succeeded in casting it, and 1 student from Slytherin also succeeded. However, Malfoy did not succeed. It wasn't because he lacked talent, but because he hadn't practiced at all. He felt disdain for Dudley's teaching from the bottom of his heart, so he hadn't listened to a word Dudley said. After class, other students left quickly, but Malfoy was in no hurry to leave. Hogwarts must be crazy. I will tell my father about this. They actually let a second-year student teach us. This is the stupidest decision I have ever seen. If Professor Dumbledore doesn't want to be the principal of Hogwarts anymore, he can be replaced at any time. And you, Dudley Dursley, I will definitely make you pay the price. I will let you know what the surname Malfoy means, and how much power purebloods can exert in the wizarding world. Malfoy said to Dudley with a cold expression. After finishing his words, Malfoy turned around to leave. Dudley waved his wand, and the classroom door slammed shut. What are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around. Seeing the classroom door close, Malfoy panicked instantly. Don't come over. Crabbe and Goyle's faces also turned very pale at this moment, although they stood in front of Malfoy, their trembling legs already betrayed their inner fear. Goyle secretly cast magic. But just as he chanted 2 syllables, a red light descended, and his wand flew out of his hand, landing on the floor not far away. Clatter, clatter. Immediately after, Malfoy and Crabbe's wands also flew out. Dudley flicked his wand gently, looking at them with a calm expression. Look, you are simply no match for me. If I want to attack you, you have no way to resist. Dudley approached them step by step, and the aura on him became increasingly oppressive. This is a school, what are you doing? Malfoy's face was deathly pale. He began to regret provoking Dudley. Malfoy, do you feel particularly superior, born into a pureblood family, possessing noble blood, with a very powerful family, surrounded by followers wherever you go? Everyone respectfully calls you young Master Malfoy. Dudley said with an indifferent expression. Malfoy didn't dare to answer Dudley at all. There was almost no color left on his face. You bully whoever you want, and no one can resist. Those who are bullied by you can only endure it in silence, not even daring to be disrespectful to you. Dudley stood in front of the 3 of them. Although Crabbe and Goyle were big and tall, facing Dudley, they couldn't summon a shred of courage. Then, when my strength is enough to crush you, can I also bully you, humiliate you? After all, in my hands, you have no ability to resist. Just like now. As Dudley said this, he waved his wand slightly. Malfoy let out a terrified scream. However, he soon discovered that Dudley was just scaring him, and hadn't cast any spell. Remember, when you bully others, think of this moment. Your superiority, your bloodline, are meaningless in front of me. After saying this, Dudley waved his hand, and the classroom door opened with a bang. Then, without even looking at Malfoy, he walked out of the classroom quickly. The 3 of them, Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle, slumped onto the floor. Their clothes were soaked with cold sweat. The Dudley from just a moment ago was too oppressive, he almost made them unable to breathe. What did he mean? Crabbe said, trembling. Goyle shook his head, looking confused. Only Malfoy had a look of contemplation on his pale face. In the face of absolute strength, bloodline and family are useless. Malfoy whispered. Crabbe didn't hear what Malfoy was saying. Malfoy, you must tell your father about this quickly. He is a member of the school board, and must have a way to deal with Dudley. Goyle said from the side. No, there is no need. Malfoy stood up. Crabbe and Goyle looked at Malfoy in disbelief. I will defeat Dudley personally. After saying this, Malfoy got up and left directly. In his mind, that familiar name surfaced. Malfoy, he isn't scared of Dudley, is he? Crabbe asked, looking shocked as he watched Malfoy leave. I don't know. Goyle shook his head. The 2 of them scrambled up and quickly followed. 191 Dumbledore's Test Chapter 190, Dumbledore's Probing. Meanwhile, outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, the air rippled slightly, gradually revealing a cat. She glanced at Malfoy and the others as they left, paused for a few seconds, and then turned away. In the principal's office. Professor Dumbledore, I don't quite understand why you gave Dudley the authority to substitute teach. And then you want me to check on how he conducts his classes. Professor McGonagall said, frowning at Professor Dumbledore behind the desk. Previously, after Lockhart was severely injured by a punch from Dudley, Professor McGonagall had been furious, which was why she had suggested letting Dudley substitute teach. However, under Professor McGonagall's supervision during that class, Dudley had completed the task brilliantly. For the subsequent classes, Professor McGonagall had actually already decided to hand them all over to Professor Snape. But after Dumbledore learned about this, he immediately stopped Professor McGonagall, only allowing Professor Snape to take over the classes for the upper years, while still letting Dudley substitute for the second and first-year classes. This action was highly controversial and could very likely invite questioning from the board of directors, but even so, Dumbledore insisted on his decision. That was how Dudley continued to substitute teach, and why the detention penalty was cancelled. Dudley performed too well, Dumbledore said with a light chuckle. One could even describe it as perfect. McGonagall's frown deepened. She did not understand what Dumbledore was talking about. I'm sorry, Professor Dumbledore, I don't understand what you mean. McGonagall thought for a moment, still unable to grasp what Dumbledore wanted to express. Dumbledore smiled and said, Professor McGonagall, don't you think he is very much like someone? Intelligent, eager to learn, powerful, and possessing great influence among the students. One could even describe it as perfect. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall immediately understood who Dumbledore was referring to, and her face turned a shade paler. Professor Dumbledore, do you mean that Dudley might very well end up like that person? Professor McGonagall said, clutching her chest in shock. No, that is not what I meant. Dumbledore waved his hands repeatedly. I just think the two of them are very similar, but I do not believe Dudley will become that person. At the very least, from what I have seen so far, there are still quite a few differences between Dudley and that person. Professor McGonagall hesitated for a moment and asked, so you let him substitute teach because you wanted to test him? Dumbledore nodded. To test a person, the best way is to give them power and see what they do once they possess it. I have given Dudley quite a few privileges in the past, but he seems to be very careful. Every time he breaks a rule, it is to uphold another. Even when his actions are somewhat excessive, I cannot bring myself to think he is wrong. He has indeed grasped that balance very well. But I still wanted to see what he would do with even greater power. For instance, if given the authority to deduct points, would he use it for personal gain to deduct points from Malfoy? And when facing someone he dislikes, would he use the power in his hands to do certain things? Dumbledore said simply. So have you gotten the answer you wanted? Professor McGonagall asked, recalling everything that had happened in the classroom earlier. Dudley was certainly not impartial and selfless. He had found plenty of excuses to deduct points from Malfoy, and during the spell practice, he had intentionally targeted Malfoy as well. Could such behavior be considered crossing the line? Furthermore, at the end, Dudley had not hesitated to use his formidable strength to threaten Malfoy. However, in Professor McGonagall's view, those words seemed more like educating Malfoy not to bully other students in the future, and they did not cause any real harm to Malfoy. To be honest, at that moment, Professor McGonagall had been ready to intervene to save Malfoy. She had thought Dudley would do what he did on the pitch last semester and give Malfoy a beating. Just about, at least it allowed me to see another side of this lad. Dumbledore smiled. Professor McGonagall asked, puzzled. Don't you think that, in this state, it actually resembles the emotions a normal person should have more? If he had truly been impartial and selfless in front of Malfoy, then I would guess he must have discovered you were watching and was specifically putting on an act. As it stands now, I actually think he is quite genuine. Dumbledore said with a light chuckle, stroking Fox's feathers. That person from before disguised himself very well, was extremely perfect, to the point that even I was deceived. Therefore, compared to the hypocrisy of a disguise, I actually feel there is nothing wrong with this kind of appropriate use of power. Professor McGonagall listened to Dumbledore's words, lost in her own thoughts. Very well, Professor McGonagall, thank you for your efforts these past few days. Dumbledore said. Professor McGonagall nodded and turned to leave. However, upon reaching the door, she stopped, turned back, and said firmly to Dumbledore, Dudley is a child of our Gryffindor, and I trust him. Having said that, Professor McGonagall left the principal's office without looking back. Dumbledore glanced at the closed door and fell into silence. Professor McGonagall, what you don't know is that he is not just like Tom, he is also very much like someone else. Dumbledore wore a thoughtful expression, as if immersed in distant memories. Dudley was walking through the castle. That must have been Professor McGonagall outside the window just now. An invisibility spell. It's far worse than Harry's invisibility cloak. I could even sense something abnormal in that spot without activating spirit vision. Dudley thought to himself. Is she afraid I'll beat up Malfoy again? Dudley shook his head helplessly. Even if he wanted to hit him, he couldn't do it in the classroom. He would certainly have to find a place where no one was around. Professor McGonagall is really worrying too much. She lets me substitute teach, but doesn't trust me, and she has to come check on me almost every time I have a class and she tired. Dudley didn't bother with those matters any longer. Harry and the others hadn't returned yet, so he went to the Great Hall alone for dinner, and then headed to the library. Hogwarts's library has quite a few restricted books. Ordinary students simply cannot borrow these books, they must have a professor's signature. Now that I am a substitute professor, it is only reasonable for me to go and look at the books in the restricted section, right? Dudley thought excitedly. Before, he had wanted to wear Harry's invisibility cloak to go and see what was so magical about those restricted books, but he had never found the opportunity. Now he had finally found a loophole. Chapter 191, Anomaly in the Castle. After arriving at the library, Dudley headed straight for the restricted section. There was an iron door there, separating it from the rest of the area. One could only enter to borrow the books they needed, if they had a note signed by a professor. What are you doing? Before Dudley could even get close to the restricted section, a stern voice rang out. Madam Pants, the librarian, appeared from behind a bookshelf, having popped out of nowhere, and walked quickly up to Dudley. Hello, Madam Pants. I would like to go into the restricted section to take a look. Dudley said directly. What did you say? Madam Pants thought she had misheard. I want to go into the restricted section to take a look, Dudley repeated. What kind of joke is this? Hurry up and get out. Madam Pants brandished her feather duster, shooing Dudley away. Wait, Madam Pants, I am a substitute professor now, and I have the right to enter the restricted section to read books. Dudley said hastily, while using his hand to block the feather duster Madam Pants was waving at him. A substitute professor. Since when? If the school hasn't notified me, it doesn't count. Get out right now. Madam Pants, without listening to a word, drove Dudley straight out of the library, and glared at him with her eyes to prevent him from slipping back in when she wasn't looking. I'll go ask Professor McGonagall for proof right now, Dudley said with an ugly expression. I need proof from Professor Dumbledore, he is the principal of Hogwarts. Madam Pants said coldly. She didn't believe a word Dudley said. Although she knew Professor Dumbledore had given Dudley some privileges, those privileges did not include access to the restricted section. Dudley rolled his eyes helplessly and turned to leave. Unless he wanted to get into a fight with Madam Pants, he wouldn't be getting into the restricted section today, or even the regular area for that matter. What a hassle. Dudley was speechless. This librarian, Madam Pants, was just like the school caretaker, Filch. They both seemed to hate students, and were always looking to catch them violating rules so they could punish them. Dudley checked the time. It was already quite late, and it didn't seem appropriate to bother Professor Dumbledore now. After thinking about it, he temporarily abandoned the idea, and began patrolling the castle. By 9 o'clock, Dudley had finished most of his patrol, and was heading towards the Gryffindor Tower. Suddenly, Dudley frowned slightly. He felt as if something abnormal had appeared in the castle, giving him a sense of danger. But this feeling was very faint, and it was very far away from him, a very subtle sensation. What's going on? What happened? Dudley frowned. He stood still. The power of magic began to spread from his body, carefully sensing the changes around him. Dangerous, evil, unsettling. Dudley could clearly feel some abnormal aura. What happened in the castle? Dudley's expression shifted rapidly. As the sheriff of Hogwarts, he had developed a deep connection with this area. Even the slightest change would trigger Dudley's awareness in a metaphysical sense. And now he had that exact feeling. Dudley raised his hand, pressed it against the wall, and leaned his whole body onto it. He wanted to sense the situation in the castle more precisely. It feels like something has been added to the castle, very dangerous, and there's an evil aura. Could another dark wizard have snuck in? Dudley said with a grim expression. He felt that the thing seemed to be moving, and it was moving fast, but it seemed to be very far away from him, and he couldn't accurately pinpoint what it was. Dudley, what are you doing? A cold voice came, interrupting Dudley's thoughts. Professor Snape. Dudley saw who had arrived. Snape glared at Dudley, then took a careful look at the wall Dudley had just been leaning against. Did you discover dark arts on this wall, or did you sense that a dark wizard has snuck into the school? Snape asked expressionlessly. You're right. I did discover some problems in the castle. It might be a dark wizard, or it might be something else. Dudley said bluntly. Snape frowned. He wasn't sure if Dudley was serious. After all, Dudley did have a talent for this, he could detect evil auras. Are you serious? Snape asked again. If they had truly discovered some dark arts or a dark wizard, they would have to be on high alert. I'm serious. I was just about to track it, but I was interrupted by you, Professor Snape. Now I can no longer find that feeling. Dudley said. A flash of anger crossed Snape's face. Dudley, do you think you're being humorous? Snape was very annoyed, he felt Dudley was making fun of him. I am answering your question very seriously. Dudley said. Snape narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I only let you substitute for a few days, don't really think you are a professor, Dudley. You had better be careful in front of me. Otherwise, who knows when I might add something extra to your meals. Dudley looked at Snape, not backing down, and said, if you have the spare time, you might as well think about how to manage your Slytherin students and stop them from bullying others. Snape's expression turned instantly ugly, and his breathing became noticeably rapid. He reached out to grab Dudley's chest. However, Dudley reacted quickly, dodged it directly, and drew his wand, pointing it at Snape. You dare cast a spell on me? Come on, if you have the ability, try it. Let me see how much strength you really have. Snape roared. His emotions seemed to be out of control. He became extremely irritable, and his face was devoid of color. Dudley's expression was also looking grim. He didn't know why Snape's emotions fluctuated so wildly, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, causing him to explode. What's wrong, you don't dare? Or are you unable to? Snape pressed forward, and he had also taken out his wand. Do you need me to teach you? Snape's expression contained anger, loss of control, and resentment. Dudley felt the power of magic gathering. Snape really intended to cast a spell on him. Expelliarmus. Dudley chose to strike first, casting magic directly. A red light shot from Dudley's wand, heading straight for Snape. Snape's wand flicked lightly, and a burst of light erupted, forming a magic barrier. 193 Deep in Memory Chapter 192, Deep Within Memories. Dudley's spell was intercepted by a magic barrier, causing no effect. Seeing this, Dudley frowned and cast another spell. Petrificus Totalis. Dudley cast several spells in succession, but all of them were easily defended by Snape. Is that all the strength you have? Snape sneered coldly. Dudley's expression darkened. In front of Snape, he could not use his Beyonder abilities, otherwise, his secrets would be exposed. Under these circumstances, Dudley's strength was greatly restricted, and with his current mastery of magic, he was completely no match for Snape. This was abandoning his best combat style, using his own weakness to attack the other's strength. Let me teach you what a battle between wizards should look like. Snape flicked his wand sharply, and a beam of light shot out, heading straight for Dudley. Unable to make any other defense, Dudley cast a shield charm around himself with the fastest speed possible. A loud noise rang out. Dudley felt a huge force impact his body. Although the shield charm blocked most of the impact, a significant amount of force still landed on him. Dudley groaned and took several steps back, dissipating the impact. Fortunately, Dudley's physical fitness was very high, and this impact did not cause much damage to him. Casting a spell is not just about reciting it. You need enough focus. The stronger your conviction, the more powerful the spell you cast. For the same spell, the power you cast it with and the power I cast it with are simply not on the same level. What do you think those powerful wizards rely on to be strong? Those unfathomable spells. The magic they cast casually can reach a level far beyond ordinary wizards. Snape pressed on step by step. He kept waving his wand, casting magic. Although he used very common spells, their power could not be compared, forcing Dudley to only defend, unable to free his hands to attack. The momentum of offense and defense had shifted at this moment. Dudley could only defend with all his might to barely hold on against Snape. Is this the true power that magic can display? As Dudley retreated, he was also learning. Snape certainly disliked him, and was certainly attacking him with magic, but wasn't this a form of teaching? Dudley did not have many opportunities to fight powerful wizards. His previous battles were all life and death struggles. In those situations, he could not lose, he could only win. Therefore, in every battle, Dudley used his Beyonder abilities. Without the opponent knowing his abilities, he could often catch them off guard, thereby establishing an advantage in one fell swoop. Moreover, the Beyonder abilities of the Black Emperor sequence and the Judgment sequence were simply too useful, so much so that after Dudley combined them with his own spells, the explosive combat power could erase the age gap and the gap in magical cultivation between them. However, here with Snape, first, Dudley could not use his Beyonder abilities, and second, Snape's personal ability was very strong. When it came to the use of spells, he was definitely one of the top 3 wizards in all of Hogwarts. With such a wizard fighting against Dudley, one could imagine the pressure Dudley faced. But this was also a moment for Dudley to grow rapidly. As long as he could learn enough from this battle, it would not be a loss. Meanwhile, Snape was equally shocked. He had already used most of his methods, yet he still could not completely defeat Dudley. If he continued to increase the intensity, he would have to use those highly dangerous spells. Although he did not like Dudley, he also knew that this was at school, and Dudley was just a student. Those spells must absolutely not be used on a student. He still had that bottom line. However, he really could not drag this on any longer, otherwise, where would his face as a professor be? A loud noise came, and Dudley retreated again, but this time, he was much more composed. In this battle, he had learned quite a few things. Look at me. Suddenly, Snape gave a low shout. Dudley could not help but look towards Snape, especially looking into Snape's eyes. But the next moment, Dudley realized something was wrong. Snape's eyes became very deep, like the night sky at 2 or 3 in the morning, making one unable to help but be lost in them. The blackness kept expanding, like a black hole, devouring Dudley. "Let me see what secrets you have," Snape said coldly. He wanted to enter Dudley's memories to take a look. It was just a little legilimency. As long as he didn't go too far, no one would notice, and it would just be a lesson for Dudley. Snape thought to himself. Suddenly, a piece of eerie darkness appeared before his eyes, and hair-raising whispers exploded in his ears. Snape only felt his brain almost explode directly, a nosebleed gushed out, his whole body swayed, and he fell straight to the ground. Dudley here also had a splitting headache. At that moment he felt as if something had awakened in his mind, making him feel fear and despair. Whispers in the light of distortion appeared by their ears, and before their eyes, everything seemed to be drifting away from him. Dudley slowly collapsed to the ground and closed his eyes. Dudley felt he had a very long dream. In the dream, he returned to that eerie world. He saw those people, one by one flashing before him. He could not tell if these figures were illusory or real. He reached out his hand, wanting to grab someone to ask, but found his hand passing through their bodies, grabbing nothing. He looked around. This seemed to be the capital of the Lone Kingdom, Backland. Thick smog shrouded the city, everyone was in a hurry, and no one noticed Dudley. Just then, Dudley's gaze suddenly fixed. In the crowd, he saw a figure that was different from the others. Black hair, brown eyes, ordinary appearance, deep contours, with a scholarly temperament, wearing a tall top hat. "Dudley, remember the agreement between us," the person said. A familiar yet strange voice. The young man smiled slightly at Dudley. Immediately, Dudley felt the world spinning, and everything around was instantly swallowed by darkness. Dudley woke up suddenly and sat up from the bed. "This is the hospital." Dudley looked around. This was no longer the smog-filled Backland, but the Hogwarts hospital. Chapter 193, Taking Down Another Professor. "Dudley, you're finally awake. How do you feel?" Harry's voice came through. Only then did Dudley notice that there were quite a few people gathered around him. Besides Harry, there were Ron and Hermione, as well as Professor McGonagall. Behind them stood Professor Dumbledore. Everyone was looking at him with concern. "You guys, what happened to me?" Dudley was a bit confused for a moment. Memories from two worlds seemed to intertwine at this moment, making it hard for him to distinguish what was real and what was illusory. "Dudley, you don't remember us, do you?" Harry said, shocked. The others also looked worried. "What happened to me?" Dudley gradually recalled what had happened before. He and Professor Snape had a conflict over something, and then the two of them had a major battle. While it was called a battle, it was actually more like Professor Snape was teaching Dudley how to fight. Towards the end of the battle, Professor Snape suddenly made Dudley look at him, and then, "Where is Professor Snape?" Dudley asked immediately. Everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. At least this proved that Dudley hadn't lost his memory. "Professor Snape is still in a coma. Madame Pomfrey said he suffered a severe trauma, and it's unclear when he will wake up," Ron said immediately. "Dudley, what exactly happened?" Professor McGonagall asked worriedly. Dudley shook his head. "Did Professor Snape read my memories at the end?" This was Dudley's guess. He didn't know exactly what Professor Snape had done, but judging by the final sensation, it seemed Professor Snape had tried to enter Dudley's mental world to explore it. But he had clearly underestimated the danger of Dudley's mental world. I'm afraid there was no place more terrifying in this world than Dudley's mental world. After all, it contained sealed information about true gods, information that even the current Dudley couldn't investigate. "Dudley, don't you remember what happened before?" Professor Dumbledore came to the side of Dudley's hospital bed and asked. "I don't remember very clearly." Dudley frowned, looking thoughtful. Saying nothing would be suspicious, and if Professor Snape woke up and told a story that didn't match Dudley's, that would be a problem. After a moment of contemplation, Dudley said, "I was wandering around the castle, you know, I do that often." Harry and the others nodded immediately, confirming that what Dudley said was correct. "Then, as I was preparing to return to Gryffindor Tower, I suddenly felt a trace of unease, as if some danger had appeared in the castle." Hearing this, everyone immediately became tense. Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall also showed expressions of listening carefully, because Dudley could indeed discover some anomalies they couldn't. But this feeling was very faint, so I leaned against the wall, wanting to perceive it carefully, and ended up running into Professor Snape. Between us, there was some unpleasantness, and we decided to teach each other a lesson, so we started fighting. Dudley briefly described the scene at that time. Professor McGonagall couldn't help but clutch her chest. Professor Dumbledore didn't show much emotion, just a pair of scrutinizing eyes fixed on Dudley. Harry and the others gasped. They had long wanted to stand up to Professor Snape, but due to their strength, they didn't dare. But they didn't expect that Dudley would actually put this into action. Later, when the two of us were fighting, something seemed to happen, my mind went blank, and then I didn't know anything else," Dudley said. He omitted the possibility that Professor Snape had used legilimency on him. "Are there any other details?" Professor McGonagall asked further. "I don't remember. Actually, towards the end, Professor Snape wasn't just fighting me, he was teaching me how to fight a wizard," Dudley said. Professor McGonagall didn't ask any further, looking at Professor Dumbledore with worried eyes. Everything that happened was too dramatic. And in just a week, Dudley had taken down another professor. Now, not only was there no one to substitute for Defense Against the Dark Arts, but there was also no one to teach potion class. If it weren't for the fact that Dudley was still very weak, she couldn't help but want to ask him if he had a grudge against the teachers of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class, as anyone who taught that class couldn't escape a beating from Dudley. Get some good rest, Dudley, we will investigate this clearly. Professor Dumbledore didn't say much more, patted Dudley on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Professor McGonagall gave Dudley a few instructions and turned to follow him out. Dudley, do you really not remember what happened? Harry asked, lowering his voice. I really don't remember. Dudley shook his head. Dudley, that's so cool, you actually taught Professor Snape a lesson, he still hasn't woken up yet. Ron said excitedly. Ron, that's not funny at all. Hermione said, frowning. Ron reined in his smile, also feeling that doing so was somewhat inappropriate. All right, visiting time is over, everyone out. Seeing that Professor Dumbledore and the others had left, Madame Pomfrey immediately came out and chased Harry and the others away. Don't worry, I'll be out soon. Dudley waved at everyone. After chasing everyone away, Madame Pomfrey brought Dudley a bowl of strange green potion, staring at him to make sure he drank it while it was hot. If he didn't know that Madame Pomfrey wouldn't harm him, he would have felt that this bowl was blatant poison. After drinking the potion, Dudley asked about Professor Snape's condition. He learned that he had been arranged to be in a special ward and could not be disturbed, and as for when he would wake up, no one could say. After Madame Pomfrey left, Dudley was the only person left in the entire ward. Gilderoy Lockhart was probably also in a special ward, Dudley didn't see him. Is that person in my memory? They feel so familiar, yet also very strange. Do I have some kind of agreement with him? Dudley frowned and pondered. At this moment, when he tried to recall that scene again, everything seemed to have become very blurry. Not only the person's appearance, but even background had become very blurry, as if completely shrouded in an impenetrable haze. Shaking his head, Dudley stopped pondering that matter. I hope Professor Snape is okay. Dudley thought to himself. Although this person was annoying, he couldn't be considered a bad person. In the previous battle, he was clearly teaching Dudley how to fight, though he also had the intention of beating Dudley up. If this incident caused irreparable damage, that was not what Dudley wanted to see. Rolling over, Dudley felt exhausted and fell asleep again. Chapter 194, Speculation. Outside the hospital. McGonagall hurried to catch up with Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, what do you think actually happened with this attack? Professor McGonagall asked, looking deeply worried. After unmasking Lord Voldemort, who had been hiding in the school last year, Professor McGonagall had finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this semester would return to peace. But unexpectedly, less than a week into the school year, 2 professors had been injured, and both were professors of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Was there some kind of curse on this subject? Did everyone who taught this course have to suffer? Wait, Dudley was also currently substitute teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts. In one fell swoop, all the teachers of Defense Against the Dark Arts had been taken down. Perhaps it was just an accident. Professor Dumbledore said after contemplating for a moment. Professor McGonagall still appeared very anxious. Minerva, we cannot control everything, Dumbledore said seriously. Furthermore, compared to the attack that Dudley and Snape encountered, I am more concerned about the danger Dudley mentioned within the castle, that is the true crisis lurking in the shadows. McGonagall frowned and asked skeptically, don't you think it was that very crisis lurking in the shadows that attacked Dudley and Professor Snape? Dumbledore shook his head. Dudley mentioned that the sense of danger was very faint, which indicates that the crisis was quite far from him. Furthermore, after Dudley and Snape fell unconscious, they lost all ability to resist. In such a situation, if you were the attacker, what would you do? Hearing Dumbledore's explanation, Professor McGonagall fell into deep thought. Soon, she roughly understood what Dumbledore meant. Then, what about the matter with Dudley and Snape? McGonagall still had some doubts about this. She felt that Dumbledore seemed to know something but hadn't told her. Let's discuss that after Snape wakes up, Professor Dumbledore said. Good night, Professor McGonagall. Dumbledore did not want to say more. After bidding her good night, he hurried away. Returning to the principal's office, Dumbledore was not in a hurry to sleep. Instead, he went to the side of the Sorting Hat. Oh, Professor Dumbledore, it is so late, are you not sleeping yet? The Sorting Hat wiggled and woke up. I am not in a hurry, Dumbledore said. I would like to know, last year when you were sorting Dudley Dursley, you attempted to enter his consciousness, correct? Yes, though to be accurate, it wasn't entering his consciousness. I do not have such a powerful ability. The Sorting Hat joked. I was merely lightly reading his thoughts. Dumbledore nodded and continued to ask, and then, you didn't know anything else, right? That's correct. The Sorting Hat nodded very humanely. Can you describe that feeling to me in detail? Dumbledore said. The Sorting Hat did not answer immediately, revealing a thoughtful expression. After a long while, the Sorting Hat spoke. Actually, I didn't have any particular feeling, because at the moment I read his consciousness, I didn't know anything at all. If I had to describe a feeling, I suppose I felt fear, as if I had encountered some powerful wizard who could destroy me at will. Yes, that's right, a very terrifying wizard. The Sorting Hat described. Understood. Dumbledore nodded and walked silently towards his desk. If it wasn't the danger Dudley mentioned that attacked them, then it must have been Snape himself. Dumbledore had roughly guessed how things had unfolded. As the most excellent master of legilimency, Snape perhaps tried to invade Dudley's consciousness at the end of the battle, and then a situation similar to what happened with the Sorting Hat occurred. Dumbledore made his judgment. After discovering that the two had met with an incident, Dumbledore had inspected the scene. He found no traces of dark arts, nor any evidence of an attack by another wizard, so he had judged from the beginning that Snape might have been backlashed by his own legilimency. Returning to ask the Sorting Hat was just to confirm this conjecture. Dumbledore, do you also want to enter Dudley's consciousness to take a look? The Sorting Hat asked curiously. No, I do not wish to die just yet. Dumbledore shook his head. Is it that serious? Then it seems it really wasn't easy for me to survive. The Sorting Hat revealed a frightened expression. Dumbledore smiled and said, you are just a hat, my friend, you cannot die. Oh, that's right, I am just a hat, but I feel that I can also die, which is to be destroyed, do you understand what I mean? Rest assured, I will protect you. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. The next day, the news of Dudley and Snape being attacked spread throughout the school, and everyone was shocked. After all, this happened within the school, and those attacked were not ordinary wizards, but Snape and Dudley. One was the Dean of Slytherin House, and the other was Dudley, who had defeated a dark wizard. Since they had both been injured after encountering an attack, one could imagine what the scene would be like if it were anyone else. At the same time, another rumor began to spread. That was the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. Less than a week into the school year, both professors of Defense Against the Dark Arts had been hospitalized, and Dudley, who was substitute teaching, had also not escaped injury. Many people felt this was no coincidence. However, what made everyone happy was that they temporarily didn't have to attend Defense Against the Dark Arts, because there were no professors left. Other professors with free time were also unwilling to take over this course. Dudley slept in the hospital until noon before waking up. On the bedside table beside him were some food and flowers, which meant Harry and the others must have visited. Dudley sat up and began to eat. He felt much better, and if nothing unexpected happened, he could be discharged this afternoon. However, it depended on whether Madame Pomfrey was willing to let him go. While he was eating, the door to the hospital suddenly opened a crack, and someone poked their head in, looking around. Dudley took one look and recognized him immediately. "Professor Lockhart, are you coming in?" The person who came was none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Lockhart made a shushing gesture at Dudley, then looked left and right, and only after confirming there was no one else in the hospital did he quickly walk in. His face was still pale, and the bones in his chest had not fully healed, supported by a brace. "Dudley, tell me quickly, is the curse on the Defense Against the Dark Arts course real?" Lockhart asked nervously. "Dudley?" Chapter 195, The Note. "I've heard it all. They say the Defense Against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts is cursed. Anyone who takes over this course never ends up well," Lockhart said excitedly. "I must have been struck by this curse. Otherwise, with my immense power, how could I have fallen under your fists? It must be because of this curse. It must be." Dudley didn't know what to say for a moment. "Professor, is it possible that it's a matter of your own ability?" Dudley asked back. Lockhart was stunned, but quickly shook his head. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, there is one thing that really makes me think. I feel that ever since I took over the Defense Against the Dark Arts, my magic has been fading, and my strength has declined significantly. This is that curse taking effect. No wonder they say the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts is not an easy job. Just look at my predecessor, your Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Professor Quirrell, right? After he left Hogwarts, he went missing. No one has ever seen him again, and many say he is already dead. It's too terrifying, truly too terrifying." Lockhart's face turned deathly pale. "Dudley. Quirrell was indeed dead, and he was the one who killed him. However, Quirrell was killed because he was possessed by the evil spirit of Lord Voldemort. Lockhart didn't have Lord Voldemort on him, and although his ability was weak, he wouldn't end up in such a miserable state. Professor Lockhart, I think you're overthinking it. There's no such thing as a curse. Besides, you only need to serve at Hogwarts for 1 year. Afterward, you can take this experience and write a book, telling everyone that you overcame the Hogwarts curse. It would definitely be a bestseller," Dudley suggested earnestly. He could see that Lockhart seemed to be thinking about running away. After all, he had just come for one class, and was beaten up by Dudley to the point of being hospitalized, which caused him to lose all face. Now that he heard the Defense Against the Dark Arts had a curse, and the outcome wouldn't be good, anyone would probably want to run away. If Lockhart were truly as heroic as described in his books, he could indeed bravely challenge this position to prove the curse didn't exist or break it directly. But now it seemed Lockhart's strength was mostly fluff. Hearing Dudley's suggestion, Lockhart seemed to perk up a bit. "It's true, I believe you can do it," Dudley said. At this stage, it was better for Lockhart not to leave, otherwise, no one would be teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts. "That's also a good suggestion. Perhaps I really can break the curse." Lockhart showed an interested expression. He had originally planned to run away, but it had to be said that Dudley's suggestion was very tempting. If he could continue to serve at Hogwarts, then his next book could indeed be a bestseller based on this experience, perhaps even more popular than his previous ones. After all, his previous experiences were too distant, and Hogwarts was a school where many wizards graduated. Writing a novel based on his time here would definitely attract great attention in the wizarding world. He didn't want to miss this opportunity. The only pity was that this time, he had to do it himself and couldn't rely on stealing others' experiences. But relatively speaking, being a professor at Hogwarts was much less dangerous than facing vampires, werewolves, and the like. "All right, thank you for your suggestion. When I break this curse, you have to tell me about your experience in the battle between the Dragon Knight and the Dark Wizard last year. How about that?" Lockhart said. "No problem." Dudley agreed immediately. "All right, I should go. I can't let Madame Pomfrey see me." After speaking, Lockhart hurried away. In the afternoon, after drinking a large bowl of greenish potion brought by Madame Pomfrey, Dudley asked if he could be discharged, but was directly refused. Having no choice, Dudley stayed in the hospital for another 2 days until Madame Pomfrey was sure he was fine and let him leave. As for Professor Snape, it was said that he was still in a coma, but his condition had improved a bit, and it was estimated that he would wake up before long. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and others came together to pick up Dudley from the hospital. "Dudley, I have good news for you. Harry has been confirmed as the seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team." Ron excitedly told Dudley this news. "Congratulations, Harry." Dudley immediately expressed his congratulations to Harry. "It's mainly because they need a good seeker right now, and I just happen to be able to fill in," Harry said modestly. "Harry isn't just filling in, he flies better than anyone else." "Oh right, the Nimbus 2001 played a very good role in this too." They could barely see Harry's flight path. They could only see a long shadow streaking past like lightning, Ron introduced excitedly. "All right, Ron, Dudley just got out of the hospital and needs to rest well," Hermione couldn't help but say. She was afraid that if Ron kept talking, Dudley would be unable to resist going out for a flight. "All right, I was too excited," Ron said. "Ron, didn't you participate in the tryouts for the Gryffindor Quidditch team?" Dudley asked. "Currently, the Gryffindor Quidditch team only needs a seeker, so there are no spots for now," Ron said with some regret. "Then start practicing first. You can use my broomstick for now. Opportunity favors those who are prepared. Don't wait until there's an opening and you can't get selected, that would be so embarrassing," Dudley said. "That's great." Ron was so happy he almost jumped up. Hermione shook her head helplessly, but seeing everyone laughing happily, she also revealed a bright smile. Only Harry seemed less excited. Did something happen? Dudley keenly sensed that Harry's mood didn't seem right. Joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team should have made him very happy, but judging by his behavior, Ron seemed more like the one who had become the seeker. "Today, after the tryouts ended, when I was changing clothes, I found this in my pocket." Harry didn't hide it from Dudley and took a note out of his pocket. "Harry Potter must leave Hogwarts immediately." Dudley looked at the content on the note and frowned. "There's no signature." "I don't know who gave me this note or why they would give me such a note," Harry said with a worried expression. "I cannot leave Hogwarts," Harry said earnestly. Dudley looked at this note and fell into deep thought. "In the past 2 days, there have been several times where I felt someone was watching me in the dark, but when I looked in that direction, I found that there was no one there at all," Harry said worriedly. "Why does Hogwarts this year feel even harder than last year?" 197 Inaudible sound. Listening to Harry's description, the image of the house elf he had encountered at number 4, Privet Drive gradually surfaced in Dudley's mind. Intercepting letters, blocking Harry from coming to school, and now handing Harry a note like this. What on earth was it trying to do? Was it just to make Harry leave Hogwarts? But what would be the point of that? Dudley was completely baffled. He always felt that this house elf's logic was very strange, making it impossible for him to see through. If it were purely for mischief, then handing Harry this note would be meaningless. "You should be careful lately, the castle might not be very peaceful," Dudley said. The uneasy aura he had sensed before, which he still didn't know the source of, combined with the warning from this note, compelled Dudley to take it seriously. "Did you discover anything?" Harry asked. Dudley shook his head. "I will wander around the castle more lately to see if I can find anything." The weekend passed quickly. Before Dudley had much of a chance to rest, it was time for class again. Snape remained in a coma, and while Lockhart's condition was said to have improved significantly, he was still unable to teach in the short term. With 2 important classes missing, everyone had been much more relaxed this week. Of course, this came at a price. After all, once the 2 professors recovered, they would have to make up for the missed lessons. Dudley no longer had to substitute for the lower-year students, and the power to deduct and award points had been taken back by Professor McGonagall. 3 days later, Professor Snape finally woke up. Professor Dumbledore had someone call Dudley over to inquire about what had happened at the time. Unfortunately, Snape had no memory of what had transpired. He didn't even remember using legilimency on Dudley. Besides that, after waking up, Snape had become much more irritable. According to his own description, he could always hear a lot of chaotic sounds echoing in his ears, which made it difficult for him to concentrate and sleep well. He only felt better after taking Madame Pomfrey's potions. This situation made Dudley feel uneasy. It would be fine if it were just ordinary sounds. What he feared was that Snape was hearing the whispers of some god or even an outer god that was nothing to joke about. At best, it would lead to insanity, at worst direct corruption. If one day Snape suddenly gave birth to a child. Thinking of this, Dudley's scalp tingled, and he hurriedly confirmed with Snape what exactly those sounds were, only to be snapped at by Snape several times. Fortunately, it was ultimately confirmed that they were just meaningless noises, and not the whispers of some god. This made Dudley heave a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to worry about Snape suddenly going berserk or becoming pregnant. As time passed, everything at Hogwarts seemed to return to normal. Lockhart and Snape gradually recovered and returned to the classroom. Dudley no longer sensed the uneasy aura in the castle that he had felt before, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. He went to visit Hagrid, as well as Firenze in the Forbidden Forest, and even went to play with Norberta for a day. Overall, it felt quite good. October arrived. The climate in Scotland gradually became cold and chilly, with the cold air slowly entering the castle from outside, causing many people to fall ill. Ever since joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team, Harry had been in intense training. Originally, everyone was full of confidence in Gryffindor, but Slytherin suddenly made a big move. Malfoy also joined the Slytherin Quidditch team, and equipped the whole team with Nimbus 2001s, which wiped out Gryffindor's original advantage. Fortunately, Harry's technique was solid, far better than Malfoy's, so Gryffindor still had an advantage in this aspect of the competition. But clearly the others were not as lucky. Without the support of powerful brooms, it was difficult for them to gain the upper hand when facing Slytherin. During this time, Dudley had heard Harry and Ron discussing this matter more than once. "If it really comes to it, I can lend you my broom," Dudley said. "Actually, it won't make much difference, since the entire Slytherin team has Nimbus 2001s, even if our team has one more, it won't be of much use," Harry said truthfully. "Malfoy is truly shameless for joining the Quidditch team in such a way," Ron said angrily. "Well, that's what you get when you're rich," Dudley said with a shrug. In Dudley's view, the sport of Quidditch itself had many unreasonable aspects. Especially the rules of the game. Catching the golden snitch ends the game, and awards 150 points directly. Under such rules, if the disadvantaged side is trailing by more than 150 points, the only thing they need to do is interfere with the opponent and prevent them from catching the golden snitch. As long as the golden snitch is not caught, the game will not end. It could last for days and nights, and as long as one side doesn't want to stop, it could go on forever. Furthermore, the golden snitch is worth so many points that if it is caught in a short time, it makes everyone else seem irrelevant. In short, Dudley had never had much interest in this sport. However, Harry and Ron were very enthusiastic, and Professor McGonagall was also a Quidditch fanatic, so he sometimes had to help Harry and the others devise strategies. Dudley and Harry stopped in their tracks at the same time. Ron walked several steps forward alone, discovered that the two hadn't followed, and looked at them in confusion. Dudley's expression was grave. He felt that uneasiness once again. It seemed some dangerous thing had appeared in the castle. And Harry's face showed more confusion and bewilderment, along with a hint of fear. "Did you hear that voice?" Harry looked at Dudley. "What voice?" Dudley asked. "Didn't you stop because you heard a voice?" Harry was surprised, then looked at Ron. "Ron, did you hear any voice?" Ron shook his head. "What are you talking about?" "What voice?" "A terrifying voice. It said it wants to tear you. Kill you." Harry listened while repeating the voice he heard, his face turning pale. "Can you tell the direction?" Dudley asked quickly. He didn't hear the voice at all, yet Harry did what was going on. Could Harry's sensory ability be stronger than his? Could he hear sounds that he couldn't? That voice, it seems to be moving. Harry frowned. This way, follow me. Harry locked onto a direction and ran towards it first. Chapter 197, Terrifying Dark Arts. Wait for me, you two. Harry and Dudley were moving very fast, and Ron hurriedly followed. Even now, he was completely confused and had no idea what was happening. Did that voice say anything specific? Dudley asked. No, it just keeps repeating that he is hungry, he wants to kill, he wants to tear you apart. Harry said, his face pale. Although the voice was very faint, it made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It was as if the voice itself contained terrifying magic. Why can't I hear anything at all? Dudley frowned. He could sense that there was some danger in the castle, but he couldn't hear the voice Harry was talking about. As the two of them sped along the corridor, Dudley carefully sensed the changes in the castle. He could faintly feel some kind of dangerous aura moving, and it was moving very fast. Suddenly, Dudley stopped Harry, not letting him continue the pursuit. What's wrong? Harry asked. He felt he was about to catch up to the source of the voice, but he had been stopped by Dudley. The thing producing that voice is very dangerous. If we just rush over like this, who can handle it? Dudley said directly. The thing felt equally dangerous to Dudley, which meant it had the ability to threaten his life. Under these circumstances, if they rushed in so rashly, the result would likely be catastrophic. Then what should we do? Harry was also a little panicked. Now he didn't know whether to keep chasing or not. Thoughts flashed rapidly through Dudley's mind, and he quickly said to Ron, Ron, go find Professor Dumbledore. Ron agreed, turned around and ran off, but after only a couple of steps he stopped. What should I tell Professor Dumbledore? Tell him I've discovered something very dangerous in the castle. Dudley said. Ron didn't hesitate and immediately rushed out. What about us? Harry asked anxiously. Dudley didn't say much more, flipping his hand to take out the mirror of Eriste. Let me see if I can find him directly. After Dudley finished speaking, he injected spiritual power into the mirror, and began to quickly check the situation around them through the mirror's surface. What is this? Harry looked at the palm-sized mirror in Dudley's hand, feeling it looked familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. However, before he could figure it out, he was attracted by the images constantly flashing across the mirror's surface. One image after another appeared, some clear, some blurry, almost all reflected from mirror surfaces in places not far from them. What a magical mirror! Harry couldn't help but exclaim. He quickly realized that this mirror could display everything reflected on all surrounding mirror surfaces, including but not limited to glass, mirrors, water surfaces, and so on. As long as there was a place that could reflect things, this mirror could see it. Just at that moment, the image on the mirror of Eriste flickered slightly, and a faint yellow light appeared. The moment this faint light appeared, Dudley felt a cold, evil aura rush towards him, and immediately after, a mysterious force entered his body. In an instant, Dudley felt his body stiffen. That feeling made him almost think he had encountered a marionettist. But soon, Dudley realized this was a very powerful dark arts. With that thought, Dudley immediately began to chant in the Hermes language in a low voice. Finite Incantatum. His spell was very powerful, especially with the augmentation of the Hermes language. But this finite incantatum did not dispel the dark arts, it only slowed down the progression of the magic. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Dudley's mind as he pondered a countermeasure. Suddenly, he thought of something. Turning his palm slightly, a golden ring appeared in his hand. Taking advantage of his last bit of strength, Dudley put it on his hand. In an instant, a warm aura erupted from the ring, sweeping through Dudley's entire body, quickly dispelling the cold, evil aura. Sun Halo. Dudley activated the Beyonder ability of the Sun Ring. A pale golden light spread out in all directions, boosting the courage of everyone within a 20-meter radius and dispelling the evil in this area. At this moment, Dudley and Harry seemed to be bathed in holy sunlight. All evil auras were quickly eliminated under this pure sunlight, including the dark arts on them. Harry gasped for air. Just a moment ago, he had felt as if he were about to be petrified, but suddenly he felt a touch of warm sunlight appear, dispelling the freezing cold and the cold, terrifying power inside his body. "Harry, are you okay?" Dudley, having recovered, asked hurriedly. Harry shook his head. What was that just now? Both of them had seen the fleeting faint yellow light. It looked like a cluster of crystalline gems, but the image was too blurry, so they could barely distinguish what it actually was. "I don't know either." Dudley shook his head. The faint yellow light was no longer on the mirror of Eriste, and everything had returned to calm. Only Dudley knew about the dangerous situation that had just occurred. If he hadn't reacted in time, the two of them might have already turned into two statues by now. Moreover, judging by the power of that dark arts, it wasn't at the level of a spell like Petrificus Totalis. It was several times more powerful than a Petrificus Totalis, and ordinary spells simply couldn't undo this level of petrification. But regardless, we have confirmed that there is indeed something dangerous in the castle. Dudley's expression was grim. He had only glanced at that yellow light in the mirror just now, and had almost been petrified. If he had come into direct contact with it, it probably could have killed him instantly. This was the first time Dudley had encountered such terrifying dark arts. It was almost comparable to the Avada Kedavra. "You're right." Harry recalled the situation just now and also felt a chill run down his spine. "Can you still hear that voice?" Dudley asked. Harry frowned and listened carefully, but found that the voice had disappeared. He shook his head. "I can't feel the evil aura anymore either," Dudley said at the same time. Dudley looked around and found nothing unusual. The second-floor corridor seemed very quiet, with only the sound of water coming from a nearby restroom. He felt his body getting hotter and hotter, and at the same time, a bright sun appeared in his mind. Without hesitation, Dudley immediately took off the sun ring he was wearing on his hand. Footsteps came from afar. One of them seemed to be Ron's, but the other one was not Professor Dumbledore. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 199 Black Eyes. Chapter 198, Dark Eyes. Soon, the two of them appeared together at the end of the corridor. One of them was indeed Ron, and the other was Professor Snape. "What happened?" Professor Snape asked coldly. "I ran into Professor Snape on my way to Professor Dumbledore's office," Ron quickly explained to Dudley and Harry. Looking at Professor Snape, Dudley immediately frowned. There were some things he could tell Dumbledore but not Professor Snape. "I'm asking you, what happened?" Professor Snape asked again, his face grim. "I have something I need to report to Professor Dumbledore," Dudley said. "Professor Dumbledore isn't at school right now." "Tell me what happened," Professor Snape replied. "Professor Dumbledore isn't at school." "Where did he go?" Dudley immediately pressed. With such an incident occurring at Hogwarts, if Dumbledore wasn't at school, then all the teachers and students at the school would be in danger. Professor Dumbledore is not only the principal of Hogwarts, but he also holds many other positions, Professor Snape explained indifferently, looking at Dudley. "We were just attacked." Dudley pondered for a moment, then stated directly. "Attacked? Who would attack you?" Professor Snape's expression shifted, and his gaze swept around. "I don't know, but it must have been very powerful dark arts. Harry and I were almost instantly Petrificus Totalis, and not the kind from Petrificus Totalis," Dudley said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Professor Snape's face finally became serious. "Are you telling the truth?" "I have no reason to lie to you," Dudley said with a serious expression. "Last time we had a conflict in the corridor, I told you that I discovered a hidden danger in the castle. Just now, I found that danger again. After chasing it here, I used a special mirror to reflect the surroundings and saw a blurry yellow light. Then Harry and I became completely rigid, and were quickly petrificus totalis. I used some of my own methods to break free from this dark arts. Dudley said. He concealed some of his secrets, but tried his best to recount the events. This matter not only concerned the two of them but also the safety of all Hogwarts students, so he could only temporarily set aside his animosity with Professor Snape. I can testify that everything Dudley said is true, Harry said, glancing at Dudley. He was grateful that Dudley hadn't mentioned him hearing that sound. Professor Snape's expression also became serious. He walked forward, drew his wand, and tapped it on Dudley's shoulder, chanting some spells Dudley had never heard of. Detecting magic spells fell upon Dudley, meticulously searching for traces of dark arts. A moment later, Professor Snape narrowed his eyes slightly. Very powerful dark arts. Follow me. Knowing that Dudley hadn't lied, Professor Snape also realized the seriousness of the matter. Without another word, he headed straight for Dumbledore's office. Ron, go find Professor McGonagall. Harry, go get Professor Lockhart. However, as he finished speaking, Professor Snape suddenly realized something and turned to look at Dudley. Wait, is that danger still there? Dudley shook his head. Professor Snape breathed a sigh of relief, signaling Ron and Harry to do as he said. About 10 minutes later, everyone gathered in Professor Dumbledore's office. Severus, what happened? Professor McGonagall walked in with a frown, then she saw Dudley sitting in the office, and her eyes widened in alarm. You've caused trouble again? Professor McGonagall asked incredulously. Now, whenever she saw Dudley, Ron, and Harry together, she felt like they were up to something. Especially at this late hour, Professor Snape had called her over, and it was Ron who had called her, which instinctively gave Professor McGonagall an ominous premonition. No, Professor. Ron said aggrievedly. It's something else. I've already informed Professor Dumbledore, and I believe he'll be back soon. Professor Snape briefly explained. What are you all doing gathered here so late? A relaxed voice came, and then Professor Lockhart slowly walked in, led by Dudley. He was wearing a magnificent blue-purple pajama set, very exquisite. Good evening, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape. Professor Lockhart greeted them with a wide smile. Harry just came to find me, and I thought he was here to ask for my autograph. Professor Lockhart revealed his confident smile again. Not at all, Professor Snape said coldly. There's been an attack here, related to dark arts, which is precisely your area of expertise. I remember Professor Lockhart previously saying that if there was anything concerning dark arts, we should definitely inform him, as he is a professional in that field. Well, now there's a dark arts incident right before you. Upon hearing this, Professor Lockhart's charming smile instantly stiffened a bit. Oh, I did say that. No problem, Professor Snape. What kind of dark arts incident is it that even you can't solve and requires my intervention? Professor Lockhart asked. His gaze swept over Dudley, Harry, and Ron. Professor McGonagall also showed a look of surprise and confusion. Suddenly, at this moment, a bright flash of fire appeared behind the desk, and Professor Dumbledore materialized in the office out of thin air. Good evening, everyone. What happened? Dumbledore asked gently. Everyone's gaze immediately converged on Dumbledore. Dudley noticed that Dumbledore looked somewhat tired, with heavy dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't had a good rest in a long time. Recalling Dumbledore entrusting Dudley to protect Hogwarts at the beginning of the term, this likely meant Dumbledore had encountered something troublesome outside of school. Dudley, you tell them. After Dumbledore's gaze swept over everyone, he spoke directly to Dudley. He seemed to know very well that when these people appeared together, the key to the problem was often Dudley Dursley. Professor, there's a hidden danger in the castle. Harry and I were just attacked by dark arts, almost instantly petrificus totalis. Dudley immediately said. As his words fell, Professor McGonagall and Professor Lockhart both showed expressions of disbelief. Dudley ignored them and briefly recounted what had happened earlier. I did indeed find traces of powerful dark arts on them. However, besides the powerful dark arts traces, I also found a very special trace on Dudley, which seems to be a very strong purification magic spell, Professor Snape finally said. Friendly reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may result in the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience. Chapter 199 The Right to Interrogate, a purification spell capable of directly purifying that kind of powerful dark arts. After Snape finished speaking, he glanced sideways at Dudley. That was the effect of my magic item. Dudley said directly. Is that so? Snape said, then could that dark arts also be the effect of some magic item? After all, based on your description, I cannot think of anything that could petrify you and Harry through a mirror. Professor McGonagall frowned and immediately spoke up. Snape, what do you mean by that? Are you saying this was staged by Dudley? Snape sneered, I am merely describing a possibility. Perhaps our Dragon Knight feels that Hogwarts is too safe this year, and wants to find some excitement. Or perhaps he feels that his current permissions are not enough, and wants to strive for more permissions. In short, I do not think we can rule out this possibility, unless you let me examine those magic items Dudley mentioned. Oh, and that mirror too. Professor Snape, what evidence do you have to accuse us? Harry said angrily. This was simply ridiculous. They had been attacked, yet someone was suspecting them of staging it. I can let Professor Dumbledore examine those magic items, but not you, Professor Snape. I don't trust you. Dudley looked at Snape and said coldly. Snape glared at Dudley and did not continue speaking. All right, there is no need to argue about this matter. I know about Dudley's magic items. Dumbledore said after glancing at Dudley. Regarding that yellow light you mentioned, are there any other details? Dumbledore asked. No, the image was very blurry. We only saw a glimmer that flashed by, and then we were petrified. Dudley explained. A yellow glimmer, if I had been there, I would have definitely been able to determine what it was immediately. It's a pity. Lockhart said with a tone of regret. Then does Professor Lockhart have any suggestions? Harry couldn't help but ask. Without having seen the scene, I don't have any suggestions right now. Next time, if something like this happens again, you must remember to come find me. Lockhart said with a smile. Yellow glimmer. Dudley, Harry, the two of you come here. Ignoring Lockhart's words, Dumbledore looked at Dudley and Harry. The two walked up and stood in front of Dumbledore. Dumbledore examined them carefully. His blue eyes beneath his half-moon spectacles seemed capable of seeing right through them. After a while, Dumbledore withdrew his gaze. It is indeed a very powerful dark arts. Dumbledore said. Dudley, can you sense it every time danger appears? Dudley thought for a moment and said, I can sense a little, but if the distance is relatively far, it might not be as timely, or if I am not in the castle, I might not be able to detect it. If I were to ask you to find the danger hidden in the school, could you do it? Dumbledore asked meaningfully. Dudley frowned. There are so many excellent professors here, I feel that I can give you the right to interrogate others. If you discover a problem, you can interrogate anyone, including professors. Dumbledore said. Dudley's pupils contracted slightly. This Dumbledore had indeed realized something. Dudley had originally just wanted to assist others in investigating this matter. He himself did not want to be deeply involved. But Dumbledore had given him a reason that was almost impossible to refuse. Interrogation. His interrogator beyonder characteristic had not yet been fully digested, and this might be an opportunity to help him quickly advance to Sequence 6 Judge. Once he reached that stage, the core ability of the Judgment Sequence, Order, would be unlocked, and his strength would inevitably see a huge increase. Professor Dumbledore, this is not appropriate. Snape said hurriedly. Dumbledore raised his hand to stop Snape. How about it, Dudley, can I trust you? Dumbledore asked meaningfully. Dudley weighed the pros and cons and finally agreed. That danger lurking in the castle was indeed terrifying, but Dudley was not without countermeasures. At least the sun ring in his hand could restrain the opponent, and in the castle, Dudley's various abilities had bonuses, so the danger was relatively not as high. Professor Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall frowned. Even she felt that Dumbledore had given Dudley too much permission. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. Professor Dumbledore said. Don't worry, Dudley, if you have any questions, you can come ask me at any time. I will definitely be able to help you. Lockhart said with a smile. Just a moment ago, when Dumbledore looked at him, it gave Lockhart quite a fright, fearing that Dumbledore would ask him to handle this matter, in which case he would really have to consider running away as soon as possible. All right, you all go back now. Remind all students to pay attention to yellow light recently. Dumbledore said finally. Seeing that Dudley was not investigated but instead gained even greater power, Snape's expression was very ugly, and he flicked his sleeves and left directly. He had only one thought in his mind. That was that Dumbledore had become senile. Harry and Ron both breathed a sigh of relief and followed Professor McGonagall as they walked outside. Dudley remained until the end. Professor Dumbledore, have you encountered some trouble? Dudley asked. I have encountered some trouble. Dumbledore did not avoid the topic. Perhaps I can help you. Dudley said. Dumbledore's gaze fluctuated slightly, but he soon shook his head. This matter, I need to handle it myself, so I won't trouble you. All right, Professor Dumbledore. I will do my best to protect Hogwarts, but I want to know, if I need help after discovering a problem, how can I contact you? Dudley asked finally. At Hogwarts, those who need help will always receive it. Dumbledore said. Hearing this, Dudley was a bit confused at first, but soon, he understood Dumbledore's meaning. Dudley glanced at Fawkes, who was sleeping not far away. Good night, Professor Dumbledore. Good night, Dudley. Dudley turned and left Dumbledore's office. What kind of trouble has he encountered, that it has made him put so much energy into matters outside the school, and he even refused my help? Dudley frowned. Is it that he doesn't want me to know, or some other reason? Dudley shook his head. Since Dumbledore would not say, he would not concern himself with it, school matters were the most important, as this related to his acting. 201 Hermetic Chapter 200 Hermes Language. By the time they returned to Gryffindor Tower, it was already very late. The common room was almost empty, as everyone had already gone to bed. Only one lamp remained lit near the corner. Hermione was reading a book while stroking Dudley's orange cat. Hearing a sound from the doorway, Hermione stood up and looked over. What exactly was that yellow light? Ron's voice came through. I don't know. I didn't even see clearly what it was before I was petrified, Harry said. Sensing Dudley's presence, the orange cat leaped lightly to his side and rubbed against his ankle. Why are you back so late? Hermione asked. It was normal for Dudley to return late as he often patrolled the castle, but it was quite unusual for Harry and Ron to return so late after serving detention. Dudley bent down to pick up the orange cat and said to Hermione, "We were just attacked." Hermione exclaimed. In the time that followed, Harry and Ron recounted what they had encountered earlier. Upon hearing their account, Hermione's expression became grave. So you mean there is some unknown danger hidden within Hogwarts right now? Dudley nodded. That appears to be the case. It's just that I'm still not sure what it is, or whether it will actively attack students. Previously, Dudley had actively used the Mirror of Eris to observe that yellow light, but he couldn't even determine its specific location. Regardless, we need to be careful from now on. Dudley said. Also, I'm considering whether I should teach you some self-preservation methods. The three of them exchanged glances, not quite understanding what Dudley meant. I can't be by your side at all times. Like today, if I hadn't been there, Harry might have already been petrified if he had encountered danger, so I'm thinking it's time to improve your strength, Dudley said seriously. How do we improve our strength? Harry asked with great interest. Hermione and Ron also showed curious expressions. Wandless magic and nonverbal spells, Dudley said simply. These are advanced magic techniques. Can we learn them now? Harry said. They knew Dudley was skilled at wandless magic and could also use nonverbal spells. Combining these two techniques allowed Dudley to make the fastest counterattacks when facing sudden danger, much faster than an average wizard drawing a wand and chanting. But they also knew that these techniques were too advanced for second-year students. Even Hermione was not confident she could learn them. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own way to help you learn. Dudley said confidently. Okay, I'm willing to learn. Hermione said without hesitation. I'm willing too, Harry and Ron said quickly. The three of them couldn't always be a burden to Dudley. In an increasingly dangerous environment, they had to learn to protect themselves. Especially Harry, who still had a powerful enemy hidden in the shadows. He had to improve his strength as much as possible. Dudley nodded. Once I'm done with these few days, I'll teach you. He planned to teach a part of the Hermes language to Harry and the others so they could use the spiritual language to cast magic, thereby gaining the initiative in battle. Furthermore, Dudley didn't need them to fully master this spiritual language. He only needed them to understand the vocabulary of the spells. As for the rest, he didn't intend to teach them. Some things are better left unknown. Dudley had previously thought about teaching Harry the Hermes language, but he hadn't put it into practice, feeling it was a bit too early. However, now that the castle was no longer safe and Dumbledore was often away from school, he had to bring this plan forward. As a spiritual language, Harry and the others could only master the method of casting spells using the Hermes language after Dudley taught them. Ordinary people, even if they mimicked the pronunciation of the Hermes language, would still be unable to do this. In other words, in this wizarding world, only Dudley possessed the ability to teach others the Hermes language. Even if Harry and the others learned the pronunciation of those spells, they wouldn't be able to teach them to anyone else. After confirming this, Dudley and the others prepared to go to sleep. Oh right, Ron, you might need to check on your sister. Hermione, who had already reached the stairs to the girls' dormitory, suddenly remembered something and turned around to say. What's wrong with her? Ron asked, puzzled. When I was waiting for you earlier, I saw her return looking pale, with water stains on her face, as if she had been crying. I asked her what was wrong, but she didn't answer me. I think she might be homesick, or perhaps she hasn't adapted to school life yet. Don't you brothers care about her at all? Hermione said. Ron's face flushed slightly, and he said, thanks for the reminder, I'll go ask her tomorrow. Don't be so direct, you know. Be gentle. Hermione couldn't help but remind him. Ron nodded. He really hadn't paid much attention to Ginny lately. He was either in detention or training with Dudley's flying broomstick, and he hadn't had a proper chat with Ginny for a long time. Dudley and Harry exchanged glances, neither of them interjecting. The next day, a notice from Hogwarts was posted directly on the door of the Great Hall, reminding everyone that there might be potential danger within Hogwarts, advising everyone not to wander around, to stay in groups when active, and not to be alone. Especially pay attention to the yellow light. At the same time, the notice also informed everyone that because Dudley Dursley was born with the ability to sense evil auras, he would represent Professor Dumbledore to investigate the attack incidents. Everyone must cooperate with his investigation and submit to necessary questioning. Once this news was announced, it sparked great discussion and controversy. There were quite a few people who supported Dudley, mainly students from Gryffindor, who felt that Dudley indeed had the ability to handle this matter. Among the other houses, most of the people in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw felt it didn't matter. Although they felt that the authority Professor Dumbledore gave to Dudley was too great, Since Dudley had ridden a Norwegian ridgeback to resist the invasion of dark wizards last semester, they felt it was acceptable. Furthermore, the notice stated that Dudley had a special talent in this area, so they thought it was reasonable. The most intense reaction came from the students of Slytherin House, which met everyone's expectations. They simply could not accept this decision no matter what. However, Professor Dumbledore's notice would not be changed because of their opposition. Some students wanted to pressure Dumbledore through the board of directors, but the results were not good. According to their feedback afterward, Professor Dumbledore's attitude was firm, and the board of directors seemed to be wary of something, not daring to pressure Professor Dumbledore too much, so the matter had to be dropped. After this incident, Dudley effectively possessed high investigation authority within Hogwarts. As long as he used it reasonably, advancing to Sequence 6 Judge was just around the corner. Chapter 201 Dudley's teaching. For the next period, Dudley focused on checking the area where the attack occurred, but unfortunately, there were still no discoveries. After this incident, no similar events occurred in the school. Many people felt that the previous attacks might have been a lie spread by Harry and Dudley for the sake of power, as only the two brothers were present when the incidents happened. Of course, most of the people who held this attitude were students from Slytherin. They were already at odds with the Little Lions of Gryffindor, and after this incident, it was even more so. Regarding these people's skepticism, Dudley did not bother to explain anything. Time would prove him right. After finishing his own business, Dudley began to give lessons to Harry and the other two. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in an abandoned underground classroom. "Harry, your pronunciation is incorrect." Dudley corrected Harry's pronunciation of the Hermes language and guided them on how to use the Hermes language to cast magic. On the other side, Hermione chanted the spell at a damaged chair. Her pronunciation was already very standard. What she needed to pay attention to was how to use this spiritual language to mobilize the magic within her body, thereby casting the spell. After Hermione's words fell, the damaged chair immediately restored to its original state, just like a new chair. "Great job. Hermione, your learning talent is indeed the most impressive among everyone I have ever met." Dudley couldn't help but praise her. They had only been taking lessons for a few days, and Hermione was already able to successfully cast magic with the help of the Hermes language, which was much faster than Harry and Ron. "It's because you taught well." Hermione smiled modestly. "Harry, the two of us need to work a little harder." Ron couldn't help but say. Harry nodded seriously. Their talents were actually not bad, they just weren't as serious. Seeing that they had been left behind by Hermione again, the two of them felt a bit anxious. "Then, what you need to do next is to recite the Hermes language silently in your heart, and cast spells without making a sound. Casting silent spells is originally quite difficult, but if you replace the original incantations with the Hermes language in your heart, the difficulty of casting will drop significantly. Hermione, you can try it now." Dudley introduced simply. "Okay, I'll try." Hermione took a deep breath, looking at the worn-out chair in front of her with determined eyes. After a while, the chair shook slightly, a faint crack appeared, and then there was no further movement. "I cast the Reducto curse, but it seems it didn't work," Hermione said with annoyance. "It's fine, try a few more times. As long as you learn this language, the difficulty of silent casting will drop a lot," Dudley said. "Dudley, I'm very curious. Who invented this language called the Hermes language, and why does it allow one to easily mobilize the magic within their body without a wand?" Ron couldn't help but ask. "That is a secret," Dudley said without hesitation. "All right then." Ron shook his head. They had asked Dudley this question before, but the answer they got was the same as now. "The person who invented this language must be a genius," Harry said. "Could it be that you invented this language?" Hermione guessed. "Do you think that's possible?" Dudley laughed. "All right, I was overthinking it." Hermione also felt it was impossible, such a complex language, and one that could directly mobilize magic, was clearly not something invented by a 12-year-old student. But this also indirectly indicated that Dudley might have come into contact with very profound magic elsewhere. "All right, you guys continue practicing. I'm going to patrol the castle," Dudley said, leaving the underground classroom. "Do you think if this Hermes language were to spread, it would cause earth-shaking changes in the wizarding world?" Ron asked curiously. "Probably not. After all, it's only a partial simplification. Most people still need to use wands and incantations to cast spells. This language only reflects its value in combat. It doesn't have much advantage in daily life," Harry said after thinking for a moment. "What the Hermes language brings us is the ability to cast spells unexpectedly. Because we don't need wands, nor do we need to chant spells to cast magic. This means that enemies cannot guard against our attacks, and they don't even know what magic we will cast, thereby failing to cast counterspells. This is a huge advantage in wizard duels," Hermione said. The more she practiced casting spells with the Hermes language, the more Hermione felt that this casting method was an era ahead of the wizarding world. It was just very obvious that Dudley did not have any intention of promoting this casting method. Otherwise, he could completely establish his own magic school in the future, specializing in teaching this casting method, which could even rival Hogwarts. The three continued to practice casting spells with the Hermes language. Around 9 o'clock, they packed up their things and prepared to go back. "Dudley hasn't returned yet, let's wait for him here." The corridor outside was empty. For safety, after finishing their practice, they would wait for Dudley to return to the Gryffindor Tower together. "Doesn't meet the criteria, just a little bit off, just a little bit." Suddenly, a melancholic voice appeared abruptly, giving Harry and the other two a fright. Turning their heads, they saw a milky white phantom floating out from the wall, muttering something to itself. "Hello, Nick." The three recognized it. This was the Gryffindor ghost, nearly headless Nick. "Hello, hello." Nick seemed to have been startled as well. He hadn't noticed anyone else here just now. "What's wrong, Nick? You look like you have something on your mind," Hermione asked. "Just a small matter. I actually didn't want to join that much. Anyway, it's the same result every time. I didn't hold out much hope to begin with," Nick said indifferently. But the three of them could clearly see that Nick actually cared about this matter very much. The next moment, Nick seemed not to want to pretend anymore. His face revealed deep pain. "You tell me." Nick suddenly burst out, neck struck by a blunt axe 40 or 50 times. "Do I have the qualifications to join the Headless Hunt?" The three looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. "I think there should be," Harry said comfortingly. "Even you think so, but they rejected my request again," Nick said angrily. "Only a little bit of skin and tendon is connecting my neck. This is actually no different from not having a head, but they..." Suddenly, Nick stopped, and a trace of fear appeared on his face. Ah! Nick screamed and dove into the wall, disappearing from sight. 203 False Alarm Chapter 202, A False Alarm. The three of them were startled by Nick's sudden scream. Harry was the first to react, shouting directly. The next moment, the three of them sprinted down the corridor, and Hermione, startled, couldn't help but scream as well. They didn't know what had happened, but Nick's sudden scream made them feel that some unknown danger existed around them, especially given that the school was already unsafe. They sprinted all the way, running for about 4 or 5 minutes before stopping. Huff, huff. The three of them were panting heavily, their faces flushed. They really couldn't run anymore. What just happened? Ron gasped for air, feeling like his lungs were about to burst. I don't know. Harry shook his head, out of breath. Hermione was completely unable to speak. But even so, they kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings, preventing any dangerous things from suddenly approaching. After about a minute, the three of them finally recovered. Did Nick discover something? That yellow light. Hermione said. It's possible, but how did he discover it? Harry asked, somewhat puzzled. When they were fleeing, Harry had specifically checked the surroundings and hadn't noticed anything unusual. Of course, it could also be because he was running too fast and missed some key information. Are ghost sensory abilities very strong? How come I didn't know that? Ron said. And Nick didn't even warn us before running off. Honestly, he's already a ghost, yet he's still so afraid of death. Is it possible to die again? Ron couldn't help but complain. Perhaps ghosts have things they are afraid of, too, Harry said helplessly. Regardless, Nick's scream served as a warning for us to run, so it counts as a warning in another sense, Hermione concluded. Ron didn't say anything more, he had just been casually complaining, and didn't really blame nearly headless Nick. What do we do now? Should we hide here first, or go back to Gryffindor Tower? Ron asked. They were currently hiding in an abandoned classroom, and because they had run so fast without looking at their surroundings, they didn't even know exactly where they were. Harry pondered for a moment and said, "Let's not go out yet. There might be danger in the castle, let's wait for Dudley here." This was the safest way, much better than running around outside. But can Dudley find us? Hermione asked uncertainly. He can find us, Harry said confidently. Although he didn't know what methods or magic Dudley had, Dudley could always find them at critical moments. For example, when they drove to school before, Dudley had told him afterwards that he had seen them flying in the sky, so he hadn't been too worried about their situation. Fine, then we'll wait here for a while. At least if Dudley is here, I feel safer, Ron said, sitting down against the wall. Just as he finished speaking, faint footsteps could be heard in the corridor outside. It sounds like Dudley. Harry's expression shifted, he recognized the footsteps as Dudley's. He hurriedly opened the classroom door and peeked out, and indeed saw Dudley. Harry, why did you run here? Dudley walked up quickly upon seeing Harry. We might have encountered a hidden danger just now. Ron hurriedly walked out and said. Dudley frowned, he hadn't sensed any danger at all. On my way back to find you, I heard a scream from downstairs. I ran over immediately, but I didn't see you. It was nearly headless Nick. He was talking to us, then suddenly screamed and fled. We felt there might be danger around, so we fled too, Hermione explained. That Gryffindor ghost? Dudley's expression shifted. Yes, he didn't say anything, just charged into the wall and fled. We were startled too, Harry said. Hearing their description, Dudley suddenly realized something, and looked down at the gold sunring on his index finger. I think I know why he fled, Dudley said. The three of them asked, puzzled. Let's go, there is no danger in the castle now, Dudley said to the three. Nearly headless Nick was probably scared by the sun halo of the sun ring. Recently, when patrolling, Dudley would wear the sun ring on his hand. The purpose of this was so that if he encountered the kind of petrification from before, he could immediately use the power of the sun ring to dispel that powerful dark arts. However, the effect of the sun halo would affect all wraith and ghost-type things. Just now, it was probably because Dudley, while wearing the sun ring, had approached Harry and the others, causing nearly headless Nick to feel the burning of the sun halo, which is why he fled in a panic. Dudley briefly explained this to the three, and led them towards the Gryffindor Tower. The next day, when Dudley and the others were eating breakfast in the Great Hall, they saw nearly headless Nick again. Last night, Harry took the initiative to ask. I'm truly sorry about last night. I hope I didn't scare you. Nearly headless Nick said apologetically. I suddenly felt my body getting hot, as if my whole self, no, my whole ghost was about to burn up, so I fled immediately. I really don't know what happened. I must tell the other ghosts that the danger existing in the castle might threaten ghosts. It's truly terrifying, nearly headless Nick said worriedly. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances simultaneously, looked at Dudley, and then silently lowered their heads to eat. Dudley's mouth twitched slightly. After composing himself, he said, that is truly unfortunate. I hope this matter doesn't affect you, Sir Nicholas. I hope so. Hearing Dudley call his name, Nick smiled and nodded. However, this matter must be taken seriously. I must let all the ghosts know about the danger of this matter. Oh right, Halloween is my 500th death day. I can explain this matter to everyone. Also, may I invite you to attend my death day party? Nick looked at them hopefully and said. Dudley and the others exchanged glances, all feeling a bit guilty. Okay, we are honored to be invited. Dudley finally said. Oh my dear children, it's wonderful that you can come. Nick appeared very excited, praised them for a long time, and then left contentedly. Chapter 203, Halloween Eve again. I've never attended a ghost's death day party before. Harry said with some interest. Believe me, a ghost's death day party isn't that great, Ron simply stated. Is there a problem? Hermione also asked with some curiosity. As two children who grew up in Muggle families, they were indeed somewhat curious about the Wizarding World's ghost death day parties. Ron made a bitter face, unsure what to say for a moment, and could only mumble, in short, it probably won't be too pleasant. Anyway, we've already promised to go to Nick's death day party, you'll find out then. Dudley watched all of this thoughtfully, already having some guesses in his mind. For the next period of time, Hogwarts seemed to truly return to tranquility. Dudley hadn't felt a dangerous aura in the castle for a long time, as if that mysterious yellow light had never appeared. After the initial panic, everyone living in the castle returned to their previous state. Most people thought that the yellow light might just be an accident. After all, Hogwarts, this school, has a long history, and problems occasionally arise. But just like the problems that appeared before many times, if people ignore it, it will disappear on its own. Just like this time, everyone acknowledged the existence of that mysterious yellow light, but many people felt that it would certainly not appear again. Dudley also didn't rashly use his right of interrogation to investigate anyone during this time. Firstly, the danger hadn't reappeared, and secondly, he didn't want people to think he was abusing his power or deliberately creating a crisis to gain power. Time passed day by day. Soon, Halloween was approaching. Oh, I regret promising Nick I'd go to his 500th death day party. Ron said with some annoyance, looking at the magnificently decorated Great Hall, especially the giant pumpkin lanterns. Although Harry was curious about a ghost's death day party, it was clear that upon seeing how grand the Great Hall looked, he couldn't help but feel some regret. If you really don't want to go, then forget it. I can go alone. After all, I'm the one who promised. Dudley said. He had felt a bit embarrassed for accidentally injuring Nick with the sun ring, which was why he chose to agree. No, since we promised, we must keep it. And Dudley, you said we would go, which doesn't just mean you alone, Hermione said seriously. I just said it casually. Ron mumbled softly. At 7 in the evening, the four left the bustling Great Hall, and headed down into the underground classroom. Nick's death day party was in an underground classroom, and when Dudley and the others arrived, a row of candles had already been lit in the corridor. However, these candles were completely different from those in the Great Hall. They were dark and thin, and the light they emitted was not a bright orange-yellow, but a blue fluorescent glow, making the faces of the four look very eerie. Is this a ghost's death day party? It really is different. Harry remarked, looking around. It feels a bit cold here. Hermione grabbed Dudley and Harry's hands respectively. And there's a smell of something rotting. Ron said with a bitter face. Harry, around this time last year, we should have been eating a lavish Halloween feast in the Great Hall, right? Harry nodded. He had spent a completely different Halloween Eve last year, and even now, recalling it made him feel very happy. Around this time last year, I should have been crying in the girls' restroom. Hermione suddenly said. One sentence instantly choked Harry and Ron. It's a good thing you two came to find me later, otherwise I might have been beaten to death by the troll with a club, Hermione continued. Thanks to Dudley, he defeated that troll with his powerful strength. Hermione's words brought back everyone's memories. I remember I was startled back then. Dudley was practically the embodiment of a barbarian, a pure melee wizard. From then on, I firmly clung to Brother D's thigh. Dudley. Recalling last year's events, everyone's mood improved significantly, and they seemed to regret coming here less. Turning a corner, they saw Nick standing at the entrance of the underground classroom, draped in a black velvet curtain. "My dear friends, welcome, I am truly delighted." Nick expressed his welcome in a tone of infinite sorrow. The four of them stood before Nick, unsure what to say for a moment. Should they offer condolences? But Nick had been dead for 500 years. Should they tell him to cheer up? But this was his death day party. "Come in, the banquet is about to begin." Just as the four of them didn't know what to say, Nick took off his feathered hat and gestured for the four to enter the classroom. The four of them quickly nodded and walked in. The sight before them surprised them all. The small classroom was packed with hundreds of milky white, translucent figures. They saw many familiar figures, those belonging to the ghosts of Hogwarts, but there were also many they had never seen before. Various rotting foods were laid out on the tables, and the ghosts occasionally passed through the rotting food, as if that way they could taste it. A few ghosts nearby played screeching music with musical saws, as if thousands of fingernails were scraping on a blackboard. "I really regret it now," Ron said, his face pale. The temperature in this underground classroom was very low, like a large freezer, and every time they opened their mouths to speak, a large amount of mist would escape. "Indeed, not pleasant," Harry said, frowning. "Turn around quickly, I don't want to talk to Moaning Myrtle." Hermione spotted a familiar figure among the ghosts and quickly turned around, afraid of being seen by that ghost. Ron asked. "Moaning Myrtle, that ghost over there with glasses and a gloomy face. She stays in the toilet in the girls' lavatory on the second floor. She has a terrible temper and often cries shrilly, it's awful." Hermione secretly pointed in that direction. Dudley and the other two followed Hermione's pointing finger and soon saw a young girl wearing thick glasses, with half her face covered by long bangs. She looked very gloomy, and even the air around her was filled with a gloomy aura. "Is it her?" Seeing this ghost, Dudley frowned slightly. "You know her?" Hermione asked, somewhat surprised. Moaning Myrtle mostly stayed in the toilet of the girls' lavatory on the second floor, so how would Dudley know her? "Once, when I was showering in the prefect's bathroom, I found a ghost peeking at me, and it was her," Dudley said, pursing his lips. 205 Halloween Chaos Chapter 204 Halloween Chaos. Hermione covered her mouth in shock. "No way, she spied on you." Ron was astonished, his gaze sweeping over Dudley as if to say, "Brother, you're not clean anymore." Hermione already said it, she lives in the toilet, so she might have floated into the prefect's bathroom through the sewer, Dudley said helplessly. "How terrifying." Harry couldn't help but shiver. The thought of a female ghost peeking at him, while he was bathing made Harry feel entirely unwell. "After that time, I always cast a spell around me when I bathe to prevent ghosts from sneaking in," Dudley said. He didn't know if Moaning Myrtle was intentional or unintentional, but after that incident, Dudley started using some protective measures. At the funeral, ghosts came and went. The four of them, Dudley, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, tried to avoid areas where ghosts gathered, wanting to find a deserted corner to stay for a while. A ghost floated swiftly past the four of them, and Harry, unable to dodge in time, passed directly through the middle of the ghost. Harry's face instantly turned very pale, and he trembled where he stood. "How does it feel?" Ron asked. "It feels like someone poured a basin of cold water over me from head to toe," Harry said, shivering. "Let's leave after Nick's speech ends. This place was really not somewhere a person should stay." Not far in front of them, the thick green moldy cheese emitted a strong putrid smell, making them wish they could block their sense of smell. Finally, after enduring Nick's speech, the four of them, Dudley, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, quickly walked up, ready to say hello and then leave. Suddenly, just then, "Tear you, kill you." Harry froze directly in place. That eerie and terrifying voice appeared again. Dudley also felt the change in the castle immediately. That dangerous aura sent shivers down his spine. And this meant that this time, unlike the previous two, the danger was very close to them. "Let's go, I really don't want to stay here anymore." Seeing Harry and Dudley stop at the same time, Ron quickly urged them. "Perhaps if we go back now, we can still make it to the Halloween feast," Hermione also said. She was already longing for the bright lights of the Great Hall, and the abundant, edible food. Dudley, that voice. After Harry came to his senses, he immediately looked at Dudley. "The danger is very close to us." Dudley cursed under his breath. Without time to think, he directly flipped his hand to take out the sun ring, and put it on. Sun halo. A 20-meter radius around Dudley was covered by the sun halo. Within this area, Harry, Ron, and Hermione simultaneously felt a warm aura surge into their bodies. They felt filled with courage, and the eerie coldness of being enveloped by ghosts vanished in an instant. At this moment, they felt as if they were standing under the midday sun at 12 o'clock during midsummer. "What's going on?" Terrified screams came from all directions. The ghosts were enveloped by the aura of the sun halo, like ice and snow meeting the summer sun, feeling a scorching heat. This aura naturally filled them with fear, and they quickly fled in all directions. Ghosts further away from Dudley had not yet been affected by the sun halo, but they also felt as if the air was filled with the scent of sunlight, which instinctively made them uncomfortable. All the ghosts panicked at this moment. No one cared about the death day anymore. They began to rush in all directions, directly plunging into the walls and disappearing. What happened here? Ron and Hermione were completely bewildered, not knowing what had occurred. "Go, stick close to me," Dudley said to the three of them. Immediately, he aimed for the direction of the main door and ran towards it. Along the way, the range of the sun halo also expanded, and some ghosts who hadn't reacted yet were also scalded by the scorching aura, screaming and scattering. "The danger has reappeared." Hermione finally realized something at this moment and quickly asked. "Yes, I heard that voice," Harry said. "What did it say? Was there any change from last time?" Dudley asked while quickly pinpointing the location from which the dangerous aura was coming. "Starving. For a long, long time. Murder, it's time, tear you, kill you." Harry repeated the voice he had heard. The voice was intermittent, with no complete sentences, and it kept repeating, offering no useful information. "Are those the only phrases? It doesn't sound like a person speaking." Dudley frowned. This kind of meaningless repetition seemed more like an animal's instinct. However, Dudley didn't have much time to think about this question now. He could clearly sense that the monster was moving, and it was not far from him. "Are we going to confront that danger?" Ron asked. For some reason, he felt no fear when encountering danger this time. Instead, he felt a bit eager, filled with a desire for battle and courage. "First, let's try to figure out what that thing is before we do anything else," Dudley said. Only by knowing where the danger came from could they deal with it calmly, otherwise, they might stumble into trouble. This was the most important lesson Dudley had learned in that strange world. "Look over there." Suddenly, Harry exclaimed, pointing to the window not far away. Dudley and the others looked over and immediately saw a solidified milky white figure floating in midair, emitting a faint glow. It was a ghost, but now, it had solidified, or rather, it had been petrified. "The ghost has been petrified." Dudley looked at this scene in surprise. That dark arts spell was so powerful that even ghosts couldn't resist it, and were directly petrified. Over there, there's also. In the corridor not far away, several more milky white ghosts were floating there, also petrified. The situation seemed to be getting out of control. Dudley's face turned grim. After a moment of contemplation, he pulled out his magic wand and pointed it at his throat. "Attention all Hogwarts staff and students, I am Dudley Dursley, the interrogator of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. An unknown danger is rampaging through the castle. All professors, please protect your students, and everyone, please do not wander the corridors. Additionally, please remember, do not look at glowing things, especially yellow light. Dudley's voice echoed throughout Hogwarts. Things were getting out of hand, and this was the only way he could minimize the damage. Chapter 205, The Chamber of Secrets opens in the Great Hall. A large number of students and teachers were gathered here. The Halloween feast had not yet ended, and everyone was enjoying themselves to the fullest. Just then, Dudley's voice suddenly appeared, interrupting the laughter and cheers of the crowd. After Dudley's voice faded away, there was a brief silence in the Great Hall, followed by a clamor even more chaotic than before. What danger? Where is the danger? What's going on? Who is Dudley Dursley? Various voices kept emerging. For a moment, no one understood what had happened. It's that show-off again, Malfoy said with a gloomy expression upon hearing Dudley's voice. Are we going to be in danger? Crabbe and Goyle asked with some panic. Can you two calm down? Just because that Dudley says something, you believe it? Malfoy said angrily. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged looks, not daring to say anything more. Most of the students from Slytherin House around them didn't take Dudley's words seriously either. Humph, just a second-year brat. He really thinks he's some kind of interrogator. I think Dumbledore must be senile to have made such a decision. I've long disliked that guy. Last year, he hit my younger brother. I've always wanted to settle the score with him, but never found the chance. The crowd discussed it heatedly. Except for the Slytherin side, students from other houses held some awe for Dudley. After all, Dudley did resist the invasion of the Dark Wizard last year. Of course, they didn't know how much of that was exaggerated. Meanwhile, the reaction was most intense on the Gryffindor side. After Dudley's voice stopped, the prefect Percy had already taken up his responsibility, beginning to orderly calm the emotions of the lower-year students, and making proper arrangements. Others, anyone who had contact with Dudley, believed his words implicitly. They would rather stay in the Great Hall than run around at this time. On the high table, Professor Dumbledore did not appear tonight. It was unknown what had happened to him. The other professors looked at each other at this moment, unsure whether to believe Dudley's words. Everyone, do as Dudley requested. Professor McGonagall's voice rang out at this moment, acting to stabilize morale. They could ignore Dudley's words, but they could not ignore the deputy principal's words. Professor McGonagall, what exactly happened? Professor Flitwick asked hurriedly. I don't know either, but since Dudley said so, it proves there must be danger in the castle. Our top priority now is to ensure the students' safety. Professor McGonagall said with great speed. Very well, I will have the Ravenclaw students do as Dudley said. Flitwick said hurriedly. Snape had stood up at this moment, his gaze deep and full of doubt. Professor Snape, what do we do now? The Slytherin prefect ran over and asked. Stay in the Great Hall, do not run around. Snape said coldly. Although he didn't like Dudley, he had to admit that Dudley indeed had a unique talent in predicting danger. Very well. The Slytherin prefect left quickly, stopping the students who wanted to go out and check the corridors. Are we still going out? Goyle asked. The three of them, Malfoy, who had already reached the door, were stopped. Malfoy cursed under his breath. There's no damn danger in the castle. It's all made up by Dudley Dursley just to hold onto the power in his hands. Can't those teachers see that? I absolutely do not believe his nonsense. They won't let me out, but I'm going out anyway. Malfoy was not willing to listen to Dudley's arrangements at all. Goyle and Crabbe exchanged looks, wanting to retort but not daring to speak. Malfoy slipped past the crowd, taking advantage of the prefect's inattention, and snuck out through a side door. On the other side, after informing the whole school of the danger, Dudley immediately continued his pursuit. The sound has disappeared. Not long after, Harry suddenly said. It disappeared. Dudley closed his eyes and carefully sensed the situation in the castle. indeed discovering that the dangerous aura had vanished. How on earth does it manage to come and go as it pleases, leaving absolutely no trace? Dudley frowned. He looked out the window at the dark night sky. According to a history of Hogwarts, apparition magic cannot be used inside Hogwarts. Last year, when Quirrell, possessed by Lord Voldemort, wanted to escape, he had to flee the grounds of Hogwarts first before he could cast apparition. In this school, Dudley had only seen Professor Dumbledore possess an ability similar to apparition, and he wasn't sure if it was a privilege of his position as principal, or if he used some kind of special magic. Now, the source of the danger that appeared in the school seemed to also possess the ability to come and go without a trace. It appeared abruptly every time, and then suddenly vanished. Even though Dudley was already very familiar with Hogwarts, he had no way to track it. Let's go, let's return to the Great Hall first and explain the situation to everyone. Dudley thought for a while but had no leads, so he said. Along the way, they saw more than a dozen ghosts petrified. The only fortunate thing was that no students had been petrified. This was perhaps the only stroke of luck in the misfortune. However, just as they turned the end of the corridor, the four of them had to stop in their tracks. Meanwhile, at the end of another corridor, several people walked out. It was Professor McGonagall, and the others, who had come out to investigate what happened after settling things in the Great Hall. And in the middle of this corridor, there were several people at this moment. Didn't I tell you to stay in the Great Hall? When Snape saw Malfoy, his brow furrowed immediately, and his expression turned unpleasant. However, just as he prepared to go over and reprimand Malfoy, he suddenly stopped. At this moment, everyone saw the situation beside Malfoy. A stiff cat and a stiff person. Madame Norris and the caretaker Filch. They looked as if they had turned into statues, frozen in place. And on the wall not far from them, blood-colored letters formed a sentence, flickering with a crimson glow under the light of the torches. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the air beware. Everyone saw this sentence, as well as the petrified Filch and his cat. It wasn't me. Coming to his senses, Malfoy said in terror. However, everyone's gaze fell upon him at this moment in unison. 207 inches. The name of the interrogator. Chapter 206. In the name of the interrogator, it really wasn't me. Malfoy hurriedly defended himself. Yeah, I can testify, it wasn't Malfoy who did it. It was already like this when we arrived, Crabbe and Goyle also said immediately. However, no one believed them. The looks everyone cast toward them were filled with shock and disbelief, and a few female teachers couldn't help but clutch their chests, clearly having been startled. Even Snape, in the gaze he directed at Malfoy, revealed an expression of distrust. Ha, Malfoy, caught red-handed, weren't you? What did you do to Filch and his cat? Ron demanded loudly. Malfoy, so it was you all along. Harry said in a cold voice. It wasn't me. Malfoy's face was pale. At this moment, he felt like he couldn't defend himself no matter what he said. Are they dead or? Someone asked in terror. Snape narrowed his eyes, walked up quickly, and carefully examined Filch and Madame Norris. Professor McGonagall and the others followed behind. A very powerful dark arts, it shouldn't be their doing, Snape said simply. What a pity, if I had been here when the incident happened, I would certainly have had a way to cast a spell to save them, Lockhart said, pretending to examine Filch's frozen body. He is not dead, he should be petrified, Professor McGonagall said with a serious expression. She could sense the traces of dark arts on Filch, and combined with the previous encounter of Dudley and Harry, the Filch before her could likely still be saved. Hee, I had already seen that they weren't dead, just petrified. What I meant was, if I had been here at that time, a single spell could have lifted this petrification, but unfortunately, it's too late now. Lockhart's expression stiffened, but he quickly recovered. Professor McGonagall glanced at Lockhart, barely refraining from rolling her eyes. Professor, they were already like this when we came here, it wasn't me. Malfoy hurriedly went to Snape's side. Snape nodded, he was already certain that Malfoy did not have the ability to accomplish this. Malfoy, why are you here? I remember I already notified all students not to wander around. Dudley walked over slowly, staring at Malfoy as he asked. Malfoy was momentarily speechless, revealing a panicked expression, but immediately realized something and retorted, "What right do you have to manage me? You're not a professor at the school, and this so-called interrogator, I don't recognize it at all." Malfoy, I also said just now in the Great Hall that students should not wander around, and I believe I have the authority to do so, Professor McGonagall said directly, not waiting for Dudley to speak. Professor McGonagall, Malfoy's face looked rather unsightly, and he cast a look for help at Professor Snape beside him. He could ignore Dudley's orders, but he could not violate Professor McGonagall's orders. Professor McGonagall, Malfoy he. Snape pondered for a moment but still spoke, intending to excuse Malfoy. "Oh, Professor Snape, I remember hearing you order the Slytherin prefect to tell all Slytherin students who were in the Great Hall not to move about. Is my hearing bad, or did I mishear?" Professor McGonagall said mercilessly. Snape pursed his lips but couldn't say anything. "Malfoy, in view of your unauthorized actions, 20 points from Slytherin, and 20 points from each of you three," Professor McGonagall said coldly. The faces of the three Malfoy boys turned deathly pale. "In addition, the three of you will serve a week of detention." Snape frowned, wanting to speak, but in the end he said nothing. Although Professor McGonagall's punishment was severe, it complied with the rules, and there were no extra point deductions, so he couldn't find any fault with it. However, just after Professor McGonagall's words fell, Snape's gaze immediately landed on Dudley and the others. Then, Dudley Dursley, why are you few here? Dudley has special permission from Professor Dumbledore, which I can overlook, but Harry Potter, you three seem not to. In fact, I don't even remember you appearing at the Halloween feast, so where did you go? Snape asked slowly and deliberately. This question immediately shifted the focus of everyone's attention from Malfoy to the four of them, Dudley included. "We went to attend the Death Day party of nearly headless Nick. There are hundreds of ghosts who can testify for us," Harry said immediately. "Death Day party?" Snape revealed a rather skeptical look. "Today is indeed Sir Nicholas's 500th death day. I can testify to this point." "If they really went to attend the Death Day party, those ghosts can indeed testify for them," Professor McGonagall said voluntarily. Regarding the Gryffindor ghost, Professor McGonagall clearly knew a great deal. "By the way, something also happened over at the ghost side. More than a dozen ghosts have been petrified," Harry continued. Hearing this, everyone's expressions became even more grave. Generally speaking, ghosts are rather special existences. Very few spells can affect them, let alone petrify them. And now, since even ghosts could not escape the fate of being petrified, it truly meant. Everyone's gaze turned involuntarily toward the letters on the wall, which were illuminated by the torches to a strikingly scarlet color. "Could it be that the Chamber of Secrets has really been opened?" someone asked in terror. "Professor, what is this Chamber of Secrets, and what is the so-called heir?" Dudley asked. He could already see that the Chamber of Secrets was the key. And he did not know what the situation with that Chamber of Secrets was. Among the teachers present, some also revealed expressions of confusion, but more were like Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, silent and grave. "You do not need to kn." Professor McGonagall opened her mouth, but quickly stopped, looking deeply at Dudley. "Very well, you have the right to know about this matter. Come to my office later." Immediately, Professor McGonagall arranged for everyone to transfer Filch and his cat to the hospital, while also sending someone to check on the situation with the ghosts. Professor Dumbledore was not there, and McGonagall, as deputy principal, had to take responsibility. "Let's go," Professor McGonagall said, waiting for Dudley. "Wait, Professor, they cannot leave yet." Dudley did not move, but looked toward the three Malfoy boys who were preparing to leave. "Why can't we leave?" Malfoy said arrogantly, "Professor Snape has already said that dark arts could not have been cast by us." "Are you questioning Professor Snape's ability?" Snape did not speak, but he stood beside Malfoy, looking at Dudley coldly. The meaning was self-evident. Dudley smiled slightly, glanced at Snape, and then, imitating Malfoy's slow, drawling tone, said, "I certainly wouldn't dare to question Professor Snape's ability, but what he said was that, given your abilities, you three couldn't cast that level of dark arts. But that doesn't mean you didn't open the Chamber of Secrets. Now, in the name of the Hogwarts interrogator, I am issuing an interrogation to you. Please cooperate with my investigation, Mr. Crabbe and Mr. Chapter 207, The Legend of the Chamber of Secrets." Dudley's voice was resonant and carried a hint of inexplicable pressure, instantly wiping the arrogant smiles from the faces of Malfoy and his two companions. "No, I didn't, it wasn't me," Malfoy said in a panic. "You're slandering us. You have no right to interrogate us," Crabbe and Goyle shouted, but one could see their legs trembling slightly. The pressure Dudley had just exerted on them was truly immense. "Don't go too far," Snape said coldly. "Professor Snape, this is the authority granted to me by Dumbledore. With the Chamber of Secrets opened and the caretaker, Mr. Filch, as well as over a dozen ghosts petrified, I cannot afford to overlook any clues under these circumstances. Unless, Professor Snape, you have already insightfully identified the culprit of this incident and can guarantee that such things will not happen again, otherwise, interrogating them is something I must do tonight," Dudley said, yielding not an inch. An interrogator needs to act like an interrogator. Before, without sufficient certainty, Dudley could have chosen not to exercise this right, but now, to uncover the truth, he could not back down. Standing here now, he represented the law, he represented the order. Snape's expression was grave. Under Dudley's pressure, he actually involuntarily took a step back. That indisputable aura and majesty were something even Snape could not resist. Every word Dudley said seemed to transform into the command of a great figure he could not disobey, leaving him unable to retort, only able to submit. "The three of you come with me," Dudley directly commanded Malfoy and his two companions. The three were terrified into silence, not daring to offer the slightest resistance, and followed in Dudley's footsteps with fear. "Professor McGonagall, let's go," Dudley said. "Very well." Professor McGonagall took a deep look at Dudley and nodded. The scene just now, falling into McGonagall's eyes, could not help but make her marvel at Dudley's imposing power. She believed that if she were in Snape's position, she wouldn't have done any better than him. Dudley truly had an innate, convincing majesty. Perhaps this was the reason Dumbledore trusted him. Professor McGonagall thought to herself. When they were almost at the office, McGonagall stopped and looked at Harry and his two companions following by Dudley's side. "You three." Professor McGonagall frowned, wanting to send the three back. It was enough for Dudley to know about this matter. There was no need for Harry and the others to be involved. "Let them follow, Professor, otherwise I'll have to explain it to them again when I go back," Dudley said. Harry, Ron, and Hermione nodded hastily. What was the Chamber of Secrets? They were more curious than anyone. To make them go back at this time would be worse than killing them. "Very well." Professor McGonagall finally nodded. At the same time, she glanced at Malfoy and his two companions, who were following behind Dudley trembling, and did not stop them either. Inside Professor McGonagall's office, Dudley and the others sat on the soft sofa, while Malfoy and his two companions could only stand to the side. Professor McGonagall sat behind the desk, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Regarding the Chamber of Secrets, it has remained just a legend to this day. Many people do not believe in its existence. Hogwarts has also invited the most learned wizards to investigate, but there are still no clues. Therefore, for now, you just need to listen to it as a story. As for those words on the wall, my current judgment is that someone is using this legend to confuse the public." Professor McGonagall first stated her own viewpoint and position. "I understand what you mean." Dudley nodded. "I believe you all know that Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was founded over 1,000 years ago by the four greatest wizards of that time, which are the current four houses. They are Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. For the first few years, the four founders worked together, searching everywhere for young people who showed magical talent, and bringing them to the castle to be trained. But not long after, disagreements arose. Professor McGonagall paused when she said this. "Let me guess, it's highly likely that Slytherin didn't get along with the other three." Dudley guessed. Professor McGonagall nodded. Dudley thought to himself, just as expected. Slytherin believed that when selecting students, Hogwarts should be stricter, only accepting children from wizarding families, that is, pureblood wizards. But the other three founders believed that all children with magical talent should have the opportunity to receive an education. Later, it is said that Slytherin had a big argument with Gryffindor, and then left the school. The legend started from there. It is said that before leaving, Slytherin built a chamber of secrets in the castle that only his heir could open, to release the terrifying thing inside to clear and purify the school, that is, those whom Slytherin considered unworthy of learning magic. Professor McGonagall said with a grave tone. Hearing this, Hermione's breathing grew heavier, and her face turned somewhat pale. Dudley patted Hermione's hand, soothing her emotions. Hearing this, Malfoy and his two companions couldn't help but glance at Dudley and Hermione, their eyes filled with contempt and disdain. However, they didn't dare to show it too obviously, but inside they were very pleased, wishing they could see the monster of the Chamber of Secrets finish off Dudley and Hermione right now. "So that's it." Dudley nodded. This Chamber of Secrets seemed very complicated, especially since Dudley hadn't discovered that place in his year at Hogwarts. "Perhaps those few places I marked before might lead to the Chamber of Secrets." Having wandered around Hogwarts for so long, it wasn't that Dudley hadn't made any discoveries. He remembered some abnormal places in the school. For example, the wall in the 8th floor corridor. Besides that, Dudley had also discovered a few secret passages, but he hadn't investigated them in depth. Now that there was this matter of the Chamber of Secrets, Dudley began planning in his heart to thoroughly investigate those secret passages and the problematic places. "Professor, does the legend mention what kind of monster is locked in the Chamber of Secrets?" Harry asked. "No, it's not even certain if it's a monster locked inside. It might be an object that can identify children from Muggle families, and then..." McGonagall stopped here, and did not continue. Dudley's heart suddenly stirred, and he secretly guessed, if it's not a monster, then is it possible that it's a living sealed artifact? No, that should be called a living magical object, like the Sorting Hat. 209 Murderer Chapter 208. The culprit. A flash of the yellow light Dudley had previously seen in the mirror of Eriste crossed his mind. It could have been part of some monster's body, or perhaps some kind of powerful dark arts object, or it might even possess the characteristics of a living thing. After all, if Gryffindor could turn his own hat into the Sorting Hat, there was no reason Slytherin couldn't do the same. "Professor McGonagall, legend says only the heir of Slytherin can open the Chamber of Secrets, so does the legend tell us how to identify his heir?" Dudley asked thoughtfully. Professor McGonagall shook her head. "The legend does not specify what characteristics the heir of Slytherin possesses, and we are not certain either." Dudley nodded. "Professor, has the Chamber of Secrets been opened before? Or is this the first time?" Harry asked. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips, seemingly contemplating whether she should tell Dudley and the others about this. "Very well, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened once before. Of course, we cannot determine now whether that was a true opening of the Chamber of Secrets." Professor McGonagall fell into deep thought. 50 years ago, there were attacks in the school, and that time, someone died. Upon hearing this, everyone's breathing immediately quickened. "Isn't it petrification? How could someone die?" Hermione exclaimed. Whether it was the previous attack on Dudley and Harry, or the attacks this time, everyone had been petrified, and there hadn't been a single case of death. This led everyone to believe that the worst-case scenario of the attacks was petrification, and that they still had a chance to be saved. But what Professor McGonagall just said shattered their illusions. The attack that time was different from this one. It was not petrification, but a direct killing of a student, Professor McGonagall said with a heavy expression. A look of gravity flashed across Dudley's face. The Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin was indeed not that simple. If the situation was not stopped in time, it was very likely that students would lose their lives because of it. He had originally thought that nothing would happen this year, but he hadn't expected to get entangled in this business regarding the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin. Could Dumbledore have anticipated that something would happen this year, which is why he made him promise to protect Hogwarts? This old fox, his schemes run deep. Forget it, a promise made must be kept, but I must keep my guard up when dealing with Dumbledore in the future. However, this matter was inherently tied to Dudley's own safety. Even if he hadn't promised Professor Dumbledore, he couldn't completely stay out of it. Moreover, Hogwarts was his jurisdiction, and if he wanted to be promoted, he needed to protect Hogwarts from harm. Professor McGonagall, how did the student who was killed back then die? Was there an investigation result? Dudley asked after thinking for a moment. We did not find any wounds on the student's body. When she was found, she was already dead. If one really had to say how she died specifically, her death resembled that of someone struck by the Avada Kedavra, Professor McGonagall said. The faces of Harry and the others turned much paler. Malfoy revealed a sneer, but he quickly restrained it. Resembled the Avada Kedavra? Then it must indeed be very powerful dark arts. Perhaps it is even possible that she died from the Avada Kedavra itself, Dudley said. Indeed, after that attack occurred, we also suspected that someone had used the Avada Kedavra to kill, but in the end, we did not find any relevant evidence, though we did find the culprit who might have been the heir of the Chamber of Secrets, Professor McGonagall said. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression shifted. Seeing Professor McGonagall's worried look earlier, they all thought that the culprit hadn't been found last time, but it turned out they had actually been caught. That is correct. Professor McGonagall stopped there, glanced at Malfoy and the others, and immediately raised her hand to cast a spell, isolating the three of them outside. It was best not to let Malfoy and the others hear what she was about to say next, otherwise it might cause some unnecessary trouble. Seeing Professor McGonagall's action, Dudley felt a sense of unease. Who was the culprit? Harry couldn't help but ask. Hermione and Ron also showed eager expressions. At the time, the Ministry of Magic believed that the person who opened the Chamber of Secrets was Hagrid. Professor McGonagall said. Impossible. How could it be Hagrid? Harry and the others were shocked. They never expected that person to be Hagrid. Dudley had long guessed it in his heart, and when he heard Hagrid's name, he felt a sense of surprise yet inevitability. At the same time, he recalled what happened at the wand shop earlier, where Ollivander asked if Hagrid's wand had been snapped, as well as that small pink umbrella that Hagrid cherished so much. Everything seemed to make sense now. Hagrid was expelled because of the Chamber of Secrets incident, and his wand was snapped because of this matter as well. I do not believe that Hagrid would be the culprit who opened the Chamber of Secrets, Dudley said. Professor McGonagall looked at the calm Dudley, nodded, and said, Professor Dumbledore also believed that Hagrid was innocent, but at the time, we did indeed discover that Hagrid was raising a monster. And ever since Hagrid was taken away, the Chamber of Secrets has not been opened again, and the attacks have not occurred again. That does not prove that Hagrid is the culprit, Dudley said. Yes, but that is what the Ministry of Magic believes, Professor McGonagall said regretfully. Dudley pursed his lips. He couldn't be bothered to complain about how terrible the Ministry of Magic in this world was. It could simply be described as completely useless. I estimate that after this matter, the Ministry of Magic might take some actions against Hagrid if we cannot find the real culprit. A look of worry appeared on Professor McGonagall's face. It was both worry for Hogwarts and worry for Hagrid. She also did not believe that Hagrid would be that kind of person. What are they saying? Outside the barrier, Goyle asked in a low voice. They were isolated by Professor McGonagall's magic, unable to hear what was being said inside, nor could they see clearly. I don't know, but they must be talking about the culprit, Malfoy said with a gloomy expression. Do they think they can keep me from knowing just like this? I only need to write a letter to my father to find out exactly what happened 50 years ago. Crabbe and Goyle immediately nodded. Dudley looked at Professor McGonagall, thought for a moment, and said, compared to thinking that Hagrid is the culprit, I feel that people from Slytherin House are more suspicious. If I were Slytherin, when sorting, I would definitely sort my heir into my own house, wouldn't I? As Dudley finished speaking, he looked at the three people outside the barrier. It was time to interrogate them. Chapter 209 Interrogating Malfoy. Professor McGonagall, I have nothing more to ask you, Dudley said, standing up. Are you really going to interrogate Malfoy? Professor McGonagall asked, frowning. They are indeed highly suspicious, Dudley said. Very well, but you must be careful. Although Professor Dumbledore has given you the authority to interrogate, Lucius Malfoy is very powerful, and is one of the members of the board of directors. If he finds out you interrogated his son, I'm afraid. Professor McGonagall left the sentence unfinished, simply looking at Dudley. I understand, but since I promised Professor Dumbledore, I will do everything possible to find out who opened the Chamber of Secrets, Dudley said earnestly. You may use the classroom next door, Professor McGonagall said. By being close by, Professor McGonagall could step in to stop anything if something were to go wrong. Harry, you three wait here for a moment, Dudley said. Good luck, the three of them said in unison. Malfoy and his two companions saw Professor McGonagall withdraw the magic that had been holding them. Can we go back now? Malfoy couldn't help but ask. Next, it is my turn to interrogate you, Dudley said bluntly. I'm going to tell my father about this, Malfoy said, his expression turning ugly. As you wish, but for now, you must submit to my interrogation. The classroom next door. I don't want to repeat myself, Dudley said in a commanding tone. Malfoy flushed red and glanced at Professor McGonagall, but she gave no reaction. Malfoy snorted and turned to walk toward the classroom next door. In the empty classroom, darkness enveloped the four of them, with only the faint light from Dudley's wand illuminating the pale cheeks of Malfoy and his companions. Dudley stood on the podium, looking down at the three of them. The majesty of an interrogator was released at that moment, suppressing the three of them and leaving them without even the slightest thought of resistance. Under Dudley's deliberate control, the surrounding environment was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, perfect for an interrogation. The faces of Malfoy and his companions were very grim. They felt as if they were in endless darkness. Apart from Dudley, they seemed to have been abandoned by the entire world, unable to perceive anything around them. The feeling Dudley gave them was as if he held their lives in his hands at any moment. That majesty, that unquestionable aura, left them without a shred of courage. Does the opening of the Chamber of Secrets have anything to do with you? Dudley asked in a low voice. The light from the wand shone on their faces, and they couldn't see Dudley's expression at all. It has nothing to do with us. We didn't open it, Goyle said immediately. It wasn't us, Crabbe added. Dudley turned his head to look at Malfoy. Feeling Dudley's gaze upon him, Malfoy really didn't want to answer, but the majestic aura radiating from Dudley forced him to speak. It wasn't me, Malfoy shook his head. Dudley narrowed his eyes and continued asking, let's try another way. Are you the heir of Slytherin? Crabbe and Goyle shook their heads simultaneously, but there was a hint of uncertainty in their gaze as they looked at Malfoy. In some respects, it was possible for Malfoy to be the heir of Slytherin. The Malfoy family was ancient, and they were all from Slytherin. If one counted back, they wouldn't be surprised if Malfoy carried the bloodline of Slytherin himself. Malfoy flushed. He actually wished he were the heir of Slytherin, but clearly he was not. I am not, Malfoy shook his head. How much do you know about the Chamber of Secrets? Dudley pressed. Crabbe and Goyle shook their heads. I've heard some things before, but certainly not as much as Professor McGonagall knows, Malfoy replied. Tell me what you know, Dudley commanded. By now, Malfoy didn't know how to resist. He answered whatever Dudley asked. After hearing Malfoy's answers, Dudley felt that he truly didn't know much. Lucius probably wouldn't tell his son even if he did know something. Dudley continued to ask some questions and found that they were ignorant about many things. It seems it really has nothing to do with them, Dudley thought to himself, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. Under his majesty, the probability of Malfoy lying was very low, and the two blockheads Crabbe and Goyle were even less likely to lie. Under such circumstances, if he still couldn't get any useful information, it was highly likely they truly didn't know. Malfoy, the interrogation was just to uncover the truth of the matter, not to target you, Dudley said with a light chuckle. If you remember anything later, remember to come and tell me. I will give you a reward. As he said this, Dudley took a piece of candy from his pocket and placed it in Malfoy's palm. Also, don't tell your father about such a small matter, it makes you look incompetent, doesn't it? The same goes for you too. Dudley gave each of them a piece of candy. All right, that's it for today's interrogation. You can go back now, Dudley nodded at the three of them. Malfoy and the other two looked at the candy in their hands, then looked at Dudley. They suddenly felt that Dudley wasn't that annoying after all, and even felt a touch of goodwill toward him in their hearts. Walking out of the classroom, Dudley saw Professor McGonagall and the trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione waiting outside. How did it go? Professor McGonagall asked. It really wasn't them, Dudley shook his head. Ron couldn't help but exclaim. He had already concluded that Malfoy had done all of this, and he had even been discussing with Harry just moments ago how Malfoy would be punished after confessing, whether he would be expelled like Hagrid and have his wand snapped. Disappointment also appeared on the faces of Harry and Hermione. Soon, Malfoy and his companions walked out of the classroom, cast a complicated look at Dudley, and turned to leave quickly. Very well, let's leave this matter at that. You all should go back and get some rest, Professor McGonagall said. Professor, I would like to know, where did Professor Dumbledore go? Such a big thing has happened at the school, is he not coming back yet? Dudley asked. Since the incident occurred, Dumbledore, as the principal of Hogwarts, had not appeared at all, which made Dudley very suspicious that something might have happened. Dumbledore has more important matters to attend to, this is not something we can influence. While he is away, I will handle school affairs in his stead. If you have any issues, you can come directly to me, Professor McGonagall explained briefly. 211 Slytherin Bloodline Chapter 210, Slytherin's Lineage. Hearing that Dumbledore had more important matters to attend to, Dudley frowned slightly. Was this old man really comfortable leaving Hogwarts to him? Seeing this, Professor McGonagall walked over, patted Dudley on the shoulder, and said, "Good child, if you feel tired, then take a rest. We will handle the school matters, this is our duty, and you don't need to carry so much responsibility on your own shoulders." Thank you, Professor McGonagall, but I promised Professor Dumbledore, so naturally I will fulfill my duty, Dudley said. McGonagall gazed at Dudley for a moment, then said nothing more. After bidding farewell to Professor McGonagall, Dudley and the others walked towards the Gryffindor Tower. Dudley, is Malfoy really not the heir of Slytherin? Harry asked. Based on my current judgment, he truly is not, Dudley said. Unless Malfoy could resist his Beyonder abilities, the probability of Malfoy lying under those circumstances was very low. What a pity, he isn't, otherwise we could have expelled him from Hogwarts, Ron said, angrily waving his little fist at the air. After pondering for a moment, Hermione said, the heir of Slytherin should be someone from Slytherin, right? Think about it, who else seems like a descendant of Slytherin? Upper-year students are also possible, but we don't know much about the upper-year students in Slytherin, and we can't just go and ask them one by one, Ron said. They mostly interacted with students in their own year. As for those in their 5th or 6th years, they basically never came into contact with them. Harry didn't know what he was thinking. He opened his mouth but didn't say anything. What's wrong, Harry? I feel like your mood seems off, Dudley asked. There are some things I don't know how to explain, Harry said with a troubled expression. If there's something, just say it. Given our relationship, what are you afraid of? Ron said. Don't worry, just say whatever is on your mind, Dudley said, simultaneously using his Beyonder abilities to soothe Harry's emotions. Hearing Dudley say this, Harry's emotions stabilized a bit, so he said, I can hear that voice after the Chamber of Secrets was opened, and last year when school started, the Sorting Hat wanted to sort me into Slytherin. I'm wondering if I am. Whether you are the heir of Slytherin. Dudley chuckled. Yes, Harry nodded. So, did you open the Chamber of Secrets? Dudley asked with a smile. Of course not. Harry said immediately. Then that settles it, obviously, you are not the heir of Slytherin, Dudley said. But, the Sorting Hat. Harry was still a bit hesitant. Don't take what the Sorting Hat says too seriously, sorting is inherently a matter of strong subjective preference. I haven't told you before, but the Sorting Hat actually said that if I went to Slytherin, I would achieve great things, Dudley said with a smile. Harry looked surprised and blurted out, the Sorting Hat said the same thing to me. It said if I went to Slytherin, I would achieve great things. Does it say that to everyone? Harry felt speechless. He had always thought that what the Sorting Hat said might have profound meaning, which made him suspect he had been sorted into the wrong house. But he hadn't expected the Sorting Hat to have said something similar to Dudley. Was this the Sorting Hat's standard script? To trick students who couldn't make up their minds into going to Slytherin, just to maintain a balance in student numbers across the 4 houses. The Sorting Hat didn't say that to me, Ron said with an awkward expression. Me neither, Hermione shook her head. So, the Sorting Hat thinks the best place for you 2 brothers is Slytherin. Oh my God, could it be that you 2 really have the bloodline of Slytherin? Ron said in surprise. What are you talking about? Dudley rolled his eyes at Ron. Think about Harry's parents, they both came from Gryffindor. If we had the Slytherin bloodline, then our previous generation should have definitely been in Slytherin. Ron nodded awkwardly, forgot about that. However, it is indeed very strange that you can hear that voice, Dudley said. I'll look into it later, I should be able to find some clues. Harry could hear that voice while others couldn't, there must be some issue there. Thinking of this, Dudley's gaze couldn't help but look at Harry's forehead, at that lightning bolt scar. He still remembered the evil aura he sensed when he accidentally touched that scar last year. He had once asked Dumbledore this question, and Dumbledore's answer was that it was left behind by the Avada Kedavra, so naturally, it contained the evil aura of the dark arts. However, Dudley felt that it definitely wasn't that simple. It's just that Dudley's current strength wasn't enough to investigate what was going on with that scar. After all, that thing was on Harry's forehead, if something went wrong, Harry could die on the spot. So, even though he knew the scar was problematic, Dudley didn't dare to touch it rashly for now. Is it possible that the scar allows Harry to hear that voice? Dudley speculated in his heart. Because this was the only thing about Harry that was different from everyone else. As for the whole Slytherin bloodline thing, Dudley didn't believe it. When they returned to Gryffindor, many people hadn't rested yet. They had all just finished the Halloween feast and returned to the common room, and they all wanted to know what had happened. Seeing Dudley return, many people crowded around, asking Dudley what had happened, and why he warned everyone not to run around outside. Dudley briefly explained what had happened but didn't mention much about the Chamber of Secrets. After hearing about this, everyone's expressions became grim. Because in Gryffindor, there were still quite a few children born to Muggle families. For them, the opening of the Chamber of Secrets was like a sword hanging over their heads, no one knew when it would fall. The originally relaxed and happy school life was completely shattered by the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. The next day, a piece of news began to spread throughout the school, and many people believed it. Before the monster appears, there will be a scorching aura. If you feel your whole body heating up, then run away immediately. Remember, run away immediately. Do not hesitate, do not look back. Chapter 211 Polyjuice Potion. When Dudley first heard this news, he was taken aback, but he quickly reacted and even figured out who had released the information. That is right, it was those ghosts. The events of last night had effectively wiped out all the ghosts at Sir Nicholas's Death Day party. A full dozen or more ghosts were petrified, and that was not all, others had been burned by a scorching aura. These injured ghosts included almost everyone who had attended the Death Day party, leaving them in a state of panic. Many ghosts were left with psychological trauma after experiencing this incident. The ghosts who had traveled from other places to attend the Death Day party fled Hogwarts Castle overnight, swearing never to return. As for the ghosts who belonged to Hogwarts, they had nowhere to run unless they abandoned this place and sought out new living quarters, which was an unacceptable prospect for many of them. But staying at Hogwarts had also become a very dangerous situation for them. The only fortunate thing was that the petrification could be reversed, and the ghosts who had been burned were slowly recovering. Otherwise, nearly headless Nick would likely have died of guilt. Dudley could only sigh at this matter. In that situation, Dudley had to ensure his own safety first, and since the sun halo would not directly kill the ghosts, he used it without hesitation. However, apart from him, no one knew it was caused by his sealed artifact. Everyone assumed the burning was associated with the opening of the Chamber of Secrets. After all, when Dudley and Harry were nearly petrified last time, Nicholas Flamel had felt the burning, and it was the same this time, which almost confirmed the theory. After finishing classes during the day, Dudley had originally planned to go to Hagrid to ask him about some things regarding the last opening of the Chamber of Secrets. However, at noon, Dudley learned from Professor McGonagall that Hagrid had been taken away by the Ministry of Magic for questioning. Did they take Hagrid away without conducting an investigation? Dudley asked. The Ministry of Magic believes that since Hagrid was responsible for the last opening of the Chamber of Secrets, there is no need for an investigation this time, Professor McGonagall said with an unpleasant expression. She had already spoken to the Ministry of Magic, but unfortunately, it was of no use. Dudley frowned. He had wanted to ask Hagrid for first-hand information, but now that chance was gone. After Professor McGonagall left, Harry, Ron, and Hermione were dejected. If only Dudley could go to the Ministry of Magic to investigate, Ron sighed and said. That is something only an Auror can do, Harry said. Dudley was just an interrogator at Hogwarts. Once he left here, he was nothing. It is not entirely impossible. Hearing Harry's words, Dudley's expression shifted. Are you really going to investigate at the Ministry of Magic? Harry asked, shocked. I cannot do it looking like this, but if I change into someone else's appearance, it should be possible, Dudley said. You mean Polyjuice Potion? Hermione understood what Dudley meant and said immediately. Dudley nodded. Dudley had long wanted to find a magical item that could change one's appearance, but unfortunately, he had not found one until he learned about the Polyjuice Potion not long ago. That was during Snape's potion class. When he mentioned some powerful potions, he talked about the effects of Polyjuice Potion, a potion that could completely turn one person into another, and was very difficult to detect. But we do not have the recipe, Harry said. He remembered the potion, but as a very advanced potion, they could not access it right now. It is in the restricted section. Professor Snape mentioned it is in a book called Powerful Potions, Hermione reminded him. Then how are we supposed to get that book? You just said it is in the restricted section, Ron asked. We just need a professor's signature. I will handle that, Dudley said. The reason he thought of the Polyjuice Potion was not just to investigate Hagrid's situation, but also because his current identity as a child was too conspicuous, making it hard for him to do certain things. But if he could turn into someone else, he could act without restraint. During this time, his Beyonder characteristic had been digesting quickly, and it should not be long before he could advance to judge. His strength would have a qualitative leap, and by then, he would be able to do some relatively dangerous things. Hermione seemed very interested in brewing the Polyjuice Potion, not even caring about breaking school rules, and was even trying to convince Harry and Ron to join in. Hermione, you have changed. Upon hearing Hermione urging them to break school rules, Ron said with a complex expression. Is that so? Then it must be that I have been corrupted by you, Hermione said with a smile. Harry and Ron looked at each other, speechless. While the three were discussing how to brew the Polyjuice Potion, Dudley began to consider other possibilities. Perhaps I can utilize the connection with Cole. Dudley thought to himself. Cole was also a former Auror. Although he could not go back now, he was still very clear about the rules and procedures of the Aurors. If Dudley really wanted to find some clues from Hagrid, who was being detained at the Ministry of Magic, Cole should be able to help. There is also Kingsley, Dudley thought to himself. His relationship with Kingsley was quite good. If he could have Kingsley pass a message to Hagrid, that would also work. However, this matter might stir up unnecessary trouble, so the route through Kingsley was a last resort. Thinking of this, Dudley already had some plans in mind. I am going to the lavatory. Dudley stood up and left. After entering a toilet stall, Dudley took out several sheets of parchment from the Mirror of Earist. These were obtained from Borgin and Burke's earlier, and could be used to transmit messages. Dudley had specifically asked for extra, at the time, to send messages to Cole. After writing the inquiry about Hagrid on the parchment, he snapped his fingers. A bright flame ignited, and the parchment burned rapidly, quickly disappearing without leaving a single trace of ash. After about a minute or two, a bright flame appeared in front of Dudley, transforming into a piece of parchment. Received. After seeing these two words, Dudley waved his hand, the flame ignited, and the parchment turned to ash. As for Hagrid's side, let Cole handle the investigation. As for here at Hogwarts, Dudley had to think of other ways. I have to say, having someone to run errands is really convenient. Is this the benefit of the Tarot Club created by Lord Fool? Dudley thought to himself. Perhaps he could create a similar organization in this world. But that would have to wait until his strength grew a bit more. 213-foot threat Lockhart. Chapter 212, Threatening Lockhart Defense Against the Dark Arts Class. Ever since Dudley had beaten Lockhart into the hospital wing for half a month last time, Lockhart had never let Dudley roleplay any character during class again, not even a telephone booth on the side of the road. Conversely, Harry had gained Lockhart's favor. Almost every class, he would be invited by Lockhart to the stage to play one of the characters from his books, and then show everyone how he defeated the monster played by Harry. Aha, let me see, what content should I teach you all today? Lockhart revealed a charming smile, and said to the students below. Professor, there have been attacks in the castle. Can you teach us how to respond when we encounter danger? A student asked immediately. Lockhart's originally charming smile stiffened slightly. Ahem, at present, the school hasn't determined what kind of danger we are facing. However, I believe the answers can always be found in my books. Lockhart took the opportunity to change the subject. For example, this one, regarding my experience with a vampire. Believe me, if you have read this section carefully, you will definitely know how to deal with them when you encounter a vampire. Lockhart said with a serious expression. All right, let me see, who should I pick to play the vampire? Lockhart blinked at the crowd below, especially at Hermione, and a few other female students. Just then, Dudley raised his hand. Seeing this scene, Lockhart's face clearly turned somewhat ugly. However, he still maintained his smile and looked at the others. At this moment, as long as any other person raised their hand, Lockhart would choose that person. Lockhart was deeply regretting why he had said that line about choosing someone. He should have just designated someone directly, and not given Dudley any chance. This was mainly because, ever since the last incident, Dudley had been very conscious about not raising his hand, but today, for some reason, Dudley had taken the initiative to raise his hand to play the vampire. The werewolf last time had sent him flying with one punch. Would he really have to get bitten by a vampire this time? Lockhart's heart was refusing. Is there anyone else? Let me see, which lucky student wants to be my chosen vampire? Seeing no one raising their hand, Lockhart spoke up proactively. However, after his voice fell, there was still silence below. Not a single person raised their hand, except for Dudley. Lockhart's smile gradually became stiff. He realized that once they noticed Dudley had raised his hand, no one else would raise their hand to compete with Dudley for this opportunity. Professor, I think I can do it. Dudley said directly. Now Lockhart could no longer ignore Dudley. Everyone was watching this scene with great interest. Could it be that today would see another scene of Professor Lockhart getting beaten up by Dudley? That would be a good show to watch. Ha ha ha, Mr. Dursley is very active. Do you have any questions you don't understand? Lockhart changed the subject, completely avoiding the matter of having Dudley play the vampire. "Professor, I want to borrow a book from the library, but I need a professor's signature. They said if I perform well in class, I can get a professor's signature, is that right?" Dudley asked with a smile. "A signature? Ha ha ha, no problem, you are already very excellent, you don't need to deliberately show off, I'll sign for you right now, how many do you need?" Hearing what Dudley said, Lockhart was overjoyed and hurriedly took out his prize-signed photos to sign for Dudley, giving him as many as he wanted. As long as Dudley didn't come up to play the vampire, it was fine. I'm already prepared." Dudley took out the most potenty potions, book request slip he had already written. "No problem." Lockhart walked down from the podium quickly, snatched the paper from Dudley's hand, and signed his big name without even looking. "Thank you, Professor." Dudley smiled, took back the signature, and sat back down. Then, next, the vampire. Lockhart's gaze shifted, looking at Dudley, afraid that Dudley would raise his hand again. "Professor, I'll do it." Harry raised his hand at the first opportunity. "Very good, Harry, you do it. You are the one most like a vampire among all the students. If I didn't know your identity, I would suspect you have vampire blood." Lockhart revealed a charming smile. To commend Harry, 10 points to Gryffindor. Dudley smiled and nodded at Professor Lockhart. This Lockhart, although his actual strength was watered down, he was really sensible. Throughout the class, Lockhart used various excuses to give Gryffindor a full 30 points. After class. Ha 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 ha, did you see Professor Lockhart's expression? When he saw Dudley raise his hand, he almost cried. Ron laughed until he couldn't straighten his back. Dudley has really left a psychological shadow on Professor Lockhart. To stop Dudley from raising his hand again, he actually gave me so many points. Harry also said with a smile. This defense against the dark arts class was simply the most interesting one they had ever had. Professor Lockhart, he still has some real talent. Hermione said unsurely. His real talent might only be in telling stories. Dudley said. But regardless, he signed for me, let's thank Professor Lockhart. Thank you, Professor Lockhart. Ron and Harry said in unison. Hermione shook her head helplessly and silently added, Thank you, Professor Lockhart. The four of them headed straight to the library. This time, Madame Pants did not stop them again, and Dudley successfully borrowed the book Most Potenty Potions. Polyjuice Potion. Dudley flipped through the book and quickly found the content about Polyjuice Potion. So complicated, this is the most complex potion I have ever seen. Hermione said, frowning. And there are many precious ingredients inside, the student material room doesn't have them, only Snape's private storage has them. You mean, we have to go to Snape's private storage to steal ingredients? Harry asked with an ugly expression. Oh God, if we get caught, Snape will definitely kill us. Ron said with a pale face. He seemed to have already seen the miserable scene of himself going to steal ingredients, and then getting caught. It should be fine. Hermione said after a moment of contemplation. Harry, Ron, and Dudley's gazes turned to her at the same time. Was this still the Hermione they knew? If someone had told them last year that Hermione would say it was no big deal to go to Snape's private storage to steal things, they would have definitely thought that person was crazy. Hermione's face turned slightly red from being watched. I mean, Dudley should have a way to find the ingredients. Chapter 213, Quidditch Match. Dudley nodded. There was really no need for them to steal from Snape's private storage. Although these items were precious, they weren't unavailable in the outside world. As long as one had money, it was quite easy to acquire some. Leave this matter to me. I have a way to get the materials. Harry asked curiously, where are you planning to get these from? These are very precious materials, even ordinary potion shops might not have them. You don't need to worry about that, I have my own channels. Dudley smiled mysteriously. Harry's expression shifted, he had guessed a little something. Dudley had a good relationship with Kingsley before. If he asked this aura for help, it was indeed possible to obtain those things. That evening, Dudley found an opportunity to write the materials he needed on the parchment given to him by Borgin and Burkes, then burned it and waited quietly. Others might find it difficult to get these things, but as the largest shop in Nocturne Alley, Borgin and Burkes couldn't possibly fail to obtain them. Dudley was quite confident in the methods of Borgin and Burkes. Previously, whenever Borgin and Burkes received any good items, they would inform Dudley to see if he needed them. However, for such a long time, no new sealed artifacts had appeared, so Dudley hadn't purchased any of those dark arts items again. Soon, a ball of burning flame appeared in front of Dudley, transforming into a piece of parchment. "Very well, Mr. Dudley, I will prepare it as soon as possible and send it to Hogwarts." The reply from Borgin and Burkes was very simple. "Hogwarts seems to inspect packages. Does Borgin and Burkes have a way to bypass the inspection?" Dudley thought to himself. Since Borgin and Burkes had said so, it was highly likely there would be no problems, so Dudley didn't dwell on it. The weekend arrived. Today was the first Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, and it was also Harry's first appearance on the field as the Gryffindor Seeker. Many people were looking forward to this battle. Early in the morning, Harry appeared very nervous. After all, it was his first time participating in an official Quidditch match, and against their old rival, Slytherin, Harry felt a lot of pressure. Additionally, the Slytherin team had switched to the fastest broom, the Nimbus 2001, which raised the strength of the Slytherin team to another level. Everyone was treating it like a formidable enemy. The Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Wood, had almost been driven crazy recently. The only fortunate thing was that their team's seeker, Harry, was also riding a Nimbus 2001, which could bridge some of the gap between the seekers, but overall, Slytherin still held a greater advantage. Moreover, since it was Harry's first appearance, it was hard to say how he would perform. They had seen many people who were extremely talented during training, but couldn't perform well during the actual match. Whether Harry could truly handle being the Gryffindor Seeker would depend on this battle. "Harry, you can definitely do it, believe in yourself." Dudley patted Harry on the shoulder, soothing his anxious emotions. "The weather is a bit muggy today. I wonder if it will rain," Ron said. "I hope not, otherwise, it will cause great interference with the match, especially since it's Harry's first time playing," Hermione said with some concern. Harry looked up at the sky, remaining silent. As 11 o'clock approached, the entire school began to head toward the Quidditch pitch. Although the weather wasn't good today, it still couldn't dampen everyone's enthusiasm. For many students at Hogwarts, Quidditch matches were the most exciting and watchable events in the school. As long as one had even a slight interest in Quidditch, they wouldn't want to miss this battle between Slytherin and Gryffindor. More importantly, this was also the first match that the famous boy, Harry Potter, was participating in representing Gryffindor. Many people, whether they liked Harry or hated him, would be paying attention to this match. Harry said goodbye to Dudley and the others at the entrance of the locker room. "In this Quidditch match, we must beat Slytherin to a pulp, and let that guy Malfoy know that buying his way into the Quidditch team is useless. Only talent is what matters most," Ron said indignantly. Ever since they learned that Malfoy had bought Nimbus 2001s for the entire Slytherin team, and had become the Slytherin Seeker, they had looked down on him. But looking down on him was one thing, watching that flight speed, which streaked across like lightning, it would be a lie to say they weren't envious and jealous. But there was nothing they could do about it. No one in Gryffindor had a father as rich as that, who could afford to buy so many of the world's fastest flying brooms for them all at once. They could only hope that Harry would be able to catch the golden snitch quickly to end the match, preventing Slytherin from scoring too many points in the meantime. "Harry's technique is fine. As long as he performs normally, taking down Malfoy will be an easy matter," Dudley commented. He had watched Harry and Malfoy fly before. Compared to Malfoy, Harry was clearly more talented. With the same broom, it would be very difficult for Malfoy to defeat Harry. While sharing their opinions, the group waited for the match to begin. As the players from both sides entered the field, enthusiastic cheers and applause erupted from the stands. Compared to Slytherin, there were clearly more people cheering for Gryffindor. This was mainly because the students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff wanted to see Slytherin lose. Sitting in the stands, Dudley's emotions were ignited by the enthusiastic atmosphere around him, and he cheered loudly for the Gryffindor team. But just in this situation, Dudley suddenly frowned. "I've felt a bit restless all day. Is something about to happen?" Dudley thought to himself. He looked around but didn't notice anything unusual. Could the Chamber of Secrets have been opened again? Dudley's expression was grim. He looked back toward the direction of the castle. At this time, there shouldn't be many people inside. Carefully sensing the situation in the castle, Dudley didn't detect any abnormalities. As an interrogator, he could clearly feel that everything over there was normal. Then what is it for? Dudley frowned. The match had already started, but at this moment, Dudley didn't have much heart left to focus on the game. Suddenly, Dudley's expression froze. He had a feeling of being spied on. Someone was watching him. And this person seemed to have a familiar aura. Following the guidance of his inner spiritual intuition, Dudley looked toward the opposite stands. That was the Slytherin stands, in the sea of dark green. Dudley's gaze caught a flicker of green. It was a pair of tennis ball-sized eyes. 215 Out of Control Chapter 214, Out of Control this is. Dudley felt that those tennis ball-like green eyes were somewhat familiar, and after just a brief 2-second thought, he realized what they were. That house elf. Back at number 4 Privet Drive, Dudley had once seen the owner of those eyes. Why would he appear here? Dudley's expression tightened, but when he tried to look for it again, the house elf had already vanished. Go Gryffindor. Gryffindor will win. The Quidditch match on the field had already begun, and Dudley was submerged in the waves of cheering for Gryffindor. On the other side, the Slytherin students were also loudly cheering for their team, and looking out, it was a sea of dark green, with no trace of that house elf left. Appearing in the Slytherin crowd, is it possible that he was brought in by someone from Slytherin? Dudley speculated in his heart. The most likely suspect was Malfoy, but at this moment, Malfoy was playing in the match, so it was unlikely to be him. As for the others, Dudley scanned them with his gaze, but found no suspicious figures. Within Slytherin House, there are quite a few ancient pureblood families, so it's perfectly normal for them to have house elves at home. But at this current stage, for that house elf to appear, what exactly does he want to do? Dudley was completely baffled. The dark clouds in the sky gathered thicker and thicker, and before long, a torrential rain poured down, soaking everyone, but this still could not dampen everyone's enthusiasm for watching the match. Dudley cast a rain-repelling charm on himself, letting the rain fall evenly along the sides, keeping himself dry while his gaze sharply scanned the situation on the field. What's going on with that quaffle? Suddenly, Dudley frowned, his eyes landing on a black quaffle amidst the rain. Although he hadn't been watching the match closely, he had sensed something unusual. The quaffle was supposed to roam the field, constantly attacking players from both sides to create difficulties and highlights for the match, but the quaffle on the field was different from the others. It seemed extremely persistent in chasing Harry. Every time Dudley's gaze fell on Harry, he saw this quaffle chasing Harry all over the field. Was that quaffle tampered with by Slytherin? Why does it keep flying after Harry? Ron had also noticed the anomaly at this time. Hermione suddenly let out a cry of alarm. That quaffle had just grazed the top of Harry's head. If it hadn't been for Harry's quick reaction, his skull might have been shattered by now. Fred and George are already doing their best to protect Harry, but it's useless. That quaffle keeps chasing Harry, and won't go anywhere else, Ron said anxiously. As beaters, the Weasley brothers were already trying their best to protect Harry, but the quaffle remained fixated on him. Even if it was knocked away, after a while, it would fly back and continue to dive straight at Harry. They must have discovered the problem with the quaffle too, Dudley said. He had activated his spirit vision, but because of the distance, Dudley wasn't sure what was actually going on with that quaffle. However, he could see that the Gryffindor players were already signaling Madame Hooch, appearing to call for a timeout. Scarhead, you're pathetic. Malfoy's mocking laughter came from the sky. The Slytherin side was also loudly booing, and the whole field was filled with jeers. Many people in the stands couldn't see very clearly at this moment. Under the heavy rain, it was difficult to notice certain details. They only saw that Gryffindor had called a timeout, and for a moment, many were very dissatisfied. What's going on? Why is there a timeout? What is Gryffindor doing? Hurry up and beat the crap out of Slytherin. What's wrong with Harry Potter? Wasn't it said he flies very well? He's been chased all over the place by a quaffle for so long, and he hasn't even tried to catch the golden snitch. There were many chaotic voices in the spectator stands, with people saying all sorts of things. Especially for someone like Harry, the focus of the entire audience, any poor performance would be infinitely magnified. The higher he was praised before, the harder he would fall now. If they pause the match now, Gryffindor might be disqualified, Ron said, looking at the field with worry. Damn Slytherin, they must have tampered with it. Harry's first match, surely it won't end like this, right? Hermione said, her face pale. In the current situation, if the match were to end like this, it would be very disadvantageous for both Gryffindor and Harry, and the subsequent ridicule and pressure could be imagined. They should choose to continue the match, Dudley said, watching the situation on the field. Wood was talking to Harry and Madame Hooch, clearly communicating about the situation with that quaffle. Before long, just as Dudley had predicted, the match on the field resumed. How did you know? Ron asked in surprise. That's Harry's personality, he wouldn't let others suffer losses because of his own affairs. So I guessed he would continue the match. As for the quaffle. Before Dudley finished speaking, the match had already resumed. As expected, that quaffle continued to chase Harry frantically. This can't go on, Harry simply has no time to look for the golden snitch, Ron said with an ugly expression. Being chased by a crazed quaffle, Harry had exhausted all his energy just dodging it. He had absolutely no chance to search for the golden snitch. On the other side, the situation on the field was not optimistic either. Slytherin, relying on the speed of everyone riding a Nimbus 2001, had pulled far ahead of Gryffindor, and their score was leading by a large margin. If they couldn't catch the golden snitch in a short time to end the match, once the score gap widened to 150 points, it would be almost impossible for Gryffindor to win the match. Scarhead, the way you run away is truly pathetic. Malfoy flew past Harry from time to time, taking the opportunity to provoke him with a few words. He didn't want the match to end quickly at all, he just wanted to watch Harry's pathetic appearance as he was chased by the quaffle. Dudley watched this scene from outside the field, thinking of a countermeasure. Suddenly, he drew his wand and pointed it at his own throat. Dudley opened his mouth to say something, but no sound came out. Even Hermione and Ron beside him didn't notice this action of Dudley's. Not long after Dudley closed his mouth, Harry, who had been chased all over the sky, suddenly changed direction and flew straight toward the spectator stand where Dudley was, moving at extreme speed. Chapter 215, Splendid Fireworks. Harry is flying towards us. Ron exclaimed. Look, Harry is speeding over there. Could he have seen the golden snitch? Someone in the spectator stands immediately shouted. Under the curtain of rain, everyone couldn't see the situation in the sky clearly, but Harry's sudden change in direction and acceleration caught the attention of many. Since Harry was the seeker, the most likely reason for him doing this was that he had seen the golden snitch. Malfoy's expression changed instantly when he saw this, and he also accelerated to give chase. He hadn't seen the golden snitch, but since Harry had flown over, if he didn't do something and let Harry catch the golden snitch easily, his blunder would be too great. Regardless, following Harry in pursuit was never the wrong move. Behind Harry, the quaffle continued to chase him relentlessly, moving at high speed. Did Harry really see the golden snitch? Ron looked around, trying to find traces of the golden snitch but found nothing. Wait, what is he going to do? Hermione exclaimed, and those around them also looked shocked. As Harry approached the spectator stands, he suddenly plummeted straight down, rushing towards the location where everyone was sitting at extreme speed. If he didn't control it well, Harry would become a cannonball, slamming heavily right into the middle of the crowd. Accompanied by Harry's movements, the quaffle chasing behind him also immediately changed direction and accelerated to catch up. Just over 10 meters above the heads of Dudley and the others, Harry suddenly changed direction again, flying horizontally forward. But at this moment, the quaffle had already fallen rapidly, relying on inertia to slam directly into the spectator stands. Panic-stricken screams erupted from the crowd as they watched the black quaffle fall like a cannonball. A calm voice appeared, followed immediately by a burst of light erupting from the spectator stands, striking the falling quaffle. With a loud boom, the quaffle exploded in mid-air into a splendid firework, causing the entire field to shake. What's going on? What happened? What was that just now? Many people didn't react to what had just happened. They all thought Harry had spotted the golden snitch and given chase, but the next moment, they saw a splendid firework explode, resonating throughout the entire stadium. Wait, was that the quaffle being smashed? Who cast the magic? This must be against the rules. It doesn't seem to count as a violation. That quaffle was already threatening the lives of the spectators. Some people not far away saw the situation clearly and immediately began to discuss it. Madam Hooch on the field also discovered the problem and blew the whistle for a timeout. Soon, Madam Hooch rode a flying broomstick to the stands. At the same time, the Gryffindor and Slytherin players all flew over together, surrounding the area above the spectator stands. What is going on? Who cast the magic? Madam Hooch asked sternly. The quaffle just now was crashing towards our spectator stands, so I had no choice but to cast a blasting spell. Dudley stood up voluntarily and said. No, he's lying. He just wanted to destroy that quaffle. Madam Hooch, Gryffindor has seriously violated the rules. This match must be forfeited by them. Malfoy said loudly. Yes, that's right. Using magic to attack a quaffle during a match is a very malicious act. That's right, they must be disqualified. The Slytherin group said indignantly. Madam Hooch, Dudley was just defending himself. There is no problem with that. Similar situations have occurred in Quidditch matches before, this is completely within the rules. Wood stepped forward to argue his case. Madam Hooch frowned. In theory, there was indeed no problem with Dudley shattering that quaffle, but the speed at which Dudley acted was too fast, so fast that it seemed as if he had been prepared for it. Harry, why did you fly over here just now? Madam Hooch asked with a sharp gaze. If this was coordination between Harry and Dudley, then Gryffindor would clearly have violated the rules this year. But if it was just a coincidence, then the match could continue. Madam Hooch, I just saw the golden snitch over here, so I chased after it, and then what just happened occurred. Harry insisted that he had discovered the golden snitch. No, he's lying. There is no golden snitch here at all. I didn't see it at all. Malfoy said immediately. He was sure he hadn't seen the golden snitch when he chased over here. Before he hadn't understood why Harry wanted to fly over, but now he understood. Harry was just using Dudley's hand to destroy that quaffle. If you can't see it, that's because you're blind. Harry retorted unceremoniously. Malfoy was very angry and immediately wanted to say something more. All right, the match continues. Madam Hooch made her decision. There are no buts. I am the referee, and what I say goes. Madam Hooch said firmly. In the situation just now, it was fine for a wizard to attack a quaffle for self-defense. Everyone back to the field, the match continues, Madam Hooch said to everyone. We are missing a quaffle. A Slytherin player reminded her. It can be played even with one less quaffle, it's not like we're missing the quaffle. Madam Hooch said irritably. Destroying a quaffle meant having to buy another one later, which was another considerable sum of money. The match started again. This time, without a quaffle constantly chasing Harry, his skills were perfectly displayed. He locked onto the golden snitch in the field with extreme speed and accelerated towards it. Malfoy was not to be outdone and followed closely behind Harry. The two staged a spectacular chase in the heavy rain. In the end, Harry was more skilled and successfully caught the golden snitch, ending the match before Slytherin could lead Gryffindor by 150 points. Gryffindor. Screams and cheers resonated throughout the stadium. This battle was Harry's first appearance in a Quidditch match, and he won the cheers and applause of everyone present with an extremely outstanding performance. Seeing the match come to an end, Dudley breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, no more out-of-control quaffles appeared afterward, otherwise, it would have been very difficult for Dudley to deal with. Was that the work of that house elf? Don't let me catch you, Dudley said viciously. Intercepting letters, blocking platform 93 for passing little notes, and now controlling a quaffle to attack these little tricks, while not fatal, were extremely disgusting. Gentle reminder, the website will be updated soon, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 217 Bribing Professor McGonagall Chapter 216 Bribing Professor McGonagall Dudley had checked before, and while Hogwarts was protected by an anti-apparition charm, house elves were unaffected by this charm, which made things difficult. The difficulty of catching a house elf who could apparate at any time was simply too high, unless Dudley immediately used a powerful spell to severely injure or even kill him. But this did not align with Dudley's original intention. He still wanted to figure out the purpose of this house elf and find the person behind him. After all, such creatures act only on their master's orders, and merely killing a house elf would not affect the person behind him. Perhaps I can ask Professor McGonagall if she has any ideas, Dudley thought to himself. Since the start of the school year, Dudley had bribed Professor McGonagall many times, so this small request should still be fulfillable. After the Quidditch match, Dudley left with the crowd. However, he did not follow Ron and Hermione back to Gryffindor Tower to celebrate, but instead headed straight for Professor McGonagall's office. Knock, knock. Dudley knocked on the door of Professor McGonagall's office. Professor McGonagall's voice came. Dudley pushed the door open and walked in. Dudley, do you have any more delicious pastries for me today? Professor McGonagall asked with a smile. No, Professor, I'm here today to ask for your help with something. Dudley said sincerely. What is it? Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley with a focused expression. You saw the Quidditch match today, Professor. That quaffle had been bewitched, and I suspect it was done by a house elf, Dudley said straightforwardly. Professor McGonagall's expression turned serious. As a Quidditch fan, she had naturally watched the match today, and had also noticed that the quaffle might be problematic. But as the Dean of Gryffindor, she could not intervene in the match at that time, and could only watch the quaffle relentlessly chase Harry. Fortunately, Dudley cleverly dealt with the quaffle later, which allowed Gryffindor to win. You did well, Professor McGonagall said approvingly. Although Professor McGonagall was not clear about what happened in between, when she saw Harry rush towards Dudley, and then Dudley directly used magic to shatter the quaffle, she understood everything. But about that house elf you mentioned, do you have any evidence? That house elf has appeared around Harry and me more than once. During the summer he intercepted letters between Harry and me, and then he closed platform 93/4, forcing Harry and Ron to drive to school. Today he manipulated the quaffle to relentlessly pursue Harry. I believe we must take some action, and not let him act so wantonly, Dudley said with a serious expression. Moreover, I saw that house elf appear among the Slytherin crowd today. Upon hearing this, Professor McGonagall's brows furrowed even deeper. So you think that house elf might be acting under the instruction of a wizard from Slytherin? Professor, I want to know if there's any spell that can prohibit a house elf from operating. Dudley asked. You want to catch that house elf? Professor McGonagall asked. Yes, Dudley nodded. General spells only affect wizards, like the anti-apparition charm you mentioned, but such spells are ineffective against house elves. They have a more powerful magical constraint, which is that they must always respond to their master's demands. Professor McGonagall said with a frown. Is there no way to stop them from escaping? Dudley asked, frowning. If that were true, then house elves would be too invincible. However, since wizards could defeat house elves and completely enslave this race, it meant that wizards had a great advantage when facing house elves. Logically, this situation should not occur. There is a way, but it's difficult for you, Professor McGonagall said. How about this? I will try to pay more attention to you and Harry recently, and if I find that house elf, I will step in and detain him. How does that sound? Dudley showed a wry smile. Firstly, Professor McGonagall couldn't constantly watch both of them. Who knew when that house elf would appear? These things were unpredictable. Secondly, he also didn't want to be watched, especially by a powerful wizard like Professor McGonagall. Professor, you can't constantly watch Harry and me. If possible, I hope you can teach us the method, Dudley said. Professor McGonagall looked troubled and said, Dudley, it's not that I don't want to teach you the method, but this method requires advanced magic skills. First, you yourself need to be able to apparate, and then you can learn this spell. This is a spatial confinement spell that can temporarily seal off the surrounding space, prohibiting all apparition, including that of house elves. However, this spell also has a flaw. The confinement can only last for a very short period, depending on the caster's ability, perhaps only 10 seconds or 1 or 2 minutes, and cannot be maintained for long. This requires you to defeat that house elf within a short time, and confine his magic power to prevent him from escaping. Professor McGonagall explained patiently. Hearing McGonagall's words, Dudley's eyes lit up slightly. Professor McGonagall, perhaps you could teach me the apparition spell first, and then teach me the spatial confinement spell. What do you think? Dudley immediately said. Professor McGonagall paused, then couldn't help but say, Are you serious, Dudley? Apparition is only for 5th-year students to learn. It's a very advanced magic, and you now. Before McGonagall could finish, Dudley eagerly interjected, Professor McGonagall, last year I was able to tame a Norwegian Ridgeback and fight Quirrell and Lord Voldemort. Do you think my talent is still not enough to learn this magic? McGonagall fell into contemplation. Professor McGonagall, I really need you to teach me this spell. Dudley pleaded. At the same time, he took out a pre-prepared caramel from the Mirror of Erised and handed it to Professor McGonagall. Dudley activated his extraordinary ability. Professor McGonagall took the candy Dudley offered, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of her mouth. All right, Dudley, seeing as you're so sincere about learning, I can teach you apparition and the spatial confinement magic, Professor McGonagall said. A happy smile immediately appeared on Dudley's face. At the same time, the bribe potion accelerated its digestion, and Dudley clearly felt the improvement in his extraordinary ability. Warm reminder, the website is about to be revised, which may cause loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading records in time, screenshot recommended for saving. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 217, Another Attack. Thank you, Professor McGonagall. Feeling the digestion of the Beyonder characteristic, the smile on Dudley's face grew even broader. At the current rate, he might only need a little over a month to complete the acting for the briber and interrogator, thereby completing his advancement. To be honest, Dudley felt that the acting effect in this wizarding world was much easier than in that eerie world before. This might be because Dudley had already acted it out once and successfully digested the potion, and now, he was just redigesting these Beyonder characteristics, making the whole process much easier. Even with the increase in sequence, Dudley clearly felt that he didn't even need to deliberately act. The Beyonder characteristic was slowly being digested. As long as there was enough time for Dudley, his strength was increasing every minute and every second, just not as fast. It was just like the legend, as long as you lie low, you can continuously absorb Beyonder characteristics and become stronger. However, Dudley really couldn't be satisfied with this passive absorption speed. If possible, he still hoped that his strength could improve in the shortest possible time. After all, this wizarding world was not that peaceful. That Lord Voldemort, and those mysterious organizations hiding in the shadows collecting sealed artifacts, these were all things Dudley needed to deal with. Some things couldn't be avoided just by Dudley not participating in them. As Harry's cousin, he was naturally drawn into the turmoil of the wizarding world. To survive, he had to improve his strength as quickly as possible. All right, don't pull these little tricks in the future. Professor McGonagall lightly tapped the milk candy Dudley had given her with her fingertips. It's just some candy. I am honored to share it with you, Professor McGonagall, Dudley said with a smile. Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and said nothing more. So Professor McGonagall, when shall we start the teaching? Dudley asked. Tomorrow, Professor McGonagall said. Aren't you going to attend the celebration later? Gryffindor just won against Slytherin, and your brother was the biggest contributor. It's fine, learning apparition is more important, Dudley said immediately. But I am going to attend the celebration. Professor McGonagall said seriously. Dudley was speechless for a moment. Professor McGonagall really was a Quidditch fan. All right, Dudley, we'll meet at the Transfiguration classroom at 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. Professor McGonagall smiled. All right, Professor. Dudley nodded and exited Professor McGonagall's office. In the office, only Professor McGonagall remained. She picked up the candy Dudley had given her, unwrapped it, and put it into her mouth. The milk flavor was rich, very sweet, and it was indeed a delicious candy. Have I been bribed by Dudley? To think I actually agreed to his request. Professor McGonagall laughed and shook her head. Dudley's talent is indeed very high, but can he really learn the spell apparition at his current stage? I seem to be looking forward to it a little. Perhaps this is the sense of achievement in teaching a genius. The celebration was held in the Great Hall. Almost all the students of Gryffindor were there, mixed with some students from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Although it wasn't their own team that won the match, they all had a common opponent, Slytherin. They were happy to see Slytherin lose. From this, it could be seen that Slytherin's popularity at Hogwarts was indeed average. Dudley joined the others in the celebration and chatted for a while with Luna, who had come to support Gryffindor. During this time, Professor McGonagall came over, said a few words, praised Harry and the others for their efforts, and then left. She also knew that if she were there, everyone wouldn't be able to have fun to their heart's content. After the celebration in the Great Hall ended, everyone felt they hadn't had enough fun, so they moved to the Gryffindor common room to continue celebrating. Fred and George snuck to the kitchen to get plenty of delicious food, and shared it with everyone in the common room. Dudley, I really have to thank you properly today. Wood, the captain of the Quidditch team, specifically ran over to have a drink with Dudley. It was just a small effort, and besides, I was only ensuring my own safety. Dudley smiled and winked at Wood. That's right. Wood laughed and nodded. Seeing this, other members of the Quidditch team also ran over to have a drink with Dudley to show their respect. They knew very well that Dudley's move to shatter that quaffle during the match was a very critical turning point. If not for Dudley's clever methods, Gryffindor might very well not have won this match today. Or even if they had won, it would have cost them dearly. Dudley, you were truly amazing today. I was just thinking about how to dodge the crazy quaffle. I didn't expect you to directly have Harry lead the quaffle over and then shatter it. It was awesome, Ron said. Dudley was only protecting our safety. Hermione hurriedly stopped Ron, while looking around to prevent anyone from spreading the news. Oh right, just for our safety, Ron hurriedly nodded. Harry, standing to the side, saw this scene, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. You don't know how nervous I was today. Being in my first match was already a lot of pressure, and I didn't expect that quaffle to chase me like crazy. If you hadn't told me at the critical moment to lead the quaffle over to your side, I wouldn't have known what to do next, Harry said with emotion. You were flying. Before Dudley finished his sentence, his expression changed abruptly, and he sat up from the sofa. What's wrong? Seeing this, the expressions of Harry and the others instantly tightened, having a bad premonition. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. Dudley's expression was extremely ugly. Without thinking twice, he immediately rushed outside. Harry and the others hurriedly called out, but Dudley had already run out of the Gryffindor common room. "Quick, Ron, go tell Professor McGonagall," Harry said immediately, and at the same time, chased after Dudley out of the Gryffindor common room. "Wait, it's dangerous outside." Hermione wanted to stop Harry and Ron, who had rushed out, but it was useless. Gritting her teeth, Hermione also rushed out, only to collide head-on with a figure entering Gryffindor. "I'm sorry, I don't have time to talk to you, I'm leaving now." Hermione looked apologetically at Ginny, who had turned pale from the collision, and rushed out of the Gryffindor common room. Reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 219 Out of Control Chapter 218. Out of control. After Dudley rushed out of the Gryffindor common room, he immediately followed his intuition and dashed downstairs, putting on the sun ring at the same time. Spiritual power was injected into it, and the sun halo was activated. Warmth enveloped Dudley, making him feel as if he were standing in the summer sunlight, dispelling the cold atmosphere, and filling him with the courage to face the challenge. After sprinting for about 5 or 6 minutes, Dudley arrived on the second floor. The corridor here was almost completely flooded, and Dudley had to wade through the water as he ran quickly. Where did all this water come from? As he ran, Dudley searched for the source of the water. Soon, he spotted the girls' bathroom on the second floor. Is Moaning Myrtle acting crazy again? Dudley's expression was grave. He had heard Hermione say that Moaning Myrtle often went crazy and wreaked havoc in the girls' lavatory, leaving the second-floor girls' lavatory almost abandoned. Shaking his head, Dudley paid it no mind and turned to enter another corridor nearby. That dangerous aura had disappeared once again. Dudley was still one step too late. Now he could only hope that this incident had not resulted in any deaths. That is. Suddenly, Dudley's gaze sharpened as he looked at a frozen figure in the middle of the corridor. It was a boy, his body already petrified, standing blankly in place and looking down at something. The water on the floor flowed slowly past his feet, his fists were clenched tight, and his face held a look of fear and disbelief, as if he had seen something horrifying. How could this happen? Dudley recognized the figure. It was one of Malfoy's cronies, Vincent Crabbe. But the problem was, Crabbe was a pureblood wizard. How could he have been attacked? Dudley walked slowly to Crabbe's side, confirming that Crabbe had been petrified rather than killed outright. Professor McGonagall had been brought over by Ron, and upon seeing this scene, her face also turned deathly pale. "Professor, doesn't the legend say that the Chamber of Secrets built by Slytherin was meant to purify the school and kill Muggle-born wizards? Why was even a pureblood wizard like Crabbe attacked this time?" Dudley asked with a grave expression. "I don't know." McGonagall shook her head, her expression grim. She truly didn't know. Who could say for sure when it came to legends? "This won't do, we can't go on like this. I must get Professor Dumbledore back to Hogwarts as soon as possible," Professor McGonagall said. "Professor Dumbledore, he..." Dudley frowned. He hadn't seen Professor Dumbledore for a long time. Even with such a serious attack occurring at the school, he still hadn't appeared. What could possibly be so important that it made him temporarily ignore the attacks happening at the school? Professor McGonagall used magic to contact the other professors to handle the situation. Dudley's gaze swept across the surroundings, searching for any possible clues. Suddenly, Dudley's gaze sharpened as he saw a number of spiders marching in a line, scurrying neatly toward the outside of the castle, as if they were fleeing from something. Are they running away? Dudley frowned and leaned in to look closely at these spiders. How terrifying. Seeing these spiders, Ron couldn't help but shiver and take a few steps back. It feels like things are getting more and more complicated. Even pureblood wizards are starting to be attacked, Hermione said from the side. Although they felt a little happy inside that someone like Crabbe had been attacked, they didn't want to see the school fall into such a dangerous situation. Yes, things are getting more and more complicated, Dudley said with a heavy expression. The legend was no longer accurate, which meant the crisis they were facing might be spiraling out of control. Just as he thought of this, Dudley's expression changed abruptly, and he turned to look at Hermione and Ron. "Where is Harry?" Ron and Hermione were taken aback by Dudley's question. "Wasn't he running out with you?" Ron said incredulously. When he brought Professor McGonagall over, he hadn't seen Harry, and assumed that Dudley had arranged for Harry to do something else. "After I ran out, I went to Professor McGonagall's office. I didn't notice Harry." Ron's voice trailed off, and he looked at Hermione. "Hermione, you were following behind me, did you see Harry?" Hermione's face turned pale. "I bumped into Ginny, and after I came out, I didn't see Harry. I thought Dudley had asked Harry to go find other professors." The three of them all looked rather grim. Dudley recalled what happened after he rushed out of Gryffindor Tower. His attention had been entirely focused on tracking the monster, and he hadn't noticed at all what had happened to Harry. Dudley cursed under his breath, and hurried toward Gryffindor Tower. At the same time, he relied on his mystical connection to search for Harry's aura. "Dudley, Harry won't be in trouble, will he? What are we going to do?" Both Ron and Hermione were very panicked. "I can feel that Harry's aura is still in the Hogwarts castle, so there shouldn't be any major problems," Dudley said with a grave expression. Although he said that, if Harry had been petrified or had suffered some other attack, Dudley had no way of knowing for sure right now. The only thing he could confirm was that Harry was still alive. After running up several floors, Dudley suddenly stopped in his tracks, and looked at a broom closet beside the corridor. Dudley called out, "I'm here." After a moment, Harry's voice came from inside. The three of them let out a sigh of relief, and hurried over. Harry pushed open the broom closet and stumbled out, his clothes disheveled. "Harry, you..." The three of them had initially been worried about Harry's situation, but upon seeing him like this, their expressions immediately turned strange. The three of them involuntarily cast their gazes into the depths of the broom closet, seemingly waiting for another person to walk out from inside. "It's a long story," Harry said. His face held a look of shock and confusion. "Have you got a girlfriend?" Ron's gaze looked into the depths of the broom closet. "This is just too..." He wanted to say it was too inappropriate. An attack had just occurred, and Harry actually had the heart to go on a date with a girlfriend. But in the end, he didn't say it out loud. "What girlfriend?" Harry didn't react for a moment. Immediately after, he seemed to realize something, his face flushing slightly as he hurriedly said, "Ron. What are you thinking about?" "I just ran out of the Gryffindor Tower, and I was dragged into this broom closet by a house elf. My clothes were even torn. Where would there be a girlfriend?" Harry was truly driven mad by Ron. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause your reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 219, Harry's Anger House Elf. What did he say? Upon hearing the words house elf, Dudley immediately asked, completely casting aside anything about girlfriends. Harry couldn't be bothered to dwell on it either, and quickly said, "It was all that house elf's doing. Our letters were intercepted, platform 93/4 was sealed, and he kept passing me notes. Even today during the Quidditch match, that out-of-control quaffle was his doing. I am absolutely furious with this kind of house elf. He said everything he did was to protect me. I at and %**, and..." It was clear that Harry was extremely annoyed. "Can you believe it? He intercepted our letters and sealed the platform, just to keep me from coming to Hogwarts. After discovering I had come to Hogwarts anyway, he started passing me notes, telling me to leave quickly. Later, when he saw I still hadn't left, he controlled the quaffle to attack me. He thought that would force me to leave Hogwarts. I really think this house elf isn't quite right in the head," Harry said, his face flushed red, all from being angered by that house elf. "Did he say anything else besides that?" Dudley pressed on. Dudley had already deduced these things. The only discrepancy was the purpose behind the house elf's actions. He had previously thought it was someone's prank, like Malfoy directing his own house elf to specifically annoy Harry and Dudley. But now it seemed that wasn't the case. He seemed to genuinely want to protect Harry, but the method he chose was truly incomprehensible. He also said that something terrible is happening at Hogwarts, and told me to leave here quickly, otherwise I would be in great danger, Harry continued. I'm only sparing him because he really seems to be concerned about me, otherwise, I would have cast a spell on him right then and there, Harry said. Hearing Harry's words, Dudley fell into deep thought. That house elf must know something. He's been trying every way possible to stop you from coming to school since the summer break, Dudley said. Harry nodded. If the terrible thing he mentioned refers to the opening of the Chamber of Secrets, then back in the summer, that house elf already knew what was going to happen at Hogwarts. Also, to tip me off, he kept punishing himself, saying it violated his master's rules. He even showed me the injuries on his body. Upon hearing this, Dudley's gaze sharpened. In other words, he came to tell you all this on his own initiative. His master doesn't know. Then, working backward, we can infer that this matter is very likely connected to his master. Either his master did it personally, or their family helped accomplish something, otherwise the house elf wouldn't know about these things. Hermione took over the conversation and continued, house elves are usually only found in old pureblood families. Slytherin is the most suspect, and even now. No need to say it, it must be someone from Slytherin. I even think it's Malfoy. Harry continued. Although Dudley had already questioned Malfoy and determined that Malfoy was not the heir of Slytherin and knew nothing about the Chamber of Secrets, Harry still believed Malfoy was the prime suspect, just that he didn't know how Malfoy had managed to deceive Dudley. Harry, looking at it now, the possibility that it's Malfoy is indeed small, Ron said, frowning. Didn't you always think it was him too? Harry asked, surprised. Because, just a moment ago, we discovered that Crabbe had been petrified, Dudley said. Harry was shocked beyond measure. Crabbe was actually petrified. Ron nodded and explained, Crabbe is one of Malfoy's most loyal lackeys. If it were truly Malfoy doing all this, I don't think he would target Crabbe. And there's another important issue, Crabbe is a pureblood wizard. According to legend, he shouldn't be attacked, but now he has been. This means things are spiraling out of control. The things left behind by legends can no longer be completely trusted. For a moment, everyone fell into silence. As things stood, they had reached a dead end. Next time I see that house elf, I must detain him and ask him properly, Harry said. He can use apparition, you won't be able to keep him, Dudley said. Hearing this, Harry was immediately deflated. However, the appearance of this house elf does reveal a few things. Since he specifically warned you and said that staying at Hogwarts would be very dangerous for you, it proves that this matter is very likely targeted at you, Dudley said while deep in thought. So what kind of person would go through all this trouble specifically to target you? Or rather, who has a grudge against you? Dudley asked, peeling back the layers of the mystery bit by bit. Lord Voldemort. Harry blurted it out almost instantly. Hermione and Ron's faces instantly turned a few shades paler. You mean that after Lord Voldemort fled Hogwarts, he ordered his subordinates to take action against Harry? Ron asked, shocked. It is very likely the case. Dudley nodded. This was all he could think of for now, and even this had been deduced through that house elf. Originally, he hadn't connected this matter with Lord Voldemort. Let's go, let's head back first. I keep feeling like I've overlooked something important. I need to think this through carefully. Dudley said. The group walked toward Gryffindor together. The news of Crabbe's attack had already spread across all the houses. Those pureblood wizards who had originally mocked Muggle wizards were mostly quite shaken upon learning that Crabbe had also been attacked. Originally, they had maintained an arrogant, detached posture, even watching everything unfold with amusement, since after all, Slytherin was only purifying Muggle wizards, which had nothing to do with their pure blood. But now, when such danger could potentially fall upon them as well, they could no longer maintain their arrogant stance. They began to feel anxious, afraid, and even terrified. Just as they were approaching the Gryffindor common room, a flash of fire appeared in front of Dudley. Immediately after, a piece of parchment emerged from within the flames. Dudley's expression shifted, and he reached out to take the parchment from the flames. Hagrid says he didn't open the Chamber of Secrets. If you want to know more, you need to go deep into the Forbidden Forest. There was no signature, but Dudley knew this was information sent by Cole. Deep in the Forbidden Forest. 221 Deep in the Forbidden Forest Chapter 220, Deep in the Forbidden Forest. What is this? Harry and the others looked over curiously, and saw the words on the note. Soon, their expressions changed. Is this the result of you asking someone to question Hagrid? But what does deep in the Forbidden Forest mean? Harry asked, looking at the words on the note. They knew that Dudley had sent someone to question the imprisoned Hagrid, but they hadn't expected Hagrid's answer to be like this. Couldn't he just tell us directly? Making us go deep into the Forbidden Forest, honestly. Ron complained with some dissatisfaction. Maybe it's not convenient for him to say. Hermione frowned. After all, Hagrid was currently imprisoned, and it might involve some of his own privacy, so it was understandable that he didn't explain it directly. You guys go back, I'll take a trip to the Forbidden Forest. Dudley said. Since he had already received the message, Dudley didn't intend to wait any longer. He was going to check the situation in the Forbidden Forest tonight. We'll go with you. Harry said immediately. Yes, let's go together, we promise not to cause you any trouble, Ron added. This matter concerns Hagrid, and we are also very concerned about it, Hermione also said immediately. Dudley looked at the three of them. Are you sure you want to come with me? The Forbidden Forest isn't peaceful, and it's night time, which is even more dangerous. Also, let me remind you, I can break school rules but you can't. Harry and the others nodded almost without hesitation. Who cares about school rules? Even Hermione is encouraging us to break them now, so who cares about that anymore? Ron said with a fearless expression. You've taught us so many methods lately, you should see how much we've mastered, Harry smiled. Besides, this is where Hagrid told us to go deep into the Forbidden Forest, so there surely won't be any danger. Hermione said confidently. Dudley thought for a moment and nodded. They would have to face certain dangers eventually. Besides, as Hermione said, since Hagrid asked them to go deep into the Forbidden Forest to find answers, the possibility of encountering danger was indeed low. All right, I'll go get the invisibility cloak, you guys wait here, Dudley said. Soon, Dudley took out the invisibility cloak from his dormitory and draped it over the three of them. He himself walked swaggeringly directly toward the outside of the castle. Dudley, why aren't you asleep so late at night? From the shadows at the entrance of the castle, a short figure walked out. Professor Flitwick, why are you here? Dudley looked at the charms class professor in front of him with some surprise. Another attack has occurred, so Professor McGonagall decided to have everyone take turns patrolling the castle. I don't think I'll be able to get a good night's sleep tonight. Professor Flitwick said, yawning. What about you? What are you doing out so late? Dudley signaled the three people wearing the invisibility cloak to go ahead, and then said, I couldn't sleep, so I was planning to go outside the castle to see if there are any clues. Professor Dumbledore entrusted the security of Hogwarts to me, yet so many attacks have occurred, sigh. Dudley sighed. Good child, this is not your fault, Professor Flitwick comforted him. All right, Professor, go ahead with your patrol. I'll go outside to take a look, and we'll be back soon. Dudley said. Be careful, if you encounter any danger, fire a magic signal immediately, and we will see it. Professor Flitwick urged. Okay, Professor. Dudley nodded. After saying goodbye to Professor Flitwick, Dudley quickly dashed toward the Forbidden Forest and caught up with Harry and the others. Professor Flitwick has it tough too, not being able to sleep late at night, and having to patrol the castle. With the way things are in the castle now, I don't think anyone can get a good night's sleep, Harry said. It's not just us who are worried, the people in Slytherin must be worried too. After all, pure blood is no longer their talisman, and Crabbe being attacked is the best proof of that. Hermione said seriously. That's good, it saves Malfoy from mocking us all day long, Harry couldn't help but say. But at the same time, it also means that the monster might be out of control, and no longer follows the rules left behind by Salazar Slytherin, Dudley said. The three of them fell silent. Soon, they passed by Hagrid's hut. The warm yellow light that used to appear was long gone, and there was only pitch darkness there. It's a good thing Professor McGonagall took Fong to look after him, otherwise he would be so lonely, Hermione said sadly. I hope this matter can end as soon as possible and clear Hagrid's name. Harry sighed. After pausing for a moment in front of the hut, they walked toward the Forbidden Forest. Once they reached this point, they were no longer afraid of meeting anyone, so they took off the invisibility cloak and handed it to Dudley for safekeeping. They all cast the spell and lit up their wands. Hagrid only said deep in the Forbidden Forest, he didn't say which direction. Ron looked at the pitch-black surroundings and said with some fear. Just keep walking inside, we should be able to find clues soon. Dudley said. After walking for about 10 minutes, Dudley stopped and squatted on the ground. Dudley pointed at several rapidly moving black shadows on the ground. Harry and the others immediately leaned in, but when Ron saw clearly what those black shadows were, he was so scared that he took several steps back immediately. Why are they spiders? Ron was already afraid of spiders, and the ones he encountered this time were the size of palms, which scared him so much that his face turned pale. What's wrong with these spiders? Harry asked, puzzled. Just now at the scene where Crabbe was attacked, I saw many spiders fleeing the castle. Perhaps these spiders can point us in the right direction. Dudley said. I suspect that if there really is a monster in the Chamber of Secrets, it must be the natural enemy of spiders, otherwise these spiders wouldn't have fled the castle. This was Dudley's guess. He originally planned to go to the library tomorrow to check for relevant information, but since he had Hagrid's hint tonight, he came to the Forbidden Forest first. Are we really going to follow the spiders? Ron asked with a pale face. As of now, this is the only clue. Dudley said. Although Ron's face looked terrible, he still followed. The four of them continued to walk deep into the Forbidden Forest. As they went deeper, Dudley felt an increasingly dangerous aura approaching. The surrounding Forbidden Forest gradually became less peaceful, as if something was crawling rapidly nearby, making strange rustling sounds. Chapter 221 Acromantula, Dudley, why do I feel like something is crawling in the darkness? Ron said in a trembling voice. It seems like there is something. Harry also said. Hermione grabbed Dudley's clothes with one hand, and clutched her wand tightly with the other, too nervous to say a word. Dudley looked around, his spirit vision was already activated. He saw much more than Harry and the others. Spiders. Dudley had already recognized those animals moving rapidly in the darkness, they were all spiders. And they were huge, some even comparable to horses. They were extremely fast, darting quickly through the Forbidden Forest. Even above Dudley and the others, a large number of spiders were hanging from the spider silk dangling from the branches. Is this the thing Hagrid asked us to look for? Dudley frowned. He felt that these spiders were not as friendly as imagined, and were even full of hostility. Because Dudley sensed a clear aura of danger from these spiders. It was just that for some reason, they hadn't launched an attack on them yet. Dudley stopped, took the sun ring out of the mirror of Eriste, put it on his hand, and simultaneously injected spiritual power into it. Sun Halo. Dudley activated the Sun Halo. In an instant, the cold aura around them was completely dispelled. Harry and the others felt as if they were bathing in the summer sun, their bodies filled with a warm aura. The previous fear seemed to disappear like ice and snow under this warm aura, and they felt courage welling up from the bottom of their hearts. Even Ron seemed not so afraid of spiders anymore. Dudley, what did you do? It's such a magical feeling, Harry asked in surprise. He saw Dudley put a ring on his hand, and immediately after, they felt the warm aura. This was clearly the effect of that ring. This is a magic ring that can dispel the cold and evil aura within a 20-meter radius, making people feel warm, and at the same time, it can boost our courage. Dudley introduced it simply. Whatever happens later, remember not to stray more than 20 meters away from me, understand? Understood, the three replied in unison. They felt great now, the previous fear had vanished, as if they were full of courage and confidence to face any situation. The originally dark and cold forbidden forest had become warm and bright in their perception. After the sun halo spread out, those spiders that were originally running in the darkness also quickly moved away from Dudley's surroundings, not daring to get too close. But at the same time, more and more spiders gathered in the area more than 20 meters away from Dudley, and the rustling sounds around them became significantly more frequent. What is that? Harry looked into the darkness. The light from his wand shone over there, but he only saw a few black shadows running away rapidly. We should be almost there. Dudley did not answer. In his perception, he had already detected an aura dozens of meters away. That aura carried a bit of darkness and evil, it seemed to be some kind of dark arts creature. Hearing Dudley say this, Harry and the others quickened their pace, no longer paying attention to the black shadows running rapidly around them. Gradually, they found that the surrounding trees had thinned out a lot, especially in the distance. There seemed to be an area where no trees grew, and the whole ground gradually sank and became a depression. Dudley, Dudley. Ron's voice was somewhat terrified. Even under the influence of the sun halo, he still could not resist this instinctual fear. His gaze looked into midair, his body slightly stiff. Following Ron's gaze, everyone looked up. They saw that above their heads, a large amount of white spider webs hung down, and on them hung large black spiders. Spiders, so many spiders. Ron's face was pale, even the sun halo could not dispel his fear of spiders. Harry and Hermione's expressions were also much more solemn than before. The two were not as afraid of spiders, but with so many huge spiders gathered together and hanging right above their heads, they also felt their scalps tingling. If it weren't for the sun halo boosting their courage, they might have already turned and run at this moment. What do we do now? Ron asked with a trembling voice. We are almost at the place, let's go over and ask. Dudley's gaze looked toward the clearing not far away. He felt that there was a big guy over there, and perhaps these spiders hadn't attacked them because that big guy was there. Follow me. Dudley did not pay attention to those spiders, and led the three of them slowly toward the clearing. Those spiders followed around Dudley and the others but did not dare to enter the range of the sun halo, only able to run back and forth anxiously, making clicking sounds. Not long after, they walked out of the forest area. Moonlight fell from the sky, and combined with the light emitted from everyone's wands, they could finally clearly see the appearance of those spiders. 8 eyes, 8 legs covered in black hair, each one was a behemoth, the largest being even bigger than a horse. They surrounded the 4 of them, their 8 dark legs skimming quickly across the ground, constantly running back and forth. Their mouths were wide open, their 2 large pincers swinging back and forth, making clicking sounds as if they were talking. Is this the thing Hagrid asked us to come find? Ron hated Hagrid to death right now. It should be. Dudley's gaze went past these spiders and looked down at the sunken valley below the slope. There was a huge spider web there, and on top of the spider web lay an acromantula that was larger than all the other spiders. Its body was comparable to an elephant. Aragog. The surrounding spiders made sounds with their pincers, as if they were calling that huge spider. The next moment, everyone saw that huge spider move. It opened its 8 eyes, but each eye was covered with a layer of white mist. It was blind. What's going on? That huge spider asked. A spider replied. He hasn't been here for a long time, the spider said. They are strangers. A spider replied. Hearing this, the huge spider seemed a bit displeased and said irritably, kill them. I am sleeping, do not disturb me. Hearing this, the expressions of the few changed immediately. "We are friends of Hagrid," Harry couldn't help but say loudly. 223 Meat delivered to your door. Chapter 222, Meat delivered to the door. Aragog, who was about to leave, hesitated for a moment and said slowly, "Hagrid never sent anyone to me before." Seeing this, Dudley spoke up, "Hagrid has encountered some trouble, and is temporarily not at Hogwarts. May I ask, do you know anything about the Chamber of Secrets?" The Chamber of Secrets. Aragog pondered for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. All around, the clicking sounds of countless spiders colliding were maddening to hear. After a while, Aragog spoke again, "That was many years ago." "Why do you ask about this?" "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened again. They believe Hagrid was the one who opened it last time, so this time they took him away without even questioning him," Dudley said calmly. "They are still just as foolish," Aragog said in a cold, disdainful voice. "It was precisely because of this matter that Hagrid was expelled from school back then, but Hagrid was framed. I was the monster Hagrid raised at that time, but I am not the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. They thought Hagrid had opened the Chamber of Secrets and released me. How ridiculous." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dudley and the others changed. They all knew that it was highly likely Hagrid had been framed, but they hadn't expected there to be such a story behind it. Hagrid had actually raised a monster at Hogwarts. Although this monster hadn't harmed anyone, looking at the massive giant spider before them, no one would think this thing was friendly. Moreover, Dudley and Hermione had already guessed its identity from the spider's appearance in Acromantula. This was a very terrifying magical creature. By nature, they were man-eaters. Keeping such a monster in school, what on earth was Hagrid thinking? Even though they were Hagrid's friends, they did not believe this was the right thing to do. "I came from a distant land. A traveler gave me to Hagrid. Hagrid was just a child then, and he was the one who always took care of me. He is a good man. Later people discovered me and wanted me to take responsibility for the girl who died, but it was Hagrid who stood up to protect me. He would rather be expelled than betray me. Later he even found a wife for me. Look around you, those are all my offspring. All of this is thanks to Hagrid." Ron glanced at the spiders surrounding them, and felt his scalp prickle. Upon hearing this, Dudley pondered for a moment, then asked again, "Then, from the time you were born until now, have you never attacked anyone, is that right?" Aragog said with some resentment. "Although it is my instinct, Hagrid did not allow me to attack humans, so I have never harmed anyone. The girl who was killed was found in a bathroom, and I was raised by Hagrid in a cupboard. I had never been to any other part of the castle." A bathroom? Dudley frowned slightly. This was a key piece of information. Although he hadn't made any connections yet, Dudley instinctively felt that this information was very important. "One last question, do you know what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is?" Dudley asked. He was actually already certain that this spider must know about that thing. Because, judging from the previous situation, the spiders seemed very afraid of that thing, which was why they had fled from the castle. And as a member of the giant spiders, Aragog's perception must be much keener than the other spiders. "That creature in the castle is an ancient being that we spiders fear the most. I remember very clearly, when I felt that thing moving around in the school, I once begged Hagrid to let me go. But Hagrid did not do so," Aragog said, his emotions agitated. "Hagrid really should have let this spider go," Ron said in a low voice. Harry nodded, expressing his deep agreement. Perhaps if he had let this spider go back then, Hagrid wouldn't have been expelled later, and he wouldn't just be a gamekeeper now. Dudley looked at Aragog and continued to ask, "What is that thing?" They were very close to the answer. As long as they knew what kind of ancient creature that thing was, it would be much easier to deal with. "We will not say," Aragog said, agitated. "We will not speak its name. I have never even told Hagrid the name of that terrifying creature, even though he asked me many times. I still did not say it, this is our taboo." Dudley frowned. "You cannot say it." With the answer right before his eyes but unable to obtain it, Dudley's expression was somewhat grim. "Perhaps you could leak some information to me, and I can look it up myself," Dudley said. He didn't want to force the spider either, he just wanted to get the answer. He had already learned some information, he just needed Aragog to reveal a little more, and he would be able to narrow down the range and quickly lock onto that monster. "I cannot say. It is impossible for me to tell you," Aragog said in a cold voice. Its 8 white-covered eyes swept in Dudley's direction, and then its body slowly curled up and retreated into the depths of the spider web. Meanwhile, the spiders around them began to stir. Their hairy, terrifying legs began to shake violently, and the sound of their chelicerae colliding merged into one, making one's scalp prickle. "Thank you for your answers. Let's go," Dudley said. The situation here was a bit ominous. Since Aragog wouldn't say it even if it died, he didn't intend to continue pressing, so as not to enrage this monster. After all, it was an acromantula, not exactly a nice character. However, he had already obtained quite a lot of information, he just needed to go back and do some thorough research, and it would be easy to find the answer. Ancient magical creature, natural predator of spiders, has a yellow glow on its body. Dudley gradually connected these pieces of information. For a moment, he felt as if the answer was on the tip of his tongue. "Heh, I never said you could leave here," Aragog said suddenly. The group, who were preparing to retreat, had their expressions change. "We are Hagrid's friends," Ron emphasized again. "You cannot harm us." "You promised Hagrid," Hermione also said anxiously. "I did promise Hagrid that I would not harm humans, but that does not include my children. They obey my orders and have not harmed Hagrid, but when fresh human meat is delivered to our doorstep, I cannot stop them from enjoying it. Besides, they are such tender students that taste." "Goodbye, Hagrid's friends," Aragog said with a hint of a smile, his tone indifferent. Chapter 223, A Killing Spree. "Are you sure you're not joking?" Dudley said coldly and angrily. Originally, Dudley hadn't intended to force anything upon this acromantula. After all, it was raised by Hagrid and could be considered Hagrid's friend. Even though it was exceptionally dangerous, the fact that it hadn't harmed humans for so many years made it somewhat acceptable. But just now, it had openly encouraged its offspring to eat Dudley and the others. This was no longer a mere threat, it was clear that it truly intended to do so. "We are students of Hogwarts. If you dare to harm us, Professor Dumbledore will not let you off," Harry threatened. The faces of the group were somewhat pale. There were too many spiders here. If they were to really swarm, even though they knew Dudley's strength was great, it would be difficult to handle such a situation. The effect of the sun halo in boosting confidence and courage proved its great value at this moment, preventing them from being scared into paralysis, and allowing them to still think normally. Aragog seemed to hesitate for a moment, but the clicking sounds echoing all around finally made Aragog make up its mind. Hogwarts students are not allowed to enter the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Since you have come, you must have violated school rules. No one will know you have been here, and no one will be able to find your corpses. Farewell, Hagrid's friends. Aragog bid farewell once more. The spiders surrounding them could no longer hold back. Ignoring the scorching aura of the sun halo, they rushed forward to devour this delicious human flesh. After all, they were not creatures like wraiths that would be suppressed by the sun halo, they were merely dark creatures. Although the sun halo made them feel uncomfortable and scorched, that was all it did. It couldn't cause them substantial damage. "Do you know what the consequences will be if you try to eat us?" Dudley said coldly. This time, a terrifying aura of majesty radiated from his body, suppressing the surroundings. Those spiders that were too close were immediately intimidated by Dudley's aura, and hurriedly retreated, not daring to continue their attack. Aragog seemed not to have expected that Dudley would actually resist. "This is you seeking your own death, don't blame me," Aragog said coldly. "Since that's the case, then die." Dudley's patience was exhausted. Ron, aren't you afraid of spiders? Today we will kill until you are no longer afraid. Dudley raised his wand high and slashed it sharply. Incendio. Crimson flames gushed out from Dudley's wand, swirling and falling onto the surrounding clearing. In the blink of an eye, a massive wall of fire formed around them. What powerful fire magic! Hermione exclaimed in amazement. Although Dudley had only used the simple Incendio Charme spell, they all knew how to cast the Incendio Dudley unleashed was beyond their scope of understanding. Both the amount of flame and the temperature released far exceeded that of a normal spell. Furthermore, while casting the spell, Dudley had controlled the shape of the flames to form a wall of fire that could block the surrounding spiders, forcing them back. This was something an ordinary wizard could absolutely not achieve. What are you still standing there for? Dudley shouted angrily. Defendo. Hermione was the first to react. With a flick of her hand, she unleashed a spell, aiming at a giant spider charging straight toward them. The spider, which was over a person's height, split directly into several writhing body parts while running, spilling disgusting fluids all over the ground. Ron finally came to his senses, and let out a loud roar to bolster his courage. Ron shot out a spell that landed on a spider, directly blowing up the giant spider that was the size of a horse. Flesh and blood scattered, and the air was filled with a bloody, fishy stench. Incendio. Harry followed up with a fire spell, covering the areas that Dudley's spell hadn't reached. However, the power of his flames was clearly a level lower than the spell Dudley had cast. Although it was excellent, it was still not enough. How dare you slaughter my offspring? Aragog was furious. It had not expected that the four of them would dare to resist, and that their magic power would be so great that its offspring were unable to get close to attack in such a short time. If you dare to let them eat me, I dare to slaughter them all. And you, Aragog? Today is your death day. Dudley said coldly. From the moment this giant spider wanted its offspring to eat Dudley and the others, Dudley had already prepared to kill Aragog. Even if this was a pet raised by Hagrid, he would kill it all the same. He would not easily let go of anything that threatened their lives. Incendio. Dudley added another fire spell, causing the surrounding crimson flames to surge in the wind and sweep continuously toward the surroundings. Spiders were inherently afraid of fire, and Dudley's flames were so powerful that they could not get close at all. Meanwhile, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were not idle. They released spells one after another in rapid succession, with almost no charge time. Especially Hermione, who had even stopped using her wand and switched to silent casting using the Hermes language. This greatly increased the frequency of her spell casting. The spiders that dared to cross the flames to attack them were almost all blown to pieces on the spot under Hermione's magical attacks. Not one survived. Harry and Ron were also having a blast killing. Under the courage boost provided by the sun halo, they no longer knew what fear was. Slaughter, there was only slaughter left. There were too many of those spiders. If they couldn't kill them in a short time and let them rush to their side, the consequences would be disastrous. I will kill you. Aragog was completely enraged. It crawled out of the spider web quickly. Despite its elephant-like body, its speed was extremely fast as it lunged straight toward Dudley's side. Facing the crimson flames, it was completely unafraid. Although these flames were powerful, they couldn't burn it to death in a short time, they could only scorch its fur. I've been waiting for you to come over. Seeing Aragog forcefully break through the wall of fire and kill its way over, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Dudley's mouth. Mental piercing. The mental energy that had long been gathered was concentrated and released at this moment, piercing directly into Aragog's soul. A piercing scream came in the next moment. Aragog's soul was directly pierced through by the condensed transparent spear, emitting a terrifying wail. Immediately after, Dudley raised his right hand wearing the sun ring, and then brought it down sharply. Holy light summoning. A bright golden holy light was summoned from the ring, descending from the sky and striking Aragog directly. Gentle reminder, the website will soon be updated, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Taking a screenshot is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 225 Killing Spree Chapter 224, Mad Slaughter. After the golden light descended, the intense purifying power directly corroded and burned a large hole in Aragog's body. A holy aura erupted from the light, causing the surrounding giant spiders to be terrified and scatter in all directions. Pain Whip. Dudley did not hesitate at all. He activated his Beyonder ability again, directly transforming his mental power into an invisible whip and lashing it onto Aragog's body. A sharp screeching sound continuously emanated from Aragog's mouth. If one hadn't heard it with their own ears, it is likely no one would know that an acromantula's howl could sound like this. Under Dudley's silky smooth combo, Aragog was already injured, and both its mind and soul had suffered a tremendous impact. Dudley raised his hand and released the spell, blasting it onto the wailing Aragog. A loud sound rang out. Aragog's body was directly blasted away by the spell. Its carapace showed numerous cracks, especially where the spell had struck, which had completely split open, revealing the flesh within. Kill you all. Seeing Aragog severely wounded by Dudley, the surrounding spiders began to charge toward Dudley's side recklessly. They were all Aragog's offspring, and seeing Aragog being attacked, almost all of them went mad. Incendio. Dudley waved his hand, reinforcing the surrounding wall of fire, but he quickly discovered that these spiders were quite different from just a moment ago. They seemed to no longer fear the fire. Even if they would be burned or even killed by the flames, they still charged forward wave after wave, using the corpses of the spiders in front to extinguish the fire, and then surged over like a tide. There are too many spiders. We can't kill them all. Harry shouted with an ugly expression. They were already casting spells with all their might, but there were simply too many spiders around, so many that they couldn't possibly kill them all. Under the illumination of the firelight, they could clearly see the distant, surging ocean of spiders, like a black tide, rushing toward them wave after wave. Thousands could no longer describe the scene at this moment. It was as if there was nothing else left in the entire Forbidden Forest, only these giant spiders. Just how many spiders has Hagrid raised here? Ron cursed angrily. If these spiders in the Forbidden Forest went mad and charged toward the school, it would definitely be a huge disaster. Did Hagrid even know what he was doing? Use nonverbal spells to speed up the casting frequency, Hermione said from the side. After using the Hermes language to cast nonverbal spells, Hermione's casting speed was astonishingly fast. The spells cast by her alone could already rival those of Harry and Ron combined. But we aren't very proficient yet, Ron said. Now is the best time to practice, Dudley said. He temporarily abandoned the blasted-away Aragog and turned to attack the large number of spiders surging around, which relieved a lot of pressure for Harry and the others. Harry didn't speak. He immediately put away his wand and began to silently recite the Hermes language in his heart to cast spells. At first, he was indeed not very proficient, even slower than his previous casting speed, but as time passed, he found that he was mastering this technique better and better. Under the pressure of the spider's attack, Harry unleashed unprecedented potential, and his improvement speed was incredibly fast. Ron was the same. Unknowingly, both of them had mastered the Hermes language nonverbal spells, and their casting speed had been greatly improved. Click-clack. Suddenly, a group of spiders broke through the obstruction of the flames. They stepped on the corpses of other spiders and forcibly tore a gap in the wall of fire Dudley had set up. In an instant, dozens of spiders rushed in, reaching the group in the blink of an eye. Those huge black spider legs thrust straight at them, like a multitude of black spears, indestructible. Flipendo. Dudley swung his right hand violently, and the spell was released. A gust of wind suddenly appeared, directly blowing all the spiders that had rushed in away, sending them falling tens of meters away. Incendio. Dudley added another fire spell, reinforcing the fire wall that had been torn open. I'll control, you guys are responsible for the kills, Dudley shouted. He realized that although Harry and the others had increased their casting speed significantly, their accuracy was still not enough. Coupled with the fact that these spiders moved extremely fast, their spells often missed. Although they could hit some spiders, the ones charging at the very front always managed to escape. In such a situation, once these spiders rushed to the front, it would be very difficult for them to continue casting spells calmly. Incarcerus. Dudley cast a spell, and a large amount of rope immediately shot out from the tip of his wand, shooting toward the spiders not far away, quickly binding more than a dozen giant spiders in place. Diffindo. Harry and Ron immediately followed up, their spells hitting the bound spiders accurately, completing the kills. Hitting stationary targets is much easier than hitting fast-moving ones. Dudley cast the spell, and a burst of cold air erupted, freezing a large number of spiders nearby in place. Incendio. Hermione followed up with a spell, giving these spiders a taste of both ice and fire, instantly killing a large number of spiders. The four of them worked together with tacit understanding. Dudley assisted with binding, while Harry and the other two were responsible for killing with spells, and the efficiency had improved a lot compared to before. In just a few minutes, hundreds of giant spider corpses had piled up around them, and the spiders in the distance had visibly decreased by a lot. Obviously, although there were many spiders here, they were not infinite. No matter how prolific Aragog was, it couldn't keep up with the speed at which Dudley and the others were killing the spiders. Kill you. In the distance, Aragog looked at the pile of corpses, and had gone completely mad. It had lost all reason at this moment. Things like not harming humans, or being Hagrid's friend, it had forgotten all of that. It now only wanted to kill these four people in front of it, tear them into pieces, and feed them to its offspring. The next moment, Aragog's large pincers collided violently, making a click-clack sound. Upon hearing this sound, all the remaining spiders began to charge toward Dudley's side recklessly, completely forgetting about life and death. At the same time, Aragog itself also charged over recklessly. Seeing this, Harry and the others' expressions changed instantly. This had exceeded the scope of what they could handle. This was a rhythm of mutual destruction. Seeing this situation, Dudley's gaze suddenly tightened. You forced my hand. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take screenshots. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 225 Fiendfire. Dali's gaze was solemn, as he whispered something. The next moment, terrifying flames soared into the air, transforming into a massive dragon that illuminated a vast expanse of the sky and the forbidden forest. The dark red flames released a terrifying, evil aura, enveloping the surrounding hundreds of meters. The moment the dragon appeared, it lunged forward, heading straight for Aragog and those giant spiders. Nothing in its path could stop its consumption. The dragon scorched the sky, everything seemed to turn to ash beneath these flames. It devoured everything that could burn, whether it was spiders, trees, or even the soil on the ground. All melted under its burning, flowing into dark red magma. Dark arts. Hermione's face turned pale. Within this dragon, she sensed an extreme aura of slaughter and evil. This was a profound spell that only a dark wizard would use. A spell she had once heard of appeared in Hermione's mind. Fiendfire Curse. That was right, the spell before her was almost identical to the Fiendfire Curse Hermione knew. Both its aura and destructive power had reached, or even surpassed, the scenes described in books. What spell is this? Ron was stunned by the scene before him. He could hardly believe that such a spell had been released by Dali. This was a spell cast by a classmate the same age as him. Fiendfire Curse. Harry recognized it too. The Fiendfire Curse is actually quite easy to recognize because the flames formed by this spell have the ability to mimic objects, transforming into animal shapes to attack. It will devour everything that can burn, and if the magic is powerful enough and the control is sufficient, it can even burn things that cannot normally be burned. However, this spell belongs to the category of dark arts, which they would never normally encounter. They could only occasionally see this spell when reading books about the dark arts. And most of these were negative examples, such as how many people a dark wizard had killed using this magic, or the significant damage caused after this magic went out of control. In short, there were basically no positive descriptions in the books where such a spell appeared. After the dragon dashed out, it headed straight for Aragog to burn him. At this moment, after Aragog noticed the terrifying dragon, he also sensed an extremely dangerous aura. However, it was too late for him to retreat, and he was already blinded by rage. Even though he knew the power of this spell was terrifying, he still charged forward. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The spiders around that were swept up by the dragon's flames were almost instantly burned to ash, while those slightly further away emitted harsh screeching sounds as they were roasted. The moisture in their bodies evaporated rapidly, leaving only their shells trembling continuously. The next moment, the dragon opened its bloody maw and swallowed Aragog in one gulp. The flames raged, and a violent aura swept through the surroundings. Aragog struggled violently, attempting to tear through the dragon to escape. However, it was all in vain. Aragog was already very old, and combined with the terrifying power of the fiendfire curse, he only lasted for a dozen seconds before his body was ignited by the fiendfire, and he quickly lost his breath. Seeing Aragog burn to death under the fiendfire, Dali immediately manipulated the flames, wanting to recall the dragon. The corpse of an acromantula is still quite valuable, especially their venom. It would be a real pity to have it destroyed just like that. However, what Dali did not expect was that the massive dragon seemed to have lost control. It continued to burn Aragog's corpse and was still spreading, wanting to burn everything around it that could be burned. Dali's expression changed. Although this was his first time casting the fiendfire curse, he had studied this spell thoroughly, and did not expect it to go out of control at this moment. Come back. Dali again used his spiritual power to control the dragon, simultaneously releasing a terrifying, imposing aura from his body to suppress the dragon's momentum. This time, the dragon finally reacted, slowly detaching from Aragog's corpse and returning into Dali's wand. Once Aragog died, the ocean of giant spiders surrounding them, which had been like a tide, immediately scattered in all directions. But a portion of them, seemingly to avenge Aragog, launched a death charge at the four of them. However, they had been unable to do anything to Dali and the others before. Now, without Aragog's command, the intelligence of these spiders plummeted. They only knew how to charge blindly, and no longer had their previous restraint. After Harry and the others regained their composure, they immediately used nonverbal spells to attack these spiders, killing all those that dared to charge over. After Dali withdrew the fiendfire curse, he also joined the fray, beginning to attack the incoming spiders frantically. In just a few minutes, the battlefield fell completely silent. All the spiders had been slaughtered, and Dali and the others did not pursue the ones that had escaped. The air was filled with the pungent smell of roasted spider, especially Aragog. His body had been burned by the fiendfire curse, many parts were already cooked, giving off an indescribable smell both disgusting and carrying a hint of roasted meat aroma. Is it finally over? Ron asked, exhausted. He felt like he was about to collapse onto the ground, his whole body was almost numb, and his mind was a blank slate. It should be finished, though some ran away. Harry said. He panted heavily, looking at the forest in the distance. Some giant spiders had fled after Aragog died. Hermione was already sitting slumped on the ground, her hands barely able to lift. In the battle just now, she had been the main force, casting more magic than Harry and Ron. At this moment, the magic in her body was almost completely drained, and she was so tired she didn't even have the strength to speak. Well done. Dali looked at the results of the battle around him, and praised them sincerely. Although Dali had some trump cards he hadn't used, such as the brass book and so on, facing such a situation, Harry and the others being able to achieve this level was beyond Dali's expectations. Moreover, in this battle against the spiders, all three of them had displayed powerful magical talent. Facing a real death threat, they grew rapidly during the fight, utilizing the nonverbal spells of the Hermes language with superb skill. This move alone had already left most students at Hogwarts behind. If it were a case of a surprise attack, Harry and the others now had the ability to threaten adult wizards. The depths of the Forbidden Forest. I will definitely ask Hagrid later if he has gone mad. Hermione finally caught her breath and said. 227 Cleaning up the battlefield. I reckon, Harry said with a grim expression, that Hagrid didn't realize Aragog's danger at all. He thought because Aragog promised not to hurt humans, we were safe, but he didn't expect Aragog wouldn't restrain his offspring. But now that we've killed Aragog, I wonder if Hagrid will blame us when he gets back. Blame us? Does he even have the face to blame us? Ron's voice raised a few decibels. If it wasn't for Dudley, we would be delicious snacks in the mouths of these giant spiders right now. Besides, judging from the conversation of these giant spiders, once that Aragog is dead, so many giant spiders losing restraint is the truly terrifying thing. Thinking about the Forbidden Forest filled with these giant spiders, Ron felt a chill. We'll tell Hagrid the truth when the time comes. If he blames us for this, then there's no need for us to remain friends with him, Dudley said simply. He believed Hagrid wouldn't harm them, but Hagrid's thought process was sometimes truly strange. The instincts of these giant spiders were evil. Because he raised Aragog, he wasn't attacked by these spiders, but others were not like that. When Hagrid told Dudley this news, he didn't even point out the possible dangers involved, which shows how thick his nerves are. It was fortunate that Dudley's strength was high enough to handle the current situation, otherwise, he really didn't know how Harry and the others would escape if they had rushed into the Forbidden Forest. That was not something Harry at this age could do, unless they had extremely good luck and escaped the Forbidden Forest in other ways. Otherwise, in a direct fight, Harry and the others would have no chance. You guys take a rest, I'll clean up the battlefield. After Dudley finished speaking, he walked towards Aragog's corpse. This giant spider's corpse had been severely burned by fiend fire, and not much remained. Fortunately, its head hadn't suffered too much damage, and quite a bit of venom could be extracted. After removing the scorched parts, Dudley put Aragog's corpse into the Mirror of Erist. Then Dudley began to check the surroundings, piling up all the heavily damaged corpses together, and putting all the remaining corpses that hadn't suffered too much damage into the Mirror of Erist. These could all be sold for money. Dudley, how do you plan to handle these giant spider corpses? Harry asked curiously. I have my own channels to sell them, Dudley said casually. Borgin and Burks would definitely not be able to refuse so many giant spider corpses, and they also had their precious venom. When I sell them for money, I will share it with you, Dudley said. Share with us? Ron was taken aback. The spiders were killed by everyone together, so naturally, it should be shared with you. Everyone gets a share. Dudley smiled. Money was not something precious to him. If he wanted money, he could get a lot of gold using the Philosopher's Stone. There was no need to sell spiders for money. But this money was very necessary for Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Especially for Ron. If he gave him money directly, he definitely wouldn't accept it, but if it was money from selling spiders he killed himself, he wouldn't refuse. This money in his hands would be enough for him to live quite comfortably for some time to come, such as buying a new wand or a new robe. Although Ron never complained about his family, it could be seen that he also longed to get what he wanted, instead of always using the old things left by his brothers. But we didn't contribute much, it was mainly you who did the work, Hermione said. The three of them combined probably hadn't killed as many spiders as Dudley alone. We are a team, don't haggle over these things. If it were just me, I might not have dared to fight these spiders, and would have run away directly, Dudley said with a smile. The three of Harry smiled at each other. They all knew that Dudley was comforting them. With the combat power Dudley had displayed before, it was impossible for him to flee without a fight. A glimmer of hope appeared in Ron's eyes. Even if the money he could get wasn't much, it should be enough for him to change into some new things. He even saw in his mind the scene of himself picking a wand at Ollivander's wand shop. After Dudley finished cleaning the battlefield, he burned the piles of spiders to the ground with a fire. As for the escaped spiders, Dudley didn't go after them to kill them. If these spiders could stay in the Forbidden Forest safely without causing trouble, he wouldn't exterminate them all. But if they continued to hurt people, then it would be necessary to clean up all the giant spiders here. "Let's go, it's time for us to go back," Dudley said. The group looked back at the spider nest destroyed by Dudley and left together. Boom, boom. After walking a few steps, suddenly some thumping sounds came. Immediately after, 2 beams of light came over, shining directly on the faces of Dudley and the others. That is. Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly, and he saw a familiar car. During the previous battle, Dudley had felt something around, but he had no time to spare then. Now it seemed that this car had been waiting here for a long time. "My God, it's my dad's car!" Ron exclaimed. Harry also recognized it. This was the flying car they drove to school. After they crashed into the Whomping Willow, it rushed into the Forbidden Forest and disappeared. He didn't expect to see it here. The car accelerated and rushed up, stopping directly in front of Dudley and the others, and then the car door popped open automatically. "Is this asking us to get on?" Dudley's expression moved. The car seemed to understand Dudley's words. The car door opened and closed, appearing as if it was nodding, or inviting them to get in quickly. "Let's go." Dudley climbed in and sat in the driver's seat, and Harry and the others hurriedly squeezed into the car. After everyone got in, the car started suddenly. Without needing Dudley to drive, it rushed directly towards the outside of the Forbidden Forest. This car. Dudley looked at the car with burning eyes. He felt that this car seemed to have developed its own consciousness, similar to a living sealed artifact. This was truly amazing. I don't know what kind of magic Mr. Weasley used, or what he added when modifying this car, to actually make a car possess a certain amount of intelligence, Dudley thought to himself. Perhaps he could ask Mr. Weasley later. 10 minutes later. The car rushed out of the Forbidden Forest, and the car door popped open. Harry and the others were ejected directly, rolling 3 or 4 meters away. Only Dudley walked out of the vehicle himself. "Thanks," Dudley said. "Thanks." The car closed the door, turned around, and rushed into the Forbidden Forest, quickly disappearing without a trace. Chapter 227 Apparition. "Why were we thrown out, but you walked down yourself?" Watching the car rush into the Forbidden Forest, Ron said with some resentment. That was his family's car. Maybe the car was afraid that Dudley would cast a powerful spell on it, Harry guessed, then went to the side and took out the invisibility cloak. The 3 of them hid under the invisibility cloak, and walked quietly towards the castle. "Dudley, that spell from before?" Hermione asked curiously. "Are you talking about that fire spell?" "Yes, that is dark arts, the Fiendfire curse." Dudley did not deny it. "What does it feel like to cast dark arts?" Harry asked immediately. "It doesn't feel like anything special, but if I really had to say, there's a feeling of a cold aura seeping into your body." "That might be the reason why wizards try not to cast dark arts," Dudley said. "So, is it true that frequently casting dark arts will cause one to fall and become a dark wizard?" Ron asked. The wizarding world does not have a very clear definition for ordinary wizards versus dark wizards, but one thing is universally acknowledged: casting dark arts will cause a person to fall and become a dark wizard. It seems that dark arts have some kind of magic that continuously accumulates within a wizard's body. Once used too much, it will cause the wizard to fall, eventually becoming an atrocious dark wizard. A wizard's morality does not lie in the magic they cast, but in the goodness or badness of the person themselves, Dudley said after thinking for a moment. There is no bad magic, only bad wizards. Casting dark arts does indeed cause some dark power to accumulate in the body, but as long as you control the extent, and don't let yourself be controlled by dark desires within your heart, you won't fall, Dudley explained. In fact, judging from the feeling after casting the Fiendfire curse, Dudley thought it was somewhat similar to the loss of control of a Beyonder. Both involve a continuously accumulating tendency towards destruction. If you compare a wizard to a Beyonder, then a dark wizard probably signifies madness and loss of control. The difference is that a Beyonder's loss of control means death and destruction, while a dark wizard is eroded and controlled by dark power, losing their self and becoming an apostle of darkness and desire. By comparison, the consequences caused by a wizard's fall are much lower than a Beyonder's loss of control. Of course, the ceiling of a Beyonder is also not something a wizard can compare to. Based on Dudley's current understanding of the wizarding world, the top-tier wizards here probably only have strength around that of a demigod. Anything above that is not something a wizard can compare to a Beyonder. Can you teach us that fiend-fire curse? Harry asked after pondering for a moment. You can't even master ordinary spells well, let alone dark arts, Dudley refused directly. All right then, Harry said, sounding a bit disappointed. In fact, your current strength is far beyond the scope of a second-year student. Just the silent spell alone allows you to easily defeat quite a few wizards, Dudley comforted. So there's no need to covet dark arts at this stage. There is no harm without comparison. You are too dazzling, Dudley, Hermione stated the truth. My situation is special, don't compare yourselves to me, Dudley said. The castle was very quiet at midnight, the students were all asleep, and only a few professors were patrolling the corridors. No one noticed the great battle in the Forbidden Forest. The location where Aragog was had already been deep in the Forbidden Forest, far away from the range that Hogwarts Castle could observe. After returning to Gryffindor Tower, everyone was very tired. After saying goodbye, they went back to sleep. Lying in bed, Dudley pondered the information he obtained from Aragog. He felt that this time, he was very close to the truth of the facts. The natural enemy of spiders, an ancient magical creature, Harry can hear its voice. Dudley pondered and unconsciously fell asleep. The next day, Dudley explained the situation regarding the giant spider's corpse and venom to Borgin and Burkes. Borgin and Burkes was indeed very interested. After agreeing on a time, the two decided to trade in Hogsmeade Village, not far from Hogwarts. At the same time, the ingredients for brewing Polyjuice potion sent by Borgin and Burkes had also been received, which Dudley handed over to Hermione to brew. As for Dudley himself, he spent his time in the library, starting to search for information about that monster in the Chamber of Secrets. Until evening, Dudley ate something in a hurry and headed straight to the Transfiguration classroom. Yesterday, Professor McGonagall had already agreed to teach Dudley apparition, and today was the first lesson. Knock, knock. Dudley knocked on the classroom door. Professor McGonagall's voice came from inside. Professor McGonagall. Dudley walked into the Transfiguration classroom with a smile. This is a dessert for you. Dudley thoughtfully took out a dessert and handed it to Professor McGonagall. Didn't I say there was no need for this? Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley. You are teaching me apparition as an extra, and I only gave you a dessert. In fact, I am the one taking advantage of the situation, Dudley laughed. Hearing this, Professor McGonagall smiled, shook her head, and accepted the dessert. Thank you, Dudley. Every time Dudley gave her a dessert, she actually didn't really want to accept it. After all, it made it seem like she was accepting a bribe from Dudley. But every time she accepted Dudley's gift, she would feel very happy, and the more she looked at Dudley, the more she liked him, even having a feeling of treating him like her own son. It was truly a very contradictory state of mind. Seeing Professor McGonagall accept the dessert, a faint, imperceptible smile appeared on the corner of Dudley's mouth. Another powerful wizard bribed. All right, let's begin. Professor McGonagall quickly said with a straight face. When it came to teaching, Professor McGonagall was always meticulous. Dudley also immediately put away his smile and began to listen to Professor McGonagall's teachings. Regarding apparition, first there is an important thing to remember. Apparition follows the 3Ds principle. Destination, determination, deliberation. Professor McGonagall said seriously. Step 1. Focus your consciousness on your destination, Professor McGonagall said, pointing to a wooden hoop not far away, which is the center of the wooden hoop. Now please focus your attention there. Dudley nodded and focused his attention on the center of that wooden hoop. Step 2, Professor McGonagall continued, make a determination, thinking that you must move to the destination. Let the thought of wanting to go there fill your whole body from your brain. Dudley continued to follow instructions. Step 3, Professor McGonagall said, turn in place, feeling your body become void, moving deliberately. As soon as Professor McGonagall finished speaking, she gently waved her wand, and the next moment, her figure disappeared directly, and when she appeared again, she was already standing in front of the wooden hoop. Obviously, this classroom had been modified by Professor McGonagall, temporarily removing the restrictions on apparition. Did you understand? Professor McGonagall asked. Dudley nodded, imitating McGonagall's actions, and chanted the spell at the same time. Professor McGonagall continued, apparition is a very profound magic, generally only wizards aged 17 can learn it because this spell is very dangerous. Once any problem occurs during the casting process, splinching will occur. So you must be careful at all times, every step cannot be wrong. In about a month you can try apparition. Dudley's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he appeared again, he was already standing beside Professor McGonagall. At this moment the classroom was silent. Gentle reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save bookshelf and reading record in time. It is recommended to take screenshots to save them. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 228, Talent. It doesn't seem that hard, actually. Dudley looked at Professor McGonagall, who looked as if she had seen a ghost, and rubbed his nose sheepishly. Good heavens! A second later, Professor McGonagall finally snapped out of it and exclaimed aloud. You already. Professor McGonagall was somewhat incoherent. Clearly, the scene that had just unfolded had shocked her so deeply that even a composed wizard like her had let out an exclamation. Perhaps I have a talent for this, Dudley said with a smile. The sensation of performing apparition just now really wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. He simply recited the incantation, focused on the destination, and Dudley completed the apparition naturally. Moreover, he was not at all unfamiliar with this feeling. It was as if he had been born knowing how to do it. It seemed similar to traveling through the spirit world. This thought suddenly flashed through Dudley's mind. Dudley, I truly cannot believe you succeeded on your first try. Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? You could have splinched yourself. Do you understand what splinching is? Professor McGonagall said, her emotions running high. She was both shocked and excited that Dudley had completed the apparition, yet worried about his recklessness. Dudley had succeeded this time, but had he failed, the consequences would have been terrifying. She hadn't even taught Dudley the finer details to watch out for during apparition. She had merely demonstrated it once, and Dudley had copied her and completed the apparition. If it had been any other magic, it would have been fine, but this was apparition. The danger level was too high, and it could even lead to death. Dudley waved his wand again, and his body vanished once more, reappearing back in his original spot. Professor, you see, this really isn't difficult for me, Dudley said. As he spoke, Dudley attempted to apparate to another location, but found that the surrounding space seemed to have solidified. He could only apparate within the confines of the classroom, and could not leave that area. It really is restricted to the classroom area, Dudley thought to himself. However, after trying just now, Dudley discovered that the solidified space was not unbreakable. If given enough time, he would likely be able to find a way to forcefully break through the anti-apparition charm restrictions of Hogwarts. Watching Dudley perform apparition again not far away, Professor McGonagall was completely speechless. She no longer knew what words to use to describe her current state of mind: shock, fear, excitement. I feel as though I have nothing left to teach you, she said after a long while. Professor, you haven't taught me how to perform an anti-apparition jinx yet, Dudley said quickly. While learning apparition was one aspect of his goal, another was to trap that house elf. Professor McGonagall pondered for a moment, then said, let us first practice apparition to see how much you have truly mastered, and then we can discuss the anti-apparition jinx. Dudley nodded quickly. In the time that followed, Professor McGonagall had Dudley perform apparition multiple times in front of her. Although the distance of each movement was short, it was clear that Dudley had indeed mastered this advanced magical technique. Perhaps you truly do have a talent for learning apparition. In the end, Professor McGonagall had to acknowledge Dudley's excellence. Compared to other students, you are remarkably composed. It is as if apparition is an innate ability for you. Combined with your clear goals and determination, I have never seen a second-year student reach this level at this stage. Thank you for your praise, Professor McGonagall. Dudley smiled. The experiences in that bizarre world had indeed caused Dudley to far surpass his peers in terms of mental maturity. Coupled with his past experience of traveling through the spirit world, Dudley had an innate advantage when learning apparition. Very well, next I will teach you how to perform an anti-apparition jinx. It is actually quite simple. When you perform apparition, you use the power of magic to break through the constraints of space, thereby bypassing the concept of space to appear in a location. The principle of the anti-apparition jinx is to use the power of magic to seal off the surrounding space, or rather, to reinforce the surrounding space, making it difficult for apparition to break through the spatial constraints and complete the transfer. After speaking, Professor McGonagall took out her wand, waved it gently, and chanted, "Obstructus." A transparent aura surged from Professor McGonagall's wand, diffusing into the surrounding space. Try to apparate. Professor McGonagall reminded him. Dudley immediately cast the spell to attempt apparition, but found that the surrounding space felt as if it had solidified. His magic could no longer break through the spatial constraints here to travel to his destination. However, the solidified space was recovering rapidly, and it was estimated that it could only be maintained for a few dozen seconds. The prerequisite for learning the anti-apparition jinx is that one must first learn apparition oneself, and have a certain degree of perception of space. Only then can you cast this counter curse. Do you understand? Professor McGonagall explained. I understand. Dudley nodded. By this time, Professor McGonagall's spell had automatically worn off. Normally, according to the full teaching model, Professor McGonagall would have told Dudley the details of casting this spell, and the points to watch out for at this moment. But facing Dudley, she felt there was no need. Dudley did not ask Professor McGonagall any further questions, but instead carefully recalled the movements and the incantation Professor McGonagall had just used. Immobilis. Dudley waved his wand and recited the incantation. A transparent aura also surged from the tip of his wand, diffusing into the surrounding space. Apparition. Professor McGonagall performed apparition. Her body became transparent, but it did not disappear immediately. Instead, after a moment, it vanished abruptly and reappeared by Dudley's side. Very good, that counts as a success. If it were anyone else, they would most likely have been unable to complete the apparition. Professor McGonagall nodded. She was already feeling somewhat numb to Dudley's powerful learning ability. All right, I will try again. Dudley began to continuously attempt to cast this spell to seal off the space. By the time the 1-hour lesson concluded, Dudley was already able to proficiently seal off the surrounding space for about 30 seconds. For Professor McGonagall, she was unable to perform apparition for the first 20 seconds, but in the final 10 seconds, she was able to forcefully complete the spatial transfer. This was already a very excellent result. Originally, I intended to spend a semester teaching you apparition, but now it seems one lesson is enough. Professor McGonagall looked at Dudley, her expression both gratified and somewhat complicated. Gentle reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. Screenshots are recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 229, Dueling Club. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, it's because you taught me well. Dudley thanked her with a smile. I know full well what it looks like when others try to learn this spell, so you don't need to be so modest, Professor McGonagall said. If it were any ordinary wizard, let alone learning these 2 spells in one lesson, they probably wouldn't even grasp what apparition was all about. You may go now. Remember, use it with caution. Professor McGonagall cautioned in parting. Understood. Dudley thanked Professor McGonagall again, then turned and left the classroom. His talent has already surpassed even a genius like Professor Dumbledore. I wonder what heights he will reach in the future. Professor McGonagall thought to herself. By Monday, the news of Crabbe being attacked had spread throughout the entire school. Everyone realized that even pureblood wizards were no longer safe, leaving the whole school filled with an atmosphere of fear and tension. Fortunately, Professor McGonagall had the foresight to have the professors take turns patrolling the corridors, which dispelled some people's concerns. Otherwise, many would not even dare to leave their common rooms. But this was not a long-term solution. If Hogwarts didn't resolve this issue soon, it might very well have to close its doors for good. Especially since it was Crabbe who was attacked this time. He had a pureblood family backing him, and the school was now under immense pressure. However, what surprised everyone was that even at this point, Professor Dumbledore had not appeared. He seemed to have been gone for some time now. And what surprised Dudley even more was that Lucius, who had always been clamoring for Professor Dumbledore to be fired, didn't jump out to say anything at this critical juncture. Clearly, he must have known what Professor Dumbledore had gone to do, and also knew that Professor Dumbledore had sufficient reason not to be at school at this time. And this also meant that the matter Professor Dumbledore went to handle might be even more serious than the problem Hogwarts was currently facing. Early in the morning, when Dudley and his group passed through the entrance hall, they saw quite a few people gathered around the notice board, discussing something animatedly. Come quickly. Seamus noticed Dudley and the others and immediately beckoned to them. They're starting a dueling club. Seamus said excitedly. The first meeting is tonight. I definitely have to go see it, it's bound to come in handy later. That's right, are you guys going to join? Dean Thomas asked from the side. You don't actually think that learning how to duel will allow you to fight the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, do you? Ron said, pursing his lips. It's always good to be prepared. I don't want to be unable to do anything if I really run into the monster, Seamus said. Perhaps you could blow the monster up, Ron teased. Seamus lunged at Ron and gave him a good thrashing, forcing Ron to beg for mercy immediately. Are you guys going? Hermione seemed quite interested. We can go check it out. Maybe we really can learn something, Harry said. Recalling the scene of fighting those giant spiders in the Forbidden Forest earlier, their expressions turned somewhat grave. If it hadn't been for Dudley being by their side, they likely wouldn't have made it out of there alive. In any case, being able to learn something is good. Let's go see it when the time comes. I wonder who's going to teach us, Dudley said. 8 o'clock in the evening. Everyone gathered in the great hall. The long dining tables had disappeared, replaced by a gilded stage, with hundreds of candles floating above to provide light. The ceiling had turned a velvet black, and almost every student in the school had come. After all, no one wanted to be unable to do anything when they were attacked. Guess who's going to teach us? Ron asked curiously, while offering his own answer. I guess it's Professor McGonagall. As long as it's not Professor Snape, that's fine, Harry said casually. By the way, it's best if it's not Professor Lockhart either. I guess it might be Professor Flitwick. It's said that he was a dueling champion when he was young. It would be best if he were the one to teach us, Hermione said. Of course, if it's Professor Lockhart, that wouldn't be impossible either. Harry immediately shot a questioning look at Hermione, as if to say, are you serious? Hermione pretended not to see it. Dudley, what do you think? Actually, I think it would be nice if you taught everyone. You have a lot of talent for dueling. After scanning the scene, Dudley said directly, I feel like Harry might be right, but in reverse. What do you mean? Harry and Ron were startled. But soon, expressions of utter despair appeared on both their faces. They saw Professor Snape and Professor Lockhart appear at the entrance of the Great Hall at the same time, walking toward them. Harry let out a cry of despair. The two professors he least wanted to see were now both together. Professor Snape was still wearing his black robes, unchanging for eternity, and they even seemed as if they hadn't been washed. On the other side, Lockhart was dressed brilliantly in purple robes, his hair carefully styled, and wearing that standard charming smile. I don't hold any hope for this dueling club. Harry looked at the two on the stage and completely gave up on thinking. Ron nodded in deep agreement. Only Hermione, looking at Professor Lockhart, had an expression of intoxication. Under the gaze of everyone, Lockhart gave a brief self-introduction, then after a long speech, and amidst Professor Snape's impatient expression, he finally decided to demonstrate to everyone how wizards duel. Unsurprisingly, Lockhart was sent flying by an Expelliarmus from Snape, and didn't get up for a long time. Professor Snape's ability is actually quite good, Harry said upon seeing this. Finally, under the concerned gazes of the crowd, Lockhart climbed up from the floor, straightened his clothes, and squeezed out his signature charming smile on his pale face. All right, everyone saw that. That was an Expelliarmus, and I lost my wand. Yes, Professor Snape showed us that move, which was truly wonderful. But don't mind me saying this, your intention to pull that off just now was too obvious. When you raised your hand, I knew exactly what spell you were going to cast. To be honest, if I had wanted to stop it, it would have been effortless. But I felt that in order to let everyone see the effect of this spell, I was willing to sacrifice myself a little. By the end of his speech, Lockhart seemed to sense the murderous look in Snape's eyes and quickly changed the subject. All right, next, let one of my students experience Professor Snape's power and provide a demonstration for everyone. Dudley Dursley, you come up. Lockhart pointed directly at Dudley off stage, giving him no opportunity to refuse. Chapter 230, The Duel. Dudley, watching the show from below the stage, was stunned. He had not expected Lockhart to ask him to go up and demonstrate with Snape. At the same time, everyone's gaze fell upon Dudley. No one was a stranger to Dudley. Everyone knew about how he had ridden a Norwegian ridgeback to battle a dark wizard last semester, and he had caused quite a stir this semester as well, such as sending Lockhart to the hospital, where he remained for a full half-month before returning to class. It's that highly talented second-year student. I heard he doesn't get along with Professor Snape. It's not just him, Gryffindor and Slytherin have never gotten along. The crowd murmured, sensing that a good show was about to unfold. Not just regarding the duel, but also the rivalry between the two houses. Professor Snape, you shouldn't mind, right? Dudley is the best student in my defense against the dark arts class. Lockhart did not forget to flash a charming smile at Snape. On the other hand, Snape's face was livid, his gaze was icy whether he was looking at Lockhart or Dudley. Professor, this doesn't seem appropriate. Hermione hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Dudley is only a student, how could he possibly be a match for Professor Snape? Lockhart smiled slightly and said, Miss Granger, don't worry. It's just a demonstration of a spell, not a real duel. Then it should be two students demonstrating on stage. Harry couldn't help but chime in. Oh, very well. Let's see what Professor Snape thinks. Lockhart tossed the problem to Snape, appearing as if he were settling in to watch a good show. He was well aware of Dudley's immense strength. Bringing him out now was intended to pit Dudley against Professor Snape. He also knew the two did not get along. Once they clashed, a real conflict might break out. However, when Snape had attacked him earlier, he hadn't shown him any respect, causing him to lose face in front of the entire school, which had been deeply humiliating. Letting Dudley take action might just cause Professor Snape to slip up in front of everyone, and that would be quite the spectacle. Professor Snape on the stage narrowed his eyes slightly, shot a glare at Lockhart, and then looked at Dudley. Dudley has no objection, I am willing to demonstrate with him. Professor Snape said indifferently. Being able to deflate Dudley's ego in front of so many people was something Snape was more than willing to do. He had always disliked Dudley, especially since Dudley frequently caused trouble for Slytherin, and even beat up his prized student, Malfoy. What annoyed him, however, was that he had never had the opportunity to properly teach Dudley a lesson. During their last confrontation in the corridor, he had inexplicably blacked out and ended up staying in the hospital for a long time, which made Snape despise Dudley even more. This time, in front of so many people, was indeed a perfect opportunity to teach Dudley a lesson. Even knowing this was Lockhart's intentional ploy, he did not refuse. Dudley frowned as he looked at Snape, then glanced at Lockhart. These two were truly calculating. Dudley pondered for a moment and nodded. "Go, Dudley!" someone shouted. "We believe in you." The Gryffindors cheered in support of Dudley. "Beat him hard." As soon as Ron finished speaking, he received a fierce glare from Snape. "Professor Snape, teach that guy a lesson." "Beat him!" Malfoy shouted, wishing he could rush onto the stage himself to teach Dudley a lesson. The Slytherin students cheered loudly for Snape, especially the second years. Their voices were so loud they nearly lifted the roof off the Great Hall. The memory of Dudley thrashing them last year was still fresh in their minds, and the strength Dudley had displayed since then made it clear to them that they would likely never be able to get their revenge. Today, they had finally caught their chance. Even though this was just a spell demonstration, the roaring of the crowd made it feel as intense as a life-and-death duel. With the Gryffindors cheering him on, Dudley leaped onto the stage. "Dudley, if you're afraid, it's not too late to back out now," Snape said coldly, looking at Dudley. "It's an honor to face you, Professor Snape." "Why would I back out?" Dudley responded with a smile. "Very well. I hope you'll still be smiling in a moment." Snape narrowed his eyes. "All right, you two, please bow first. We must observe the etiquette of a formal duel," Lockhart said with a smile, positioning himself as the referee for this duel. Dudley and Snape bowed to each other simultaneously. "Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting duel is about to begin. Please do not blink," Lockhart announced in an exaggerated tone, creating a highly tense atmosphere. "Now, raise your wands." Both of them raised their wands in front of their chests like swords. "I will count to 3, and then you may begin casting. Remember, this is just a demonstration. Do not use offensive spells," Lockhart emphasized once more. Snape shot a cold glare at Lockhart. He was clearly losing patience. Lockhart's voice echoed through the vast Great Hall. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide, watching the scene on stage. Snape's reaction speed was lightning fast. The moment Lockhart's voice died away, he was already waving his wand to cast his spell. Dudley, on the other hand, was clearly a step behind, just like Professor Lockhart had been earlier. Seeing this, everyone seemed to have already predicted the outcome. Dudley would be disarmed by Professor Snape and sent flying in a sorry state. "Expellee!" Snape's voice rang out. However, at that very same moment, Dudley had already finished casting his spell. Expelliarmus! He did not wave his wand, nor did he utter a sound. He had cast the spell internally, reciting it in the Hermes language. A flash of red light suddenly appeared, shooting directly at Professor Snape and striking him with precision before his own spell could be fully cast. The immense force sent Snape stumbling backward until he fell to the ground, while his wand flew out ahead of him, tracing a graceful arc before landing in Dudley's hand. The entire movement was fluid and seamless, without the slightest hesitation. The Great Hall fell silent. Many people had not even realized what had happened. The scene they had rehearsed in their minds of Dudley being sent flying had not occurred. Instead, it was Snape who had been disarmed by Dudley. "Professor Snape, thank you for your cooperation." Dudley smiled as he looked at Snape, who was climbing up from the ground not far away with a look of shock on his face. Chapter 231, The Shock of the Crowd. Silent, Wandless Magic. Snape's expression was extremely ugly. He had never expected that he would be outmaneuvered by Dudley, nor did he ever anticipate that Dudley could perform silent, wandless magic. This was not something a second-year child could achieve. What is going on? What happened? What is this? What just happened? Most of the students off the stage wore bewildered expressions. They hadn't reacted to or understood everything that had just happened on stage. They had clearly seen Snape casting magic, and it was about to succeed, but at that moment, he was suddenly hit by a beam of red light from out of nowhere and was disarmed instead. On the other hand, Dudley hadn't done anything at all, standing there like a fool. He hadn't used a wand, nor had he chanted any spells. He seemed to just be standing there, ready to receive Snape's spell. Yet, under such circumstances, Snape was the one who ended up disarmed. His wand even flew into Dudley's hand. Many people couldn't understand the scene that had just occurred. Only some of the older students wore thoughtful expressions, having noticed some clues. Dudley, is this silent, wandless magic? On stage, Professor Lockhart asked with a shocked expression, even forgetting to flash his signature charming smile. Yes, Professor. Dudley admitted it generously. Competing against a wizard of Snape's level, without using beyonder abilities, silent, wandless magic was the most effective method, unexpected and extremely fast in execution. Good heavens, he actually did it. Lockhart couldn't help but exclaim. He cheated. Malfoy shouted from below, not listening to a word Lockhart had said. Bullshit. He cheated. Many in Slytherin hadn't seen clearly what had happened. They only heard Malfoy shouting, cheat, so they joined in. You're the one cheating. Don't talk if you don't understand. Ron and Harry retorted loudly. They had already known what Dudley was going to do when they saw him not waving his wand. And the result was exactly as they had expected. Professor Snape, the students from your house seem to have some objections. Do you need me to explain it to them? Dudley asked with a smile. Snape's expression was already extremely ugly, but with so many people watching, he couldn't really say Dudley was cheating, because he knew exactly what high-level magic technique Dudley had just used. Shut up, Malfoy. Snape reprimanded. The Slytherin students then quieted down. Professor. Malfoy anxiously wanted to say something. Dudley used a silent spell, and he can perform wandless magic. I was indeed careless. Snape explained with a livid face. Hearing this, Dudley smiled at Malfoy. Malfoy, not convinced. How about you come up, and the two of us have a duel? Dudley invited. Malfoy's expression was ugly. He didn't dare to go up at all. Even Snape had been disarmed by Dudley. If he went up, wouldn't he just be asking for trouble? A silent spell. Good heavens. He actually knows a silent spell. And he didn't even use a wand. This is a very high-level magic technique. Even I can't do it. The speaker was a sixth-year student. Clearly, the magic talent Dudley had just displayed was something some older students couldn't even hope to match. Those who understood a little began to explain to those around them what Dudley had just done. Upon learning the methods Dudley had used, almost everyone let out exclamations of shock. Many knew Dudley was excellent, but hadn't witnessed it firsthand. But this time, they had truly seen Dudley's magic ability. It definitely wasn't something blown out of proportion by mere words. Can second-year students now reach this level? How are we supposed to live? I suddenly feel like I've wasted my years at Hogwarts. At this moment, those older students felt what it meant to be devastated. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Dudley has actually defeated the Dean of Slytherin House, Professor Snape. It truly shocks me. In the duel just now, Mr. Dudley demonstrated superb magic techniques, using a silent spell, and wandless magic, which is something average adult wizards cannot do, Lockhart said loudly. However, I must say, I also happen to be able to do this. Lockhart flashed a charming smile and winked at the crowd below. Seeing Snape's murderous glare land on him, Lockhart quickly shut his mouth. All right, everyone, for the remaining time, you may pair up and practice. Of course, I think we can also invite a few students to come on stage and demonstrate for everyone. After finishing, Lockhart looked at Professor Snape. Snape frowned but quickly looked at Malfoy. I'll do it, Professor. Malfoy volunteered. As long as he wasn't facing Dudley, he still had confidence. Harry, how about you and Malfoy have a duel? Lockhart immediately said. Another duel between Slytherin and Gryffindor. Harry agreed immediately, almost without hesitation. Without waiting for Lockhart to continue, Snape spoke directly. Goyle, you pair with Ron. Parkinson, you pair with Granger. I think your dream team should be broken up. Snape sneered. Hearing this, all the students below seemed to smell a whiff of gunpowder. Snape had just been humiliated, and now it seemed he was going to rely on Malfoy and the others to regain his standing. In everyone's impression, Dudley's magic talent was indeed very high, but Harry hadn't shown much magic talent, and as for Ron, he was about the same as Harry. And Hermione Granger was good at rote studying, but in this kind of practical duel, she might not necessarily be able to beat pureblood wizards who had been exposed to magic since childhood. All right, Professor. Pansy Parkinson wore a wicked smile. She had always disliked that mudblood Hermione, and what made her even angrier was that Hermione had far surpassed her in grades. Today, she had finally found an opportunity to take care of Hermione in a real wizard duel. Bring it on, Weasley. Goyle cracked his knuckles, making a popping sound. Without Dudley, weren't these three people just theirs to handle? Scarhead. Just wait to get beaten up. Malfoy used his wand to make a throat-slitting gesture at Harry. Harry, Ron, and Hermione looked at each other, and all saw the hint of a smile in each other's eyes. They had brought this upon themselves. Warm prompt, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading record in time, taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. 233 Hermione vs. Parkinson Chapter 232, Hermione vs. If this duel had taken place before the battle with the giant spider in the Forbidden Forest, Harry and the others might have had to give some thought to how they could defeat Malfoy and his group. But now they almost completely didn't need to consider such problems. In terms of actual combat ability, they were definitely far stronger than Malfoy. Especially since they had all mastered silent and wandless magic, which was a huge boost to a wizard's combat effectiveness. Malfoy, don't go crying when you lose later. Harry said to Malfoy with a chuckle. No, he won't cry, he'll be crying for his daddy, Ron laughed from the side. The Gryffindor crowd burst into laughter. The duel hadn't even begun, but the atmosphere was already thick with tension. Malfoy's side flushed red, as if their little secrets had been exposed, and they were ashamed and angry. Seeing this, Snape walked over, leaned down to say something to Malfoy, and glanced at Harry and the others. Malfoy nodded slightly, and his expression improved significantly. Dudley, can we use those methods? Hermione asked in a low voice. Wandless magic had been taught to them by Dudley, and without his permission, they didn't feel comfortable revealing it in front of everyone. Yes, Dudley nodded. Besides, he had already used it just now, so there was no point in continuing to hide it. Hearing Dudley's agreement, Ron immediately flashed a malicious smile at Goyle not far away. Everyone, are you ready? Lockhart asked loudly. The few of them nodded simultaneously. The noise below the stage gradually faded, and everyone stared at the 6 people who had walked up. Malfoy versus Harry, Goyle versus Ron, and Hermione versus Parkinson. I bet Harry will win, Fred said. Before the duel had even started, the twin brothers had already started a betting pool. There's nothing to bet on there, Harry will definitely win, George said. Let's bet on something with more suspense, like whether our brother can win. Hard to say. Never mind, I bet he wins, Fred said after a moment of thought. Then I bet he loses, for 1 silver sickle, George said. Can't you both just believe in Ron? Ginny said helplessly from the side. The twin brothers said in unison. Dudley watched the 2 brothers from the side and shook his head helplessly. They really could turn anything into a source of amusement, true pranksters. Who goes first? Lockhart asked, looking at the group. Ladies first. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione didn't decline, and walked forward directly. On the other side, Pansy Parkinson saw Hermione step out, and stood up without hesitation. I'll count to 3, and then you start, Lockhart said. Hermione and Parkinson bowed to each other, then raised their wands, glancing at each other with disdain. Granger, do you know? Your curly hair and big front teeth make you look just like an unevolved curly-haired baboon, Parkinson whispered in a voice only Hermione could hear. Parkinson, don't you know that everyone calls you a pug? Hermione retorted directly. Parkinson's face instantly turned very ugly. Because she really knew that she was called a pug in private, and an ugly pug at that. This was not just because of her appearance, but also because her bitter and mean image was already deeply ingrained in people's minds. You just wait, mudblood, Parkinson said with a dark expression. Her words were heard by some people below the stage, who immediately looked incredulous. Bitch, watch how I deal with you, Hermione immediately retorted. Many people below the stage heard Hermione's voice, and thought they had misheard for a moment. She finally learned how to curse, Ron said to Harry. I feel like we really corrupted her, Harry said. But I have to say, she was really cool just now. The crowd below was buzzing with discussion, while Lockhart had already begun counting down. 3, 2, 1. Parkinson cast Stupefy directly. On the other side, Hermione seemed to have anticipated it and flicked her wand lightly. A protective spell was cast instantly, neutralizing Parkinson's Stupefy. Parkinson clearly hadn't expected Hermione to use a defensive spell, and after her own spell was blocked, she hesitated for a moment. But Hermione on the other side didn't give Parkinson any time to react. Petrificus Totalis. Hermione was fast. As she waved her wand, the spell was already released. Parkinson was just about to cast a defensive spell, but it was too late. The spell landed directly on her. Parkinson went completely stiff, her legs and feet locked together, and she fell to the ground. Hermione didn't intend to stop. She raised her hand and released another spell, sending the petrified Parkinson flying, crashing towards the far side of the stage. Finite Incantatem. Snape, with a dark expression, raised his hand to lift Parkinson's spell, preventing her from falling hard to the ground. Hermione lifted her chin slightly, looking down at Parkinson not far away with the posture of a victor. If this were the old her, she might have had a breakdown and started crying after being called a mudblood, but the current her would no longer fall into despair and helplessness because of other people's insults, but would instead strike back directly. This was the attitude a strong person should have. Parkinson's face turned red, and she wanted to rush back like a madwoman. Her wand was already lost, and she reached out with her hands to grab at Hermione, looking like she was about to stage a hair-pulling fight. Snape said coldly. Professor, Parkinson was extremely unconvinced. Miss Granger, this is a demonstration. You cannot use offensive spells. You have crossed the line. 20 points from Gryffindor. Snape said slowly. Professor Snape, Parkinson was the one who used an offensive spell first, wasn't she? If points are to be deducted, please deduct 20 points from Slytherin first, Dudley said loudly. Snape glared fiercely at Dudley and said coldly, Stupefy is not an offensive spell. Then I believe Petrificus Totalis is also not an offensive spell, Dudley retorted tit for tat. There was probably only one student who dared to talk to a professor like that, and that was Dudley. Snape looked at Dudley with a dark face. If not for the fact that so many students were watching, he might really have been unable to resist taking action. I think neither of these spells belongs to the category of offensive spells, so let's not deduct points, Lockhart said, stepping forward. If this continued, he was truly afraid these two would start fighting. Snape silently turned his head to look elsewhere, and Dudley didn't speak again either. Seeing this, Lockhart finally breathed a sigh of relief. The crowd below was holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause the loss of reading progress. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time, taking screenshots is recommended. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 233 The Final Duel. So, next up, Ron. Lockhart looked at Ron. Harry and Malfoy's duel was the main event, and he wanted to save it for last. Ron nodded and walked to the center of the stage. Good luck. Hermione, walking back, brushed past Ron with a happy smile. On the other side, Goyle also stepped out, gripping his wand tightly. I'll emphasize this again, you are only to use Expelliarmus, do you understand? Lockhart said loudly. Ron and Goyle both nodded, but no one knew if the two would actually follow Lockhart's instructions in the upcoming duel. After all, the situation with Hermione and Parkinson's fight just now was right there for everyone to see. 3, 2, 1. Lockhart began the countdown. Expel. Expelliarmus. Both cast spells almost simultaneously, but Ron was clearly faster and more composed. Before Goyle could even finish chanting his spell, Ron's had already been cast. A beam of red light illuminated the room and struck Goyle. His large body was knocked over by the immense force, and he fell to the ground, while his wand flew out of his hand and landed at Ron's feet. Looks like it really is quite simple. Ron shrugged and turned away nonchalantly. Ron, Ron, Ron. Gryffindor cheered loudly. George gave Fred a silver sickle. But seeing Ron take care of his opponent so cleanly, this silver sickle was worth it. You can say that again. Fred happily accepted the coin. This was a rare highlight moment for Ron, and everyone was surprised by his ability. After all, compared to the others, Ron was the most inconspicuous. He wasn't a dragon knight, not a top student, and certainly not the boy who lived. Yet, this person who had always been overlooked had, at this moment, cleanly defeated Goyle, who came from a pureblood family. Visibly, the Slytherin side looked very grim. This was practically a disgrace to purebloods. If it were based on a best of 3, Slytherin had already lost. Very good, very good. Ron Weasley has shown us how to cast Expelliarmus quickly and accurately. It's clear he's been listening carefully in my class. Lockhart praised Ron while not forgetting to gild his own lily. Didn't Dudley teach us this spell? What does it have to do with Lockhart? Seamus and others said dissatisfiedly. When Dudley was substituting, he had taught everyone this spell. Many people knew how to cast it because of Dudley, and it had nothing to do with Lockhart. However, no one wanted to stand up and refute him at the moment. After all, Lockhart at least appeared to be on Gryffindor's side. If they pushed him too far and he ended up standing with Snape, Gryffindor would truly be isolated and helpless. Dudley didn't care about Lockhart's self-aggrandizing behavior. Apart from being vain and boastful, there wasn't anything particularly hateful about the man, so let him be. All right, all right. Lockhart pressed his hands down, signaling everyone to quiet down. Finally, it's the duel between our famous Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. I'd like to say, this should be a very exciting battle, don't you agree? Lockhart asked loudly. Everyone shouted. Malfoy, beat him. Slytherin must win. The Slytherin side was cheering desperately for Malfoy. Honestly, Malfoy was indeed one of the few students in the second year on the Slytherin side who could hold his own. The others were basically no better than Goyle. As long as Malfoy defeated Harry in the final duel, the previous slump could be reversed. This was the truly critical duel. Harry, neither Hermione nor I used silent wandless magic just now, so you still have the element of surprise. Ron whispered to Harry. In the recent duels, they had both solved their opponents very easily. There was no need for such advanced magic skills. This meant that Malfoy and the others didn't know Harry's trump card yet. If Harry used silent wandless magic now, Malfoy would be completely helpless. This was the advantage Ron and Hermione had secured for Harry. Don't worry, against Malfoy, I might not even need it. Harry said confidently. Don't underestimate Malfoy. Dudley reminded him from the side. Ever since the Night Emperor put pressure on Malfoy, the kid had been working quite hard on his studies. Moreover, as a wizard from a pureblood family, he had access to much more magic than Harry. He might even have some unique magic exclusive to the Malfoy family, catching Harry off guard. I got it. Harry nodded. While they were talking, Lockhart gave another long-winded speech, boasting about how he had taught the four of them, while also building up everyone's anticipation. "Harry, Draco, are you ready?" Lockhart asked. Both nodded simultaneously. "All right, then the duel begins." Harry and Malfoy walked towards each other, bowed, and raised their wands. "Scarhead, scared?" Malfoy asked with a sneer. "In your dreams." "You're the one who should be scared, Malfoy," Harry said. "Don't think that just because your two friends won, you're all that great. I'll show you the power of a pure-blood wizard," Malfoy said in a low voice. As he finished speaking, Malfoy turned around immediately, not giving Harry a chance to retort. Harry could only snort coldly and turn back to his position. "Listen for my countdown. 3, 2, 1. Lockhart's voice came. However, Malfoy struck as soon as Lockhart counted to 2. All of this was seen by Harry, and he didn't hesitate to strike immediately as well. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! Both cast Expelliarmus simultaneously. Red beams of light shot out, collided, and erupted with a roar. Petrificus totalis. Tarantaligra. Rictus Empra. Boom, boom, boom. Spell after spell erupted, various colors of light flashed through the air, and the entire great hall looked like an arcade. The crowd below let out exclamations and panic screams from time to time, as some spells, after being dodged by the two, shot directly into the audience, and quite a few people were hit. Flipendo. Incendio. Both were casting spells very quickly, almost one after another. They couldn't stop, nor did they dare to give their opponent a chance to breathe, otherwise, they would be suppressed and unable to lift their heads, or even hit by a barrage of spells. Neither of them wanted to lose. Warm reminder, the website is about to be updated, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot. We apologize for the inconvenience. Chapter 234, Snake, I said, disarm only. Stop immediately. Lockhart looked terrified on the stage at the fiercely battling Harry and Malfoy. These two were indeed the rising stars of the second year. Their strength truly exceeded that of their peers. When did Malfoy become so strong? Ron frowned as he watched the intense duel in the arena. Harry's strength was already formidable, and with special training from Dudley, it was reasonable for him to have such strength. However, Malfoy's strength was somewhat beyond their expectations. Since Harry hadn't used silent, wandless magic, it currently looked like a draw, with neither able to do anything to the other. Maybe Snape gave him some private tutoring, Hermione guessed. Not far away, Snape frowned as he watched the battle between Malfoy and Harry, his expression unchanged. But if one looked closely, one would notice that his gaze towards Harry held slight ripples, as if recalling something. This caused him not to step in and stop the fight, but simply stand there watching, staring into Harry's eyes. Just then, Malfoy's expression suddenly tightened, as if he had made a firm decision, and he swung his wand violently. Serpensortia. Black light erupted from Malfoy's wand, followed by black light spreading out, and a large number of black snakes rushed out from the light, landing on the stage. These black snakes raised their heads, flicking their scarlet tongues, and launched an attack in Harry's direction. On the other side, Harry wasn't idle either. Just as Malfoy cast his spell, he skillfully cast Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Red light hit Malfoy, sending him flying, and his wand traced an arc before landing at Harry's feet. Malfoy no longer had the ability to struggle. As long as Harry dealt with the black snakes on the stage, this duel would be over. The crowd below the stage screamed and scattered away from the stage, looking at the black snakes with fear. Harry looked at the black snakes, contemplating what spell to use to deal with these summoned creatures, but when he met the gaze of those black snakes, a strange feeling arose. Serpensortia. Not far away, Dudley squinted slightly as he watched the black snakes on the stage. He hadn't heard of this spell, but judging by the effect, it was similar to the Serpensortia Malfoy had cast earlier. Both summoned black snakes. However, the one summoned by this spell had many more, dozens of them. This was likely because Malfoy hadn't fully mastered it. If he really cast it fully, he might actually be able to summon tens of thousands of snakes. Where did he learn this spell? Dudley thought to himself. Snape looked at Harry, who seemed stunned, moved his gaze away from Harry's eyes, and slowly walked forward. "Don't move, Potter, I'll handle it," Snape said, drawing his wand and pointing it at the black snakes. Harry ignored Snape. He walked towards the black snakes that were crawling towards him and spoke at the same time. A miracle occurred. Those snakes, which had been fierce just a moment ago, actually stopped under Harry's command. They stopped blankly in the center of the stage, looking at Harry, seemingly waiting for his next command. "Very good, all of you lie down." Harry spoke again. The next moment, those black snakes simultaneously lowered their raised heads, prostrated themselves on the ground, and retracted all their aggression. After doing this, a smile appeared on the corner of Harry's mouth. Without exposing his silent, wandless magic, he had subdued the black snakes Malfoy summoned. It was clear that these black snakes were likely Malfoy's trump card, released only at the very last moment, yet he had subdued them with just 2 sentences. He had won this match very thoroughly. Harry raised his head with some pride, looking around, expecting everyone to cheer for him as they had before, especially since he had so easily subdued these black snakes. However, what he saw was a silent great hall. Everyone was looking at him with fear and confusion, as if he had just done something terrifying. No cheers, no applause. Harry looked at Dudley and the others, feeling puzzled. What made him feel incredible was that Ron and Hermione also showed expressions of shock. Only Dudley seemed to be in deep thought, his eyes revealing a strange glint. Snape squinted at Harry, while simultaneously raising his hand to cast a spell. In an instant, all the black snakes vanished into ashes, disappearing from the stage. "Let's go." Ron ran over and pulled Harry. Harry finally came to his senses, walked off the stage quickly, and followed Dudley and the others out of the great hall. When they walked out, the people around dodged one after another, as if afraid of getting contaminated by something. Harry completely didn't understand what was going on. Ron and Hermione didn't explain, just pulled him away quickly. Dudley didn't say much either, showing a thoughtful expression. In the Gryffindor common room. "Harry, you're a Parseltongue, why didn't you tell us?" Ron asked as soon as they returned. "I am a what?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Parseltongue." Ron said, "It means you can talk to snakes." "Is there a problem with that? Isn't this just some wizard's ability?" "I mean, this is my talent, right?" Harry frowned and said. He didn't understand what the problem with being a Parseltongue was. Wasn't it just being able to talk to snakes? "Very few people can talk to snakes," Dudley said, having read about it in books. At the same time, he recalled the day he had just transmigrated back, the day of his birthday, when they encountered that in the zoo. Harry had talked to a Brazilian boa constrictor at that time, and even let it go. As far as is currently known, Salazar Slytherin was the only wizard who could talk to snakes, which is why the symbol of Slytherin is a snake. Dudley said this and something in his mind suddenly triggered, making him feel as if he had grasped a key clue. "I just made those snakes stop attacking, made them lie down," Harry said, dumbfounded. "We don't know what you said, because you were speaking the language of snakes," Hermione said helplessly. "I guess now, many people are guessing that you are the heir of Slytherin, because only his descendants could possibly have Parseltongue. And not long ago, Crabbe was attacked, which does not conform to the rules of Slytherin's cleansing of wizards, and we just happen to not get along with Crabbe and the others." Ron explained. Chapter 235, Dudley's Analysis. "But I'm not," Harry said firmly. "You'll find that's very hard to prove," Hermione said. "Slytherin lived over 1,000 years ago. From the perspective of others, it's very likely you could be his heir." The common room fell into silence for a moment. Harry was at a loss, looking around blankly, and finally, his gaze landed on Dudley. However, at this moment, Dudley was thinking about something and completely ignored Harry's gaze. Dudley stood up abruptly from his chair. Dudley's eyes were burning, and he seemed very excited. "What's wrong? What snake?" Ron was startled, thinking a snake had appeared in the Gryffindor common room. "The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a snake." "It must be. A snake is the symbol of Slytherin. If Salazar Slytherin wanted to choose a monster to lock in the Chamber of Secrets, the best choice would be a snake. And Slytherin was a Parseltongue. His heir must also be a Parseltongue. This is the mark of his heir, and also the reason his heir can control the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. And that voice, the voice only Harry can hear. Because Harry is a Parseltongue, he can hear the snake's voice, which the rest of us cannot hear. It all makes sense," Dudley said rapidly, like a machine gun. Just now, he had finally figured everything out. Before, he had never understood why only Harry could hear that voice, while he couldn't hear anything. It wasn't until Harry showed his Parseltongue ability during the duel just now that he linked it all together. Actually, I should have thought of this sooner. I had seen Harry talking to a Brazilian boa constrictor at the zoo, but I hadn't thought of Parseltongue before. Dudley continued. Harry, Ron, and Hermione widened their eyes after hearing Dudley's description. They felt that Dudley's analysis made a lot of sense. What was that yellow light? Could it be its scales? Does that mean it's a yellow snake? Ron asked in shock. No, not scales, its eyes. Dudley's eyes narrowed, recalling the yellow light he had seen in the mirror of Eriste earlier. It didn't look like scales, it was more like some kind of crystal. If one were to look for it on a snake, it could only be the eyes. What kind of snake has yellow eyes? And can petrify someone who sees its eyes, even just through a mirror? Harry asked. If Dudley's analysis was correct, then what they needed to find now was a snake with yellow eyes that had the ability to petrify others through a mirror. There is also some information. It is an ancient snake, and it has a long life, capable of living from the time of Slytherin to the present. Hermione added. Then the range is very small. Dudley's eyes narrowed. Let's go to the library. Without hesitation, the four of them headed straight for the library. On the way, they encountered many students coming out of the Great Hall, and when they saw Harry, they all avoided him as if they had seen a ghost. This made Harry feel very uncomfortable, but he didn't want to dwell on those things at this moment. Dudley had already identified the thing in the Chamber of Secrets. As long as they caught that snake, all the speculations about him could be explained clearly. Soon, the four arrived at the library. However, at this time, the library was about to close, and due to the previous attacks, Madame Pants was extremely strict with all students, driving everyone out before closing time, and ensuring no one was left in the library. You are late. You cannot go in now. As soon as they entered the library, Madame Pants floated out from behind a bookshelf like a ghost, blocking Dudley and the others. We have something important to look up, Harry said quickly. Come back tomorrow. Madame Pants refused without hesitation. Madame Pants, please let us in, we won't stay long. Hermione pleaded. I said no, and that means no. Go back quickly, or I'll tell your dean. Madame Pants glared at the four of them and said. Madame Pants, I can break the school rules, just let me in. Dudley stepped forward and said. Madame Pants looked at Dudley and frowned. No, the situation is special now. People in the school could be attacked at any time. This isn't something that can be explained just by you breaking school rules. Madame Pants sternly refused. Dudley narrowed his eyes slightly. This Madame Pants was truly immune to persuasion. What should we do? Harry looked at Dudley. If even Dudley couldn't get in, they certainly couldn't. Did they really have to wait until tomorrow? But the answer was right in front of them. If they were told to go back to sleep now, he believed no one would be able to sleep. Or they would just have to wait until the dead of night, and come back wearing the invisibility cloak. Fine, then I'll return this book. As Dudley said this, he took out the most potenty potions he had borrowed from the Mirror of Eriste, the book that contained the polyjuice potion. Madame Pants glanced at Dudley, seemingly weighing whether Dudley was up to any tricks. After finding nothing unusual, Madame Pants reached out to take the book. Dudley activated his Beyonder ability. As soon as she took the book, Madame Pants felt that the Dudley in front of her seemed much more pleasing to the eye, and a strange sense of intimacy welled up, as if the person standing in front of her wasn't a Hogwarts student, but her son whom she had never met. Madame Pants, look, we've taken such good care of the book, there's not a single bit of damage. Just let us in. Dudley flashed a charming smile and said to Madame Pants. This scene left Ron and Harry stunned. They almost thought Dudley was possessed by Lockhart. He doesn't think Madame Pants will let us in like this, does he? Ron said to Harry. Would Madame Pants fall for Lockhart's act? She doesn't seem to have ever been married. Just as the two were feeling disgusted by Dudley's charming smile, to their surprise, Madame Pants actually nodded. Fine, considering you take such good care of books, you can go in. But you must be quick, you can't stay inside for too long, understand? Madame Pants said in a gentle tone. Okay, thank you, Madame Pants, you are so kind. Dudley flashed a charming smile again. Madame Pants said with a smile. Under the shocked and puzzled gazes of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, Dudley pulled them into the library. Look for the corresponding snake according to the clues analyzed just now, hurry up. 237 Basilisk Chapter 236. The Basilisk with a clear goal in mind, everyone was highly motivated. Dudley's gaze swept across the bookshelves, and he immediately spotted several books that might be related to the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, Unknown Ancient Magical Creatures, Secrets of Serpentine Magical Creatures, and Encyclopedia of Dark Arts Creatures. Dudley waved his wand, and these books immediately flew in front of him. He began to quickly flip through them one by one. Harry, Ron, and Hermione also found several books that might record such a creature, and were flipping through them rapidly. The eyes of the dark-eyed cobra are yellow. Ron said loudly, as if he had discovered a treasure, but before Dudley and the others could gather around, he dismissed it himself. Too bad, this type of snake only lives for a few decades, it couldn't have lived that long. Ron, please be sure before you speak, and stop shouting, Hermione couldn't help but say. Ron knew he had been too excited. The group began searching again. This time they were much more vigilant. Some snakes might match one or two of the descriptions, but if they failed to match others, they could basically be ruled out immediately. Time ticked away, and Madame Pants had come over to urge them to leave several times. Each time, Dudley persuaded her using his Beyonder abilities, but this wasn't a long-term solution. Suddenly, Harry's eyes lit up. He had found an ancient magical creature called a basilisk that seemed to fit their previous hypothesis perfectly. However, he didn't speak immediately, instead, he quickly read the description of the basilisk in the book. The more he read, the more he felt it matched their conjecture about the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. I found it. Come over here, quickly. Harry said excitedly. What is it? Hermione lifted her bushy hair from a pile of books, her gaze somewhat dazed. Ron also looked over, his eyes were currently filled with the various snakes described in the books. Dudley was the first to react and quickly ran over. After Hermione and Ron came to their senses, they immediately gathered around as well. Hold on, something doesn't seem right. Harry's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a frown. Another false alarm, Ron said, feeling somewhat dejected. This basilisk really fits our hypothesis. It has a giant body, can live for hundreds or thousands of years, and they are the natural enemy of spiders. However, the basilisk's lethality is astonishing. Its gaze can directly kill humans, not petrify them as we thought. Harry frowned. No matter how he looked at it, he felt this basilisk matched their hypothesis well, but the only discrepancy was that the danger of looking at a basilisk was much greater. It caused immediate death, not petrification. Wait, maybe our hypothesis was wrong in the first place. Dudley suddenly thought of something. Since everything else fit so well and only 1 point was off, was it possible they had guessed that 1 point wrong? Because we never looked directly at the basilisk. Hermione blurted out. Ron was still confused. Harry and I saw the basilisk through a mirror, that yellow light was its eyeball. Ghosts cannot be killed, they can only be petrified. Also, Filch and his cat, as well as Crabbe, there was water on the ground at the time. They all saw the basilisk through reflections, they didn't look it in the eye, so they didn't die, Dudley explained. Many powerful dark arts have this characteristic. When they don't take full effect, milder symptoms like petrification or unconsciousness occur. Compared to direct death, petrification is considered a relatively mild consequence. Also, when the Chamber of Secrets was opened 50 years ago, a girl died, remember? We always thought the monster used other means to kill that girl, but now it seems she died from looking directly at the basilisk. Dudley said. So, the thing locked in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk. Ron realized. That's right. Dudley nodded. They had finally figured out exactly what was locked in the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin. This co-founder of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had truly arranged such a dangerous magical creature in the school to purge Muggle-born wizards. Didn't Slytherin know the consequences of doing this? Hogwarts could be closed down because of something like this. Harry said somewhat angrily. If the attacks continued, Hogwarts might choose to close down because of this, which was something Professor McGonagall had told them before. And the culprit behind all of this was actually one of the school's founders. We cannot judge the thoughts of people from 1,000 years ago with our modern perspective, Dudley said. So how are we going to deal with this basilisk now? Hermione asked. Since they had found the monster in the Chamber of Secrets, the next step was how to eliminate it. The basilisk is a very dangerous creature, we need to prepare well. Ron said hurriedly. His face was a bit pale, clearly, the book's description of the basilisk terrified him. Just looking it in the eye meant death, and even seeing it through other means resulted in immediate petrification. How were they, a group of second-year students, supposed to deal with such a terrifying creature? Perhaps we should look for a way to avoid petrification, or some kind of potion that can help us hold out for a while, Hermione said thoughtfully. Dudley looked at them, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. What's wrong? Are we wrong? Harry asked curiously. What gave you the courage to think you could deal with the basilisk yourselves? Dudley asked. The three of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer for a moment. This is Hogwarts, and we are here to attend school. Why should a group of second-year students take action to deal with a basilisk? We just need to report this news to the school, don't we? Dudley spread his hands. That seems reasonable. Harry nodded thoughtfully. The library fell into silence for a moment. They didn't know why, but the first thing they thought of upon learning about the basilisk wasn't to tell the school immediately, but rather how to handle the matter themselves. Could it be that they had become arrogant after their strength improved under Dudley's guidance? Or was it that Dudley's immense strength had given them the illusion that they could solve all problems themselves? After a long while, Ron spoke hesitantly. Do you think there might be treasures left behind by Slytherin in his Chamber of Secrets? After all, he was one of the founders of Hogwarts, and one of the greatest wizards 1,000 years ago. Also, the basilisk's corpse should be worth a lot, right? Chapter 237, A Sense of Evil. After Ron finished speaking, he noticed everyone looking at him with strange expressions. I was just saying it casually. Ron scratched his head sheepishly. The corpse of the giant spider hadn't been sold yet, but Dudley had already told him that he could get at least 100 galleons for it, which was a huge sum of money for Ron. You have to know, a brand new wand only costs about 7 galleons. At the mention of the basilisk, his first thought was that as an ancient magical creature, the corpse of such a monster was highly likely to be valuable, certainly more valuable than the corpse of a giant spider. Moreover, the basilisk was highly venomous, and its venom was far more precious than that of a giant spider. If it could be sold, it would be another huge sum of money. So for him, the basilisk held great temptation. Of course, he also knew he didn't have the strength to hunt a basilisk alone. He had just mentioned it. Even if there are any treasures in the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin, they should have already been taken by his heir. It wouldn't be our turn anyway, Harry said with some regret. Only the corpse of the basilisk, I reckon, could be worth a lot of money. These two, they've really gone money crazy, haven't they? Sensing the strange look Dudley was giving him, Harry said, I need to make the money in Gringotts last until I'm of age, so I have to spend it sparingly. If there's extra income, that would naturally be for the best. Dudley shook his head helplessly and looked at Hermione, who was lost in thought. You aren't thinking of selling the basilisk's corpse for money too, are you? Hermione shook her head and then continued, I was wondering, if I could study the basilisk and use its corpse as research material, could I publish some papers or something? Of course, I don't have that ability right now, but who knows about the future? Professor Dumbledore discovered the many uses of dragon blood when he was young. I think I could research the many uses of the basilisk. Hermione said seriously. Dudley swallowed. These three, they must have lost their minds. Children, it is very late, I must have you return. Madame Pants walked over again, her expression very stern this time. Okay, thank you, Madame Pants. The four of them, including Dudley, stood up, put all the books back, and left the library. On the way. Do you think, if the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is really a basilisk, how does it move through the castle of Hogwarts? Ron suddenly thought of this question. There are so many people in the castle, plus professors, it shouldn't have left no traces at all. The sewers, Dudley said simply and directly. Some things, when you haven't figured them out, are impossible to think of, but once you do, many problems are easily solved. When we first encountered that monster, the voice Harry heard was in the walls. Besides, my magic mirror can reflect the situation in all surrounding reflective surfaces. Before, my investigation was focused on potential reflective surfaces around us, but I overlooked the water surface in the sewers, Dudley explained simply. So that's it. Ron suddenly realized. The only problem now is that we still don't know where the Chamber of Secrets is. We can only passively wait for the Chamber of Secrets to be opened again. Harry said. 50 years ago, the corpse of the girl who was killed was found in a bathroom, Hermione said thoughtfully, so is it possible that the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is in some bathroom? Not very likely, Ron shook his head. Since the basilisk travels through the sewers, it's possible for it to enter any bathroom, isn't it? That's true, Hermione nodded. But this also reminds us that we need to be careful when using the bathroom. Who knows, there might be a basilisk hiding in your toilet. Dudley said. The three of them changed expressions, a fear of bathrooms arising in their hearts. The next day. After the fermentation of last night, the news about Harry being a Parseltongue had spread throughout the school. Everyone was somewhat avoiding Harry, afraid that if they provoked him, he would release the monster to petrify them. Basically, wherever Harry went, people would back away, pointing at him, and whispering behind his back. Can't they use their brains and think? I am a student of Gryffindor, how could I possibly be the heir of Slytherin? Harry said annoyedly. This feeling of being wrongly accused was very uncomfortable. Harry, to them, Parseltongue means there is a high possibility that you are a descendant of Slytherin. They won't care which house you are a student of. They won't even care what you've done for them in the past, Hermione comforted him. We'll go tell Professor McGonagall about the basilisk later, and let her clear your name. Ron said while eating buttered bread. Ron, do you think if everyone knows the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk and that I am a Parseltongue, what will they think? Harry asked sincerely. Ron stopped, his mouth still biting the buttered bread. They will think even more that I am the heir of Slytherin. Harry slumped dejectedly on the table. It's over, won't that make it impossible to clear your name? Ron's expression was ugly. Unless the problem of the Chamber of Secrets can be solved, Harry's identity as the heir of Slytherin cannot be cleared for the time being. Dudley said from the side. Scarhead, it must be you, right? Malfoy walked over, his expression ugly, with almost no color on his face. Having lost the duel to Harry last night, and knowing Harry was a Parseltongue, many people thought Harry's next target would be Malfoy. Everyone in the Great Hall had their eyes focused here, but it was terrifyingly quiet. You are the heir of Slytherin. It was you who controlled that monster to attack Crabbe, right? Malfoy questioned with an ugly expression. The heir of Slytherin set up the Chamber of Secrets to purge Muggle-born wizards, and you, as the heir of Slytherin, have betrayed him, violating the rules by attacking pureblood wizards. You are truly shameful. Only you would stay with those people of dirty blood, and attack pureblood wizards. Just wait, I will make you pay the price. Without waiting for Harry to retort, Malfoy turned and left. His footsteps were a bit unsteady, as if he had been greatly struck by this matter. Harry slapped what he was holding onto the table and chased after him. Hermione and Ron quickly followed. Dudley was a step slower, frowning as he looked at Malfoy not far away. The aura on him is a bit wrong, there's a faint sense of evil. 239 Digest the characteristics of the interrogator. Chapter 238. Digesting the interrogator beyond her characteristic. Did you come into contact with something recently? Dudley frowned and pondered. Immediately, he also stood up and followed. At the same time, he blinked slightly and activated his spirit vision. Under spirit vision, Dudley saw that the colors on Malfoy were indeed chaotic. Some colors representing health had become very faint, and at the same time, a faint black aura was lingering on him. What is that? Dudley walked closer to check. At this moment, Harry and Malfoy were already arguing loudly. Harry denied that he was the heir of Slytherin, but Malfoy simply didn't believe him. Even judging by the eyes of the students around them, most people didn't believe what Harry said. There was one point where Malfoy was right. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets was used to purge Muggle-born wizards. According to the rules of Slytherin, the monster would not attack pureblood wizards, yet Crabbe had been attacked. This meant that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was either out of control, or was being controlled to attack pureblood wizards. And from the current situation, Harry was the most likely person to be able to do this. In fact, after what happened last night, many people were guessing whether the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was a snake. Only this explanation matched the legend. And Harry happened to be a Parseltongue. It is indeed the aura of dark arts, but where did he get contaminated by it? Dudley ignored the two's argument and carefully examined the black mist wrapping around Malfoy. This mist was very faint. If it weren't for Dudley's keen perception, he wouldn't have been able to detect it at all. Judging from its state, this was likely caused by Malfoy coming into contact with some dark arts item recently. These black mists were only floating on the surface, and had not penetrated deep into Malfoy's body. The arguing quickly attracted Professor McGonagall. After sternly criticizing the two, she deducted 10 points from both Gryffindor and Slytherin. However, it was clear that everyone didn't care so much about point deductions anymore. In this crisis-ridden situation, they were more concerned about whether Hogwarts was still safe, and whether the school could continue to operate. With the development of the situation, whether Hogwarts would be forced to close was already out in the open. Professor, I have something to tell you. Dudley quickly followed Professor McGonagall. Seeing this, Harry and the others also followed. If you are here to persuade me to cancel the point deduction, then you don't need to speak, Professor McGonagall said with a straight face. Her expression didn't look very good, and there were obvious dark circles around her eyes. For the safety of the school, she had been patrolling for the past 2 days, and hadn't even had a good night's sleep. No, we have determined what the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is, Dudley said directly. Professor McGonagall's expression shifted slightly. Follow me. In the office. Dudley explained all his reasoning, and also told Professor McGonagall about the basilisk traveling through the sewers. A basilisk. To think it would be such an ancient magic creature. Professor McGonagall was extremely surprised. They had suspected many things before, but they never thought that the thing in the Chamber of Secrets would be a basilisk. How has it survived for so many years? Professor McGonagall felt it was unbelievable. We are not sure either, but based on the information we have, the thing in the Chamber of Secrets is most likely a basilisk, Dudley said. Professor McGonagall fell into thought. After a long while, "It seems we need to tell everyone about this and let them prepare to take precautions," Professor McGonagall said with a solemn expression. "It is best to remind everyone to carry a mirror or something similar. When finding something abnormal, do not look at it directly with your eyes, use a mirror or similar object to check. This can avoid looking directly into the basilisk's eyes, which would cause immediate death. Petrification can at least be cured," Dudley said. "That is a good method." "Well done, Dudley," Professor McGonagall said seriously. Although Dudley's discovery couldn't help Hogwarts completely solve the immediate trouble, it at least let everyone know how to deal with the crisis. "I will tell everyone about this as soon as possible." "Thank you for your contribution to Hogwarts, Dudley," Professor McGonagall said, then looked at Harry and the others, "And you three, you must have played a significant role in this as well, right?" "A little bit," Ron said modestly. Professor McGonagall smiled. 100 points to Gryffindor, 40 points to Dudley, and 20 points to each of you three. Hearing this, Hermione showed a happy smile. "All right, if you have any new findings, you can come and tell me at any time," Professor McGonagall finally said. "Okay, Professor." The four of them left Professor McGonagall's office together and rushed to their first class. Not long after, a notice was posted on the door of the Hogwarts Great Hall. "To all staff and students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, after the investigation by Mr. Dudley Dursley, the monster locked in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets is very likely the ancient magic creature, the basilisk. This is a very dangerous magic creature, and its method of killing is terrifying. In addition to its fatal fangs, its gaze can also cause death. Anyone who looks directly into its eyes will die immediately. Therefore, in the coming period, please pay attention to precautions. The basilisk is likely moving through the castle via the sewers. If you encounter any abnormal situations, remember not to look with your naked eyes. You can use a mirror or similar tool to check the situation. This way, even if you see the basilisk, you will only be petrified and will not die, and can be restored through Mandrake. Deputy Principal, Minerva McGonagall." The appearance of this notice made everyone who saw it feel fear, and some even screamed subconsciously. The basilisk, a monster unheard of by many, no one expected that such a terrifying creature that only existed in legends would appear in the castle. Even though Professor McGonagall had explained that as long as one did not look directly at the basilisk, one would not die immediately, it still caused great panic. Many students had already begun to consider whether to suspend their studies and leave Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Dudley, who was in potion class, suddenly frowned. He didn't yet know that Professor McGonagall had announced the news about the basilisk, but just a moment ago, he felt the interrogator beyonder characteristic inside him digesting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the interrogator beyonder characteristic had been completely digested. At the same time, the judge beyonder characteristic inside Dudley immediately began to merge into his body. Dudley began to advance towards Sequence 6 Judge of the Justiciar pathway. As long as he completed the absorption, Dudley would enter the mid-sequence from a low sequence, completing his first qualitative change. Chapter 239 Judge Familiar yet strange whispers rang in Dudley's ears. Various insane thoughts and eerie voices bombarded his brain, causing his face to show some distortion. This situation had not occurred for a long time. Ever since returning to this world, the risk of losing control had decreased significantly. Those soul-crushing whispers, strange thoughts, and potential corruption had all faded away along with that eerie world. However, this advancement to a mid-sequence still made Dudley feel intense discomfort. That feeling of being on the verge of losing control and going insane seemed to have returned. Fortunately, this state did not last long. Those whispers and insane thoughts began to gradually fade, and at the same time, Dudley clearly felt that he had completed his advancement, reaching Sequence 6 of the Justiciar pathway Judge. This marked his official entry from a low sequence into a mid-sequence. All of his abilities had undergone a tremendous improvement, one could even say a qualitative change. Dudley. Dudley. A blurry voice came, gradually becoming clear, becoming stern. Dudley felt someone nudge his arm. In a daze, he raised his head and saw Professor Snape on the podium looking at him with a gloomy face. The surrounding classmates were also staring at Dudley with wide eyes. Harry was sitting next to Dudley. He was the one who had just nudged Dudley's arm, and at this moment, he too was looking at Dudley with a shocked expression. Just now, the expression on Dudley's face had been full of distortion, looking very terrifying, and he had ignored Professor Snape's roll call, which had truly frightened him as well. "Look, our Lord Interrogator is daydreaming in my potion class," Professor Snape said slowly. "Do you think that discovering the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets is very impressive? So much so that you don't need to listen in my class, and can even look at me with a face full of distortion. Are you wanting to tear me apart?" Professor Snape asked coldly. "Basilisk? What basilisk? There is a basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. What's going on?" The people in the classroom who were attending the class had originally been waiting to see how Professor Snape would deal with Dudley, but were startled by the basilisk that Professor Snape had just mentioned. "Yes, our Lord Interrogator, through some clues, deduced that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk." How magnificent!" Professor Snape continued. Suddenly, his gaze shifted and he looked at Harry beside Dudley. "But was this really investigated by you? Or did your good brother tell you? A basilisk, it is also a snake, so it should be able to understand Parseltongue, and be controlled by Parseltongue. TSK, the brother releases the basilisk, the older brother releases the news to earn fame. What a tacit understanding, such deep brotherly love." As Professor Snape's voice fell, everyone who had originally felt shocked and grateful that Dudley had investigated the basilisk matter, suddenly turned all their gazes onto Harry. Suspicion, shock, panic. If it was truly Harry who opened the Chamber of Secrets and released the basilisk, and then told this news to his cousin Dudley, and then let Dudley claim that it was all deduced, that would be too terrifying. They completely played everyone in the palm of their hands, not only earning enough fame, but also using this method to eliminate people they didn't like, such as Crabbe. If this continues, would it be Malfoy, Goyle, and others who have offended them? For a moment, the gazes of the Slytherin students in the classroom towards Harry and Dudley were filled with fear and anger. Malfoy's pale face also looked towards Dudley and Harry, but his expression was more serious and suspicious, without showing the usual look of watching a show or mockery. "Professor Snape. This is slander." Dudley stood up abruptly. Professor Snape narrowed his eyes slightly and sneered, "What? Angry, Lord Interrogator? Now it is Lord Judge," Dudley said with his gaze slightly focused. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Professor Snape's mouth. He was just teasing, not expecting that Dudley would actually take himself for someone important. "Professor Snape, you just accused Harry of opening the Chamber of Secrets and releasing the basilisk, and accused me of deliberately releasing the news after knowing all this to earn fame, correct?" Dudley questioned. "Isn't it? This is the answer that everyone can see," Professor Snape said with a cold expression. "Then, may I ask, where is the evidence?" Dudley asked coldly. His gaze was fixed on Professor Snape, and an indescribable majesty was released from his body. This was no longer the majesty of an interrogator, but the authority of a judge. Under such authority, ordinary people would have no possibility of resistance. Even a powerful wizard like Professor Snape could only barely maintain his sanity and ability to think under Dudley's current authority. Professor Snape was just about to speak when he suddenly felt that Dudley's voice had become very oppressive, and at this moment, he didn't even dare to look directly into Dudley's eyes. That feeling was as if Dudley was a terrifying big shot standing in front of him, and he couldn't even lift his head. Only submission and obedience. The Dudley in front of him was no longer his student, but a strong person who could dominate his fate. For a moment, Professor Snape felt the shadow of the Dark Lord on Dudley, that sense of oppression, that authority. Dudley even exceeded the pressure the Dark Lord brought him. If you cannot provide evidence, then everything you just said can be classified as slander. Slandering others, the charge is established. Those who slander shall be punished. Dudley's resonant voice echoed in the classroom, as if triggering some kind of rule, causing the entire classroom to tremble slightly. Professor Snape abruptly took half a step back, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. In that instant just now, he seemed to have truly felt some kind of terrible punishment about to fall upon him, punishing him for triggering the law. But fortunately, such a situation did not actually occur. But even so, Professor Snape's face had already become extremely ugly. Professor Snape, please watch your words. Do not speak nonsense about things without evidence, otherwise, you will break the law. As a professor, to speculate about your students without any basis, and to say it in front of everyone in class, is contrary to professional ethics. I do not want to see a second time. Dudley took a deep look at Professor Snape, withdrew his gaze, and sat back in his seat. The verdict just now was in English, which could not achieve much effect. If he had used Hermes' language, he could have directly punished Professor Snape with whipping, or even harsher punishments. This is a judge. The maker of rules, the pronouncer of punishments. 241 Trapped Chapter 240 Trapped. Snape gazed at Dudley, a hint of shock deep within his eyes. He had just been completely suppressed by Dudley, not even having the thought of resisting, his heart filled with fear and awe. The classroom was silent, everyone held their breath. Both Dudley's sudden outburst and Snape's grim, ugly expression seemed to foreshadow the approach of a storm. Hermione and Ron's faces were pale as they nervously watched Snape. At this moment, even if Snape directly pulled out his wand and cast a curse on Dudley, they wouldn't be surprised. Harry swallowed, gripping his wand, thinking that if Snape really attacked Dudley, he would have to step in to help. Dudley had just defied Snape for him. What are you looking at? Is the potion ready? Snape said coldly to everyone. Everyone in the classroom quickly lowered their heads, starting to frantically take out ingredients from the potion materials and chop them haphazardly. In short, at this moment, they needed to find something to do to appear busy. Everyone could tell that Snape was suppressing his anger at this moment, in a state where he would scold anyone he caught. Dudley also stopped speaking and began brewing the potion with Harry. He had just completed his promotion, and the beyonder characteristic within his body were not yet well controlled, coupled with the strange whispers that bothered him. So when Snape gave him trouble at this moment, it directly made him enter a somewhat berserk state. But luckily, he didn't lose his mind and actually used the judge's extraordinary ability on Snape. But even so, the qualitative change in the judge's authority was enough to give Snape a hard time. He didn't retaliate against us, that's incredible. Harry said in a low voice. In that situation just now, he felt like Dudley was about to fight Snape. Because I was stating a fact. Dudley said while chopping the toad's eyes. It was really too much for Snape to openly mock Harry in class, as the one who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Thank you for defending me, Harry said. He's targeting both of us. I definitely have to stand up and refute him. Dudley said. Snape, this person, perfectly embodied contradiction. He would worry about Harry, but he would also target Harry. When Harry's life was in danger, he would not hesitate to stand up and help him. But if Harry was not in mortal danger, he would show extreme dislike for Harry. For the entire class, Snape did not say another word. Those below, brewing potions, also tried their best not to make a sound, fearing that they would disturb Snape and be punished by him. Finally, they endured until class ended. This time, not only did the Gryffindor students quickly flee the classroom, but even the Slytherin students ran away quickly. Malfoy was the last to leave the classroom. It was clear he wanted to say a few words to Snape, but seeing Snape's terribly grim expression, he wisely shut his mouth and left. Dudley, you were really brave just now, daring to speak to Snape like that. Ron gave Dudley a thumbs up. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to do that. That's because Dudley has confidence. Professor Snape wouldn't dare to do anything to Dudley. Hermione said. I dare say, You won't find another person in the entire school who dares to speak to Professor Snape like that, and even if there is, the consequences would be unbearable for him. I was a bit impulsive just now, but never mind, let's just leave it at that," Dudley said indifferently. The few of them walked together to the entrance of the Great Hall, and saw the notice posted there. "Professor McGonagall has announced the matter of the basilisk, no wonder." When Dudley saw this notice, he immediately understood. Previously, he felt that the Beyonder characteristic within his body had suddenly accelerated digestion. In just a few breaths, he had successfully digested the Beyonder characteristic that might have originally taken a month to digest. Now it seems that this increase in digestion speed has a lot to do with Professor McGonagall announcing the information about the basilisk. As an interrogator who regarded Hogwarts as his territory, Dudley investigated the basilisk and released the information, protecting many people in the castle from disaster, which was a good performance of the interrogator's role, and that's why his Beyonder characteristic accelerated digestion. As the binding with Hogwarts deepens, this situation is estimated to continue to deepen in the future. Dumbledore told me to protect Hogwarts, now, I feel like I've trapped myself, Dudley thought with some helplessness. However, he didn't resist it. After all, it was a win-win situation. He protected Hogwarts, and Hogwarts helped him digest his Beyonder characteristic, which was very reasonable. The arrival of Dudley and the others attracted the attention of the surrounding students. However, when these people saw Dudley and Harry, they did not show gratitude, but rather some apprehension and fear. Everyone knew that the basilisk was sealed in the Chamber of Secrets, and Harry was currently the only confirmed Parseltongue. It was hard not to connect the two. "Let's go." Harry glanced at the gazes of the people around him, and felt very uncomfortable. The few of them did not linger and quickly turned to leave. "Hey, Dudley." A girl's voice came from behind. Dudley turned around and saw that it was Luna. "I believe you," Luna said earnestly. "Don't listen to what those people say. They don't know what the truth is and only follow the crowd." "Thank you, Luna." Dudley smiled slightly. "Thank you for your contributions to Hogwarts," Luna said. "I believe with this information, we can soon catch that basilisk." It won't be too long." Dudley nodded. After saying goodbye to Luna, the few of them returned to the Gryffindor common room. The once somewhat noisy common room suddenly became much quieter. Everyone noticed the arrival of Dudley and the others and involuntarily stopped talking. "Dudley, you're back, everyone says," Neville said hesitantly when he saw the four of them. "Don't listen to them, we all believe you." Seamus interrupted Neville. "That's right, we believe you," Neville immediately followed. "Thank you." Harry smiled, at least his friend's belief made him feel not so bad. Dudley walked towards a soft armchair by the window. "You are the Supreme Emperor. The embodiment of order, the manifestation of chaos, the source of all rules. You are order and also disorder." Layers of voices came, echoing deep in Dudley's mind. Dudley's expression shifted, and he said to Harry and the others, "I'm going to the washroom." Then, he hurried away. Chapter 241, Caper Angel, why does he always run to the washroom? Harry asked, watching Dudley's figure hurry away. Ron shook his head and said, "I don't know, maybe he drank too much water. I read a book from a mysterious eastern country before. It said that this situation usually means poor kidney health," Neville said seriously. On the other side, Dudley recognized that the voice belonged to Malfoy. After entering the washroom, he found a stall, locked the door, and then quickly responded to Malfoy's prayer, entering that mysterious space. Previously, Dudley's strength was insufficient, and he couldn't stay in this space for too long. Moreover, after his exploration, he found that there were no particularly unique abilities here, so he hadn't come here much later on. And at this moment, it was also the first time Dudley had entered here after breaking through to the mid-sequence judge. The magnificent hall became more tangible, and the air was filled with a strange, flickering mist. Dudley stood in the hall, feeling as if he were in the clouds. He waved his hand, attempting to disperse the mist, but found that it seemed to be one with the hall itself, his will could not drive it away. Where did this mist come from? Dudley frowned. Without time to think about other matters, he immediately responded to Malfoy's prayer. Meanwhile, in an abandoned underground classroom within Hogwarts Castle, Malfoy was piously chanting the honorific name of the Knight Emperor. Before long, Malfoy trembled all over. Before his eyes, he saw a grand hall, and that figure full of oppressive power appeared behind a strange mist, looking down at him from below. Condensed light flickered around, and the mist seemed to come from the deepest part of the universe, emitting a strange, unfathomable aura. Knight Emperor. Malfoy quickly lowered his head respectfully. He felt that aura that made him tremble. It was more grand and harder to resist than ever before. Standing before the Knight Emperor, it seemed that the other party only needed a single thought to easily destroy him, leaving no trace behind. What is it? Dudley asked in a low voice. Knight Emperor, I have been feeling very bad lately. Malfoy said, his face pale. There have been some problems in Hogwarts Castle. It is said that the Chamber of Secrets of Slytherin has been opened. The monster inside is rampaging through the castle, and has petrified several students. Even my good friend, Crabbe, has been petrified. I am very afraid. I am afraid that such a thing will happen to me. And according to legend, the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk. It can kill anyone just by making eye contact. I feel that Hogwarts is not safe right now, and Malfoy's face was devoid of color, and by the end, he was even speaking incoherently. Basilisk. Dudley's gaze narrowed slightly. He was naturally aware of these things, but he didn't have any good way to deal with it either. After all, this was a creature of the wizarding world, and he still didn't know to what extent the basilisk's gaze could reach. In terms of beyonder abilities, Dudley knew that the Sequence 3 ferrymen of the Death Pathway possessed similar abilities. Creatures that made eye contact with it would die instantly, even those possessing divinity would suffer heavy damage. Even without eye contact, targets within its sight would slowly wither, as if crossing the river of death inch by inch. Most attacks, except for purification, were ineffective against it. This ability was very similar to the description of the basilisk, but according to Dudley's speculation, no matter how powerful the basilisk was, it was unlikely to reach or even surpass the ability of the Sequence 3 ferryman of the Death Pathway, that was already at the saint level. Currently, the powerful wizards or creatures known in the wizarding world could at most reach the level of a demigod, which was Sequence 4, therefore, it was impossible for a magical creature to possess abilities comparable to a saint. Judging from the only contact Dudley had with the basilisk previously, the basilisk's ability to petrify him, and Harry through a mirror was indeed very strong, but the sun ring could purify this state before the petrification was completed. Although it had no effect on those already petrified, it could be seen that this petrification ability could not reach the saint level. Knight Emperor, I don't know if you have any way to deal with the basilisk. I am really very afraid. Malfoy asked, his face pale. It could be seen that he was indeed filled with fear. Malfoy had almost never contacted the Knight Emperor for such a long time. It was clear that he was also very afraid of this mysterious and terrifying existence. But now, because of the basilisk, he clearly couldn't care about that much anymore. Is Malfoy really that afraid of the basilisk? Dudley looked at Malfoy's appearance, feeling somewhat puzzled. Judging from their interactions in the castle, Malfoy shouldn't be this scared. However, Dudley recalled carefully and discovered that ever since Crabbe was petrified last time, Malfoy's condition seemed to have been very bad. Perhaps this was the beginning of his true fear. Pureblood wizards could also be attacked, and the one petrified was his most loyal follower. Such a blow was indeed very significant for Malfoy. If you, Knight Emperor, do not have a good way, it does not matter. It was my presumption. Seeing that the Knight Emperor had not spoken for a long time, Malfoy spoke up. Dudley narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering what to do. Suddenly, his heart stirred, and he thought of how Mr. Fool could use Angel's Blessing at the Tarot Club. This kind of blessing could achieve an effect similar to purification. Paper Angel. Thinking of this, Dudley immediately used his will to control his surroundings, manifesting a piece of paper, and then sketched it into the shape of a six-winged angel. I shall bestow upon you a blessing to purify evil and resist darkness. As his words fell, Dudley waved his hand, and the paper figure he had just cut out fell toward Malfoy below. This is... Malfoy did not understand what the Knight Emperor meant and was about to ask, but as soon as he looked up, he saw a golden six-winged angel descending from the sky, emitting a rich, holy radiance. The six-winged angel's snow-white wings spread out, slowly embracing Malfoy, and it seemed as if the heavenly sounds of a choir echoed all around. Immediately after, the golden six-winged angel gradually merged into Malfoy's body and disappeared. A surge of warmth swept through Malfoy's entire body, making him feel as if he were bathing in the summer sun, feeling a peace and comfort he had never experienced before. In the hall, Dudley stared at Malfoy. This was his first time trying to do this, and he didn't know if it would succeed. Only when he saw that after the paper angel merged into Malfoy's body, the trace of black mist clinging to Malfoy instantly vanished, did he reveal a smile. Unlocked another ability. I can bestow blessings from now on. Dudley laughed inwardly. 243 Praise the Knight Emperor. Chapter 242, Praise the Knight Emperor. Malfoy was completely immersed in this warm feeling, as if in a dream, with an indescribable sensation. He had just been desperate and tried to communicate with the Knight Emperor, never expecting to actually receive the Knight Emperor's blessing. Moreover, the feeling of being blessed was so real. It wasn't the kind of perfunctory blessing where one just chanted a couple of spells and finished, but a true blessing. That golden six-winged angel looked real in every way. What made Malfoy feel even more incredible was that the cold feeling on his body had been dispelled by the blessing. His whole person felt much lighter, and even his complexion had become ruddier. Thank you, Knight Emperor. After Malfoy came back to his senses, he bowed down to the ground with extreme piety. May I ask, what do you need me to do for you? Looking at the pious Malfoy below, Dudley fell into deep thought. Regarding the Chamber of Secrets, if you know any information, you can tell me. I have some interest in Salazar Slytherin, Dudley said in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Malfoy did not suspect anything. It was normal for a great existence to be interested in a legendary figure. Moreover, the entire wizarding world was very interested in the four founders of Hogwarts. They were legends themselves, and had left behind many secrets, and many successors wanted to decipher the secrets they left behind. I understand. I will search for the things left behind by Slytherin for you, Malfoy said. Praise the Knight Emperor. After a while, Malfoy did not hear any more voices, and when he looked up again, he found that the Knight Emperor had already disappeared. Praise the Knight Emperor, Malfoy said piously again. Breathing a sigh of relief, Malfoy opened the classroom door and walked out. With the Knight Emperor's blessing, he felt his state was much better. He was no longer afraid in his heart, and a long-lost smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the Great Hall, Dudley looked around. He could feel that he could obviously invoke more power here, which had a lot to do with his promotion to Sequence 6 Judge. Dudley certainly couldn't have made the paper angel just now, but he succeeded on his first attempt with Malfoy today. The paper angel can block one evil attack. The basilisk's petrification should be able to be completely ignored, but I don't know if the ability to kill upon eye contact can be completely offset. Dudley was not very sure about this in his heart. However, compared to the completely unprotected state before, now he at least had one more means of response. Thinking of this, Dudley folded a paper angel for himself, and enjoyed the blessing he gave himself. It's a pity that paper angels cannot be stacked, otherwise I could stack thousands of layers. After trying it, Dudley said with some regret. Should I tell Harry and the others about the Knight Emperor? By the way, give them an insurance policy as well. Dudley fell into thought. After a long while, Dudley felt it was time to tell Harry about the Knight Emperor. Of course, he meant telling Harry and the others about the belief in the Knight Emperor, not exposing himself directly. He was just a believer of the Knight Emperor. Checking the entire Great Hall, except for the mysterious mist, Dudley did not find anything else. He tried to drive the mist again, but found that he still couldn't control it. These mists just floated in the entire space, everywhere, flickering. Without any new discoveries, Dudley soon left this place. In the bathroom, Dudley opened his eyes. I remember someone who also seemed to like going to the bathroom. I even called him the Lord of the Bathroom. I can't remember clearly, forget it. Dudley's memory seemed to be touched, but he did not delve into it. Anything he could remember, he would automatically remember. Those he couldn't remember, he shouldn't force, because this meant that the current Dudley was better off not knowing. Dudley returned to the Gryffindor common room, where Harry and the others were still waiting for him by the window. "Dudley, why were you gone for so long?" Harry asked with a frown. "Could it be that your kidneys are really not good?" Ron said, "This is what Neville saw in a mysterious Eastern book." The corner of Dudley's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, "You mean kidney deficiency?" "Rest assured, I am very good." Dudley was speechless. After all, he was someone who had studied Chinese, and knew what they meant by kidneys not good. "It seems to mean that, Neville said he could get you some herbs to recuperate." Ron continued. Neville was still very talented in herbs, and Professor Sprout praised him highly. Dudley shook his head. He really didn't need it. Just as his voice fell, Dudley's heart moved, feeling something, and he quickly stood up and said, "I'm going to the bathroom again." Ignoring the surprised looks of Harry and the others, Dudley rushed to the bathroom. "I feel like his kidneys might really be bad, but he doesn't want to admit it," Harry said. "Let's go find Neville later and ask him to help prepare some herbs," Ron said. On the other side. As soon as Dudley entered the bathroom stall, a ball of flame appeared in front of him. 9 o'clock at night, meet at the Shrieking Shack on the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village. Borgin and Burkes. After reading the content on the parchment, the flame appeared again, burning the paper into ashes. Those giant spider corpses really need to be cleared out. Since Dudley contacted Borgin and Burkes last time, he had been very interested in the corpses of the giant spiders, even going so far as to come to Hogwarts specifically to collect them. It was just that he couldn't enter Hogwarts, so the best location was only Hogsmeade Village. Dudley knew there was a wizard village not far from Hogwarts, and there were many secret passages in Hogwarts leading there. It was not difficult for him to go there. Especially since, in the more than a year at Hogwarts, Dudley had already discovered several secret passages leading to that village. After replying to Borgin and Burkes and confirming the meeting at 9 o'clock, Dudley walked out of the bathroom. When he returned to the common room, looking at the inquisitive eyes of Harry and the others, Dudley said embarrassedly, "The food might not have been very clean. I have a bit of diarrhea." Harry and the others didn't say anything, silently doing their homework. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Dudley left the common room, telling Harry not to wait for him as he would be back late tonight. Soon, he came to a mirror on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. Behind this mirror was a secret passage to Hogsmeade Village, which Dudley had discovered during a random check. Alohomora. Dudley chanted the spell at the mirror, and immediately, the mirror slowly turned like a door, revealing the secret passage hidden behind it. Chapter 243. The Marauder's Map. Dudley walked into the secret passage, and the mirror behind him slowly closed, sealing the entrance once again. Dudley whispered in Hermes' language. He didn't use a wand, that thing had to be held in his hand, which wasn't very convenient. After the spell was cast, a glowing orb appeared in front of Dudley, illuminating everything around him. The secret passage went downwards at first. Dudley walked slowly downwards. Before long, the passage began to extend straight in one direction, and at the same time, the surrounding space became larger and larger. This seems to be a natural underground cave. Dudley looked around and thought to himself. He had checked this place last time he came in, and confirmed that it was a secret passage leading to Hogsmeade Village. However, what puzzled Dudley was that although the space here was still large, it was smaller than when he had come last time. He checked the condition of the ground and found that some soil and stones had collapsed from above. "It doesn't feel very stable here," it might collapse," Dudley said with a frown. Just as he was about to continue walking forward, some faint footsteps suddenly came from the passage. Dudley's expression changed instantly, and he immediately extinguished the light and hid behind a large rock. "There's actually someone in the secret passage. Is it a student or—" Dudley narrowed his eyes slightly and looked in the direction from which the footsteps were coming. This kind of secret passage is actually not very hard to find. If a student stood in front of the mirror and happened to recite the opening spell, they would be able to discover the secret here. Therefore, there should be quite a few people who know about this secret passage. As the footsteps approached, Dudley quickly distinguished that these were not the footsteps of one person but two. "I feel like this secret passage is about to collapse. There are a lot of cracks ahead," one voice said. "What a pity, this secret passage is quite useful. But even if it collapses, we have other secret passages to go to Hogsmeade Village, so it won't have much of an impact," another voice said. Upon hearing the first voice, the guarded expression on Dudley's face relaxed. "I should have guessed who it was earlier," Dudley thought to himself and walked straight out from behind the large rock. "Who's there?" The two looked in terror at a dark shadow in the corner. The faint light emitted from the tips of their wands could only barely allow them to see that it seemed to be a person. But in the middle of the night, and in a secret passage, how could anyone be here? "You two really can't stay idle. It's so dangerous in the castle, yet you actually snuck out," Dudley said, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. "Oh my God, you scared me to death. I thought it was Professor McGonagall." When the twin brothers saw Dudley, they exclaimed and breathed a huge sigh of relief at the same time. At least Dudley wouldn't deduct points from them or put them in detention. "Wait, why are you here?" Fred looked at Dudley in surprise. "I am the judge of Hogwarts. Is it strange for me to be here?" Dudley said. Fred and George looked at each other, and they really couldn't find any fault with that. Dudley could violate school rules, while the two of them were definitely violating school rules. "We were just going to Hogsmeade Village to buy some things. We didn't do anything bad," George said. Being caught by his younger brother's good friend was really embarrassing. "Don't tell Ron," Fred said quickly. Dudley nodded. Just when the two brothers breathed a sigh of relief, Dudley continued, "Then what's in it for me?" The two brothers looked at each other and Fred smiled bitterly and said, "Do you want some butterbeer?" "Fred, why don't we give that thing to Dudley? We don't need it anymore, and in his hands, it might be more effective," George said after hesitating for a moment. "What thing?" Dudley asked in confusion. He was just joking and wouldn't really make things difficult for them. But hearing the two brothers say that, he became interested. "All right, it is as you said, it's more valuable in Dudley's hands," Fred said, taking a folded piece of parchment out of his pocket. "What is this? Wait, there are traces of magic, thankfully it's not dark arts." Dudley took the parchment, instinctively activated his spirit vision to check it, and immediately discovered that there was something wrong with it. There were many faint lines of light on it, containing many complex magical changes. "This is a map. The Marauder's map," the two brothers said one after the other. "You have to use it like this. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." George took out his wand and pointed it at the parchment. The next moment, four names immediately appeared on the parchment: Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Then there were dense lines, and Dudley quickly recognized that this was a map of the Hogwarts castle. Not only that, he also saw many moving dots, and each dot was marked with a name. A real-time Hogwarts map. Dudley was extremely surprised. The ability of this map was a bit too powerful. It could actually display the location of every person in real time and mark their names. Moreover, there were some secret passages in the map that even Dudley didn't know about. For example, he noticed a secret passage that went directly from under the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade Village. Because the Whomping Willow was there, Dudley hadn't checked that place, so he had missed the secret passage. That's not all. This map can also break through many types of magic. For example, we discovered that even if Professor McGonagall turns into a cat, she is still displayed as Professor McGonagall on the Marauder's map. In other words, Animagus has no camouflage effect on this map. We're not sure about the others, but it should be able to break through some magic like transfiguration, or the effects of potions. Dudley looked at the map in surprise. Was this map really not drawn by the founders of Hogwarts? Being able to display everyone's location in real time, and see through disguises, a map with this kind of ability was comparable to a powerful sealed artifact. Alright, we'll give this map to you, just don't tell anyone about us, otherwise Ron will definitely tell Mom, George said. Thank you, I will definitely keep your secret, Dudley said solemnly. The value of this map completely exceeded Dudley's imagination. Very good, then we'll be going now. You go do your thing. Oh right, I forgot to tell you, the condition of the passage ahead isn't very good, it might collapse soon, so be careful. After the two brothers finished speaking, they walked towards Hogwarts. Dudley walked towards Hogsmeade Village while looking at the Marauder's map. Chapter 244, Trade. Walking a few dozen meters, several huge rocks appeared before Dudley, blocking his path. However, between the gaps in the rocks, there was still a crevice he could pass through. Dudley looked up and discovered that the ceiling of the secret passage had many cracks. These rocks and soil had collapsed from above. If I don't reinforce it, I reckon this place will collapse completely very soon, Dudley thought to himself. Immediately, he whispered in Hermes' language, total reinforcement. A layer of invisible light radiated from around Dudley and landed on the surrounding rocks, especially on the ceiling of the secret passage. The power of magic penetrated into the rocks, continuously reinforcing the surrounding stones and soil, as if covering these crumbling rocks with a layer of sturdy wire mesh, binding them firmly in place. Dudley cast the reinforcement spell 3 times in a row before stopping. It shouldn't be a problem for a short while. After doing this, Dudley lifted his hand, and those huge rocks began to float slowly under the influence of his magic, clearing out a reasonably spacious secret passage. Dudley continued walking deeper into the secret passage. After more than 10 minutes, the secret passage finally began to slope upward, which meant Hogsmeade Village had arrived. That collapsed place earlier was just about the boundary of Hogwarts. Once past that point, I can use apparition, Dudley calculated inwardly. Soon, the originally wide secret passage began to narrow, and before long, Dudley pushed aside a stone blocking his path, and walked out of the secret passage. Looking around, he was in the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village, still some distance from the village itself. Furthermore, it was quite a pity that the Shrieking Shack was on the other side of the village. If he wanted to get there, he must cross the entire village. Dudley put the stone back, identified the direction, and headed toward the village. He was wearing a black robe, with his hood pulled up to cover his cheeks, so he wouldn't be recognized. Along the way, Dudley didn't meet many people. After all, it was already late at night, and most of the people in Hogsmeade Village had already rested, with only the bars in the village still open. Honeydukes, 3 Broomsticks, Dervish and Banjas, Hogshead Bar. Dudley's gaze swept over the surrounding shops. He had heard of some of these. Fred and George would often bring things back for them from here, such as candies from Honeydukes. Time is a bit tight, otherwise I could have sat in a bar for a while, Dudley thought to himself. In that strange world, when Dudley had nothing to do, he liked going to places like bars. For one thing, these places were well informed, and he could collect a lot of intelligence. Secondly, as a Beyonder, he sometimes needed to go to these places to act out his role. Before 9 o'clock arrived, Dudley passed through Hogsmeade Village, and stood outside the Shrieking Shack. He did not enter immediately, but instead activated his spirit vision to carefully examine the outside. He could not completely trust this person, Borgin. Moreover, the giant spider corpse they were trading this time was highly valuable. It wasn't impossible that he might try to double-cross him. Of course, Dudley, having advanced to judge, was not afraid of Borgin playing tricks. It looks like there's no problem. Dudley did not discover anything unusual. Apparition. Dudley's figure suddenly vanished into the darkness, and when he reappeared, he was already standing at the second-floor window of the shrieking shack. Dudley looked around. The floor here was covered in dust, and the surroundings were filled with all sorts of messy, abandoned furniture. "I've heard this place is haunted. I wonder if it's true." Dudley chuckled. He didn't believe it anyway. He had seen things far more terrifying than ghosts, let alone ghosts themselves. If he really encountered one, he might even be able to catch it and study it. "Dudley, is that you?" Borgin's voice came from below. He must have heard Dudley's footsteps upstairs. Dudley replied and walked downstairs. "Very glad to see you again." Mr. Borgin saw Dudley, spoke with a smile, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "I am also very glad to see you again, mister. Let me see those giant spider corpses. I can't wait to sell them," Borgin said with a smile. "As you wish." Dudley waved his hand and took out one of the giant spider corpses from the mirror of Ariste. Merlin's beard. Such a huge giant spider is truly rare, Borgin exclaimed upon seeing the huge spider corpse before him. "This is just one of them, see how much it can sell for," Dudley said. This corpse could only be considered standard. The truly huge spider corpse was Aragog's, but Dudley didn't take that one out right away. It was meant for the finale. Borgin circled the huge corpse, carefully inspecting the condition of the spider corpse, as well as whether its venom sac was intact and if there was any venom remaining. Soon, he confirmed that this was a very well-preserved giant spider corpse. Not only was the venom sac well-preserved, but there was also plenty of venom left. Such a giant spider corpse would have no trouble selling for a good price. "Based on the condition of this giant spider corpse, I can offer you 100 galleons. How does that sound?" "This is already a very high price," Borgin said after some thought. Dudley pondered for a moment and nodded. "That's fine." He had also studied giant spider corpses himself and knew which parts were valuable. Generally speaking, this giant spider corpse should be able to sell for around 120 galleons. However, dissecting its corpse properly to extract the useful parts was quite difficult, and Dudley didn't want to do that. Selling it directly to Borgin for 100 galleons was appropriate. After all, he needed to make some money too. "May I ask, how many such giant spider corpses do you have here?" Borgin asked with his eyes lighting up. Previously, Dudley hadn't specified, only saying that he had some giant spider corpses to sell. "Quite a few." As Dudley finished speaking, he took out all the spider corpses except for Aragog's at once. In an instant, the entire first floor of the shrieking shack was filled with giant spider corpses. Their dark, hairy legs stood up like a dark forest, and their huge bodies were stacked on top of each other, resembling a massive monster, Merlin's beard. Borgin was stunned. He considered himself well experienced, but this was the first time he had seen so many giant spider corpses all at once. Had Dudley wiped out an entire giant spider nest? 246 Mysterious Buyer Chapter 245. The mysterious buyer. After recovering his senses, Borgin looked at Dudley in shock. "Where did you get these giant spider corpses?" Borgin couldn't help but ask. "Borgin, you've overstepped," Dudley said indifferently, glancing at Borgin and Burks. "Oh, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. I shouldn't have asked that question." "To apologize, I will pay you an extra 10 galleons," Borgin and Burks said immediately. He also realized he had spoken out of turn. In their line of work, they never ask about the origin of items, that is the customer's privacy. He had just been too surprised, causing him to lose his composure. "There are 32 giant spider corpses in total here. Take a look, the condition of each corpse might vary," Dudley said simply. "Very well, please wait a moment." Borgin and Burks immediately began to examine the giant spider corpses. He inspected each one carefully, as this would determine the final pricing. Among these corpses, some were even larger than the first one, while others were a bit smaller. There were also some that were clearly damaged and not as well preserved. After the inspection, Borgin and Burks returned to stand before Dudley. He looked hesitant, pondering as he said, "Mr. Dali, these giant spider corpses you have are all very well preserved, so I can offer a relatively high price. The problem now is that I cannot purchase all these giant spider corpses by myself," Borgin and Burks said helplessly. They were good items, but all these giant spider corpses added up to a deal worth several thousand galleons. Even he couldn't produce that much cash on short notice. Moreover, he couldn't utilize these giant spider corpses himself, and would have to sell them later. He was only making a profit on the price difference. "You can't buy them all." Dudley frowned. If he couldn't even sell these giant spider corpses, then Aragog's corpse would be even harder to sell. But the next moment, Dudley looked at Borgin and Burks. Surely this guy isn't trying to use this to drive down the price. Sensing Dudley's gaze, Borgin, having done business for so long, could naturally guess what Dudley was thinking and immediately said, "Mr. Dali, rest assured, the price I stated is the price it will be. I will absolutely not drive down the price because of this. If you want to sell all these giant spider corpses, I could help you contact a few other clients. Would that be acceptable?" Borgin said. Since he couldn't buy so many by himself, he would find others to join in. "That works," Dudley said. "By the way, you can tell them that I have an even larger giant spider corpse here, a rare find. Once missed, it's almost impossible to encounter a second one," Dudley said to Borgin. "There's an even larger one." Borgin felt numb. He suspected that Dudley had truly wiped out a giant spider nest, otherwise, how could there be so many spider corpses, and even larger ones? Thinking of these giant spiders gathered together in such dense numbers made Borgin's scalp tingle. An average wizard encountering such a scene would likely have been torn to shreds by these giant spiders on the spot. "Please wait a moment." After speaking, Borgin turned and went to another room, using a specialized magic item to contact clients. After about 10 minutes, Borgin returned to the room. "I've already asked. A few wizards have expressed interest. However, one buyer wants to come and inspect the goods in person. What do you think?" Borgin looked at Dudley. "Inspect in person?" Dudley frowned. "Is this person reliable?" "It's hard to say. I haven't had much contact with this wizard, but he is indeed very interested in spider-related things. In the past few times, he has been generous with his spending, so I kept his contact information," Borgin said. Dudley pondered for a moment. He intended to sell all these spider corpses. Keeping them in the Mirror of Erist wasn't a long-term solution, and they were rather disgusting. "You didn't expose my identity, did you?" Dudley asked. No, I only said that someone wanted to sell giant spider corpses." "I didn't mention your identity," Borgin said hurriedly. "Let him come," Dudley said. "Very well." Borgin immediately went to contact the buyer. Not long after, a slight sound came from outside the shrieking shack, and a person wearing a black robe with a hood appeared at the door. "Is it him?" Dudley asked. Borgin replied after glancing at the person. Soon, led by Borgin, the black-robed person entered the shrieking shack. "These giant spiders." Seeing the room full of giant spider corpses, the black-robed person's face, hidden beneath the hood, revealed an expression of ecstasy. He immediately rushed to the front of the giant spiders, carefully examining their condition, praising them incessantly as he looked. "Kings, are you satisfied with these giant spider corpses?" Borgin asked with a smile. Satisfied. The man nodded, then shifted his gaze to Dudley in the corner. "May I ask, sir, what should I call you?" Kings inquired. He knew that the person before him was the owner of these giant spiders. "You can call me Judgment," Dudley said in a low voice. Judgment. This name sounded like a temporary pseudonym, but that didn't matter. "I heard you have an even larger spider corpse here. May I see it?" Kings asked. "Very well." Dudley nodded and walked outside. This room couldn't hold Aragog's corpse. After arriving at the larger basement, Dudley waved his hand, and Aragog's corpse appeared on the ground. Its massive body seemed like a devil from ancient times. Although it had curled up after death, one could still tell what a terrifying behemoth it was when it was alive. Merlin's beard! Kings exclaimed. Bojan, standing to the side, also looked at Aragog's corpse in shock. This giant spider was likely the king of this group of spiders. The venom sac is well preserved, and there is still some venom left. It's just that the shell looks like it was burned by fire, and some parts are quite damaged. Based on this situation, a rough estimate is that this giant spider's corpse can sell for at least 1,500 galleons, Borgin and Burks evaluated. Kings, do you want to purchase? Bojan's words hadn't even finished. Suddenly, several popping sounds came from the room. Beside Kings, 3 black-clad figures suddenly appeared. Kings, is this the thing? Worth several thousand galleons. One of them chuckled. They held their wands, pointing them at Dudley and Bojan. Chapter 246, Verdict: Death. A giant spider, and one of such immense size, I dare say it would be difficult to find a second one in the entire wizarding world. Jean C. said with a light chuckle. As long as it's valuable. The other 2 glanced at Aragog's corpse, a hint of greed flashing in their eyes. What do you mean by this? Bojan and Burks's face turned ashen as he questioned loudly. Dudley's eyes narrowed slightly. He had already prepared to act at any moment when he sensed someone apparition. Bojan, you shouldn't have set the transaction location in this godforsaken place. If we were in Nocturne Alley, I'd still fear you, but here, you're no threat to me. Kings glanced at Bojan and Burks and said with a cold sneer. And this Mr. Judge, I'm sorry, but these giant spider corpses are mine now. Jean C. looked at Dudley and said cheerfully. These giant spider corpses could fetch a large sum of money, even if the 4 of them split it evenly. It would still be a considerable amount, definitely the most valuable deal they'd made in years. Jean C., are you really going to do this? Are you sure you can bear the cost? Bojan and Burks said in an icy tone. Of course. Kings nodded. At this moment, they had the numerical advantage, and with foresight against unpreparedness, 3 wands were simultaneously pointed at them. As long as Dudley and Bojan dared to make any unnecessary moves, they would be met with various spells. Mackin, check that judge. He should have a space-type magic item on him. There might be other good things inside. King said to the tall, thin man. A space-type magic item. Mackin's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he walked towards Dudley. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has a secret passage leading to the Shrieking Shack, so the Shrieking Shack is also part of Hogwarts. Dudley suddenly spoke. Dudley's words left everyone present somewhat bewildered. What was the purpose of this sudden remark? To frighten this group of robbing wizards. Since they dared to rob, it meant they weren't afraid of punishment. Even if this place truly was part of Hogwarts, what then? Would they stop their actions? Bojan also frowned and glanced at Dudley. He knew Dudley was a Hogwarts student, but even if he were Dumbledore's biological son, saying it now was useless. These people were clearly desperados. They wouldn't care who they were robbing. Idiot, are you out of your mind? Mackin cursed. Dudley's face beneath his hood was calm, his gaze deep. Only he knew the meaning of that last sentence. As the words fell, he distinctly felt a more familiar sensation in the Shrieking Shack than before, and at the same time, his extraordinary abilities here received a certain enhancement. As a judge of Hogwarts, Dudley had a bonus in his territory, but the Shrieking Shack was not among them. However, when Dudley linked the 2 places together, this mysterious blessing power could extend over. This was not a rule created by Dudley, but rather that there was an inherent connection between the 2, and he merely expanded that connection, which was within the bounds of rules and order. He could not have linked 2 previously unrelated places through this method. Dudley's gaze under his hood surveyed the situation in the room. Jean C. stood by Aragog's corpse, holding his wand, but not pointing it at them. Mackin's attention was on him, and his wand was also pointed at him. Of the other 2, one's wand was pointed at Bojan, and the others wavered between him and Bojan, ready to switch targets at any moment. The preparations were complete, and Dudley's gaze fell on Macken. As the Hermes language was uttered, a majestic force suddenly appeared, directly sending Macken, who had already reached Dudley, flying backward with a thud against the distant wall. Imprisonment. The Hermes language appeared again. This time, Dudley's gaze fell on the man holding a wand and pointing it at him and Bojan. Dudley raised his hand and pushed forward, creating a flowing, extremely viscous transparent liquid that formed a giant amber, solidifying the target in place, making it difficult for even a spirit body to penetrate. In this extremely short time, Dudley directly dealt with two opponents. The next moment, Dudley suddenly pushed off with his feet, and leaped sideways. He couldn't be sure if Bojan and Burks was acting with these people, so the best option was to stay away from him. What's going on? Kings finally reacted at this moment, his face changing drastically as he raised his wand and pointed it towards Dudley. With a soft sound, an invisible whip struck Kings directly. In an instant, his arm, along with his entire shoulder, was ripped open, and blood splattered out. King screamed, and his wand flew directly from his hand, falling to the ground. At this moment, the only black-robed person who could move in the room was the wizard pointing his wand at Bojan. Almost instinctively, he immediately cast a spell towards Bojan and Burks. Bombarda. A beam of light suddenly shot out, heading straight for Bojan and Burks. However, just as this spell was about to land on Bojan and Burks, a pocket watch in his chest pocket suddenly flew out and sprang open. Black light flew out from the pocket watch, transforming into a black crow that swallowed the spell in one gulp before dissipating. The open pocket watch also lost its light at the same time and fell to the ground. However, its purpose had been achieved. Bojan and Burks's reaction speed was also extremely fast. While using the magic item to defend against the spell, he had also taken out his wand. He immediately cast a spell. The battle between the two erupted instantly, with spells of various colors continuously being released, erupting in roars. Dudley ignored the two of them, his gaze falling on Macken, whom he had exiled. He had been sent flying by the immense force and crashed into the wall. He had now recovered and was looking at the scene before him with shock. Kings lay on the ground, one arm ripped open and almost useless. The other man stood rooted, his face terrified, yet unable to move an inch, as if bound in place by an invisible, terrifying force. In just the blink of an eye, the situation had completely reversed. Verdict: death. Dudley's gaze fell on Macken, he leaned forward, clenched his fist, and swung it out fiercely. His body merged with a peculiar force, leaving a lingering afterimage as he smashed into Macken. Under the power of the judgment, this punch was bound to hit, impossible to avoid. 248 Prohibition Law Chapter 247, Prohibition Decree. Seeing Dudley swing his fist at him, Macken was stunned for a moment, but immediately cast a defensive spell on himself. Using fists to strike someone, no sane wizard would ever do that. It was practically handing oneself over on a silver platter, abandoning the very core ability of a wizard, magic. Perhaps this judgment felt victory was already in his grasp, and wanted to flaunt his physical prowess this way. But this gave Macken a glimmer of hope. If he could just withstand this punch, he could brandish his wand and easily kill this arrogant wizard in retaliation. However, Macken still felt something was amiss. He had just heard Dudley whisper something. Although it wasn't English, but rather a strange and eerie pronunciation, remembering how he had been suddenly sent flying after hearing Dudley's strange voice earlier, he dared not let his guard down this time. At the same time, after that voice faded, he felt as if he had been locked onto by something, mysteriously connecting him to the person in front of him. Macken's defensive spell was successfully cast, and a layer of transparent armor covered his body, protecting him. Just then, Dudley's fist arrived. With a loud bang, the invisible armor on Macken shattered upon impact, and Dudley's fist, showing no signs of slowing down, slammed directly into Macken's chest. Macken's chest caved in instantly, all his ribs shattered, and blood gushed from his chest, mouth, and nose, mixed with fragments of his crushed internal organs. With just a single punch, Macon was driven into a near-death state. If not for his protego, he would have been a corpse by now. Imprisonment. Dudley shifted his gaze to the wizard battling Borgin and Burkes. A viscous, incredibly thick transparent liquid flowed out, forming a mass of amber that imprisoned the wizard. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free from the powerful force binding him. Up until now, only Quirrell, possessed by Lord Voldemort at Gringotts, had forcibly broken through the restraints of imprisonment. Expelliarmus. Expelliarmus. Following that, 2 Expelliarmus spells disarmed the 2 imprisoned wizards, causing them to lose any means of resistance. After finishing all this, Dudley turned his gaze to Jean C., who was trembling in the corner. His face was deathly pale. He couldn't have imagined the situation would turn around so quickly. Even now, he didn't know where he had failed. The wizard before him, known as Judgment, was truly bizarre and terrifying. He hadn't seen Dudley use a wand at all, nor had he seen him cast a spell. The strange, eerie whispering he emitted was not a spell at all. Yet, this very same strange incantation exerted an effect even more powerful and terrifying than magic. Kings picked up the wand from the ground. He was preparing to flee. He couldn't stay in this terrifying place for even a second longer. Apparition is prohibited here. Dudley spoke again. As Dudley's voice fell, the surrounding space fluctuated slightly. It was as if it had sensed Dudley's command and instantly sealed shut. Apparition. Kings cast the spell without any hesitation. As for the life or death of the remaining 3, that was no longer his concern. However, after he cast the spell, the surrounding space remained completely still. It was as if the place had been sealed off, and his apparition had lost its effect. What did you do? Thinking back to the eerie whisper Dudley had just uttered, King's expression changed drastically. Wanting to run. Not so easy. Dudley pushed with his right hand, and the entire room was enveloped by an invisible, transparent wall. No one could leave the place, either physically or via apparition. A prohibition decree can only prohibit specific actions, and must conform to certain rules and order. For example, what Dudley just did was to prohibit the specific action of apparition. He cannot use a prohibition decree to directly prohibit the use of magic, just as he cannot use it to prohibit others from using beyond their abilities. Imprisonment. Dudley cast imprisonment again, binding Kings as well. After doing all this, he turned back to look at Borgin and Burkes. Everything that had just happened was because of the buyers he had brought. A hint of fear emerged in Borgin and Burkes' eyes. He looked at Dudley as if looking into an invincible abyss. Beneath that hood, it was no longer the handsome blonde youth from before, but a terrifying wizard hidden away. Borgin and Burkes' mind raced. He knew he had to prove himself now, to prove that he was not in league with these people, otherwise, he would not escape Dudley's pursuit. He had no idea how Dudley cast those terrifying abilities, or how they were executed. He didn't know how many of the defensive magic items he carried would be effective against such bizarre powers. More importantly, he had just tried, and apparition was no longer possible here. After Dudley's whisper just now, the entire room had been isolated, invisible, transparent walls had appeared on the doors, floor, and ceiling, cutting off everything from the outside world. Judgment, I didn't expect this situation. I swear, everything they did has nothing to do with me. Bojan said immediately. You saw it too, he just cast a curse on me. If I hadn't defended in time, I might have already died under their spells. Bojan pointed to the wizard Dudley had imprisoned. Who knows if you were just acting? Dudley said with an indifferent expression. He knew well that what the eyes see is not necessarily the truth. Even if that person had truly cast a curse on Bojan, it proved nothing. After all, Bojan was standing there completely unharmed, and those curses hadn't taken effect at all. Borgin and Burkes' expression fluctuated. He knew Dudley didn't trust him, and he had just witnessed so many of Dudley's incredible abilities during the fight. This was Dudley's private business. Even worse, he also knew Dudley's true identity. This was quite fatal. He knew well that some people would stop at nothing to protect their secrets, and killing was just a common occurrence, especially for someone like Dudley, who possessed such immense power and a somewhat special identity. Gripping his wand, Bojan thought it over repeatedly and abandoned the idea of armed resistance. If he did that, he would have no chance at all. How can I prove myself? Borgin and Burks asked earnestly, while simultaneously tossing his wand aside. Friendly reminder, the website is about to undergo a redesign, which may cause reading progress to be lost. Please save your bookshelf and reading history in time. It is recommended to take a screenshot to save. We apologize for any inconvenience caused. Chapter 248, Keeping Secrets. I need to ensure that everything you just saw will not be leaked, Dudley said, looking at Bojan. Borgin and Burke's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood what Dudley wanted. In the recent battle, the abilities Dudley displayed were indeed too powerful. Many times, he had no idea what Dudley had done, yet his opponents had already been attacked under some mysterious power. This did not seem to be magic, but a more terrifying ability. Bojan was not very sure either, because he could not understand the sounds Dudley had made earlier. That must have been another language, a very mysterious language. Just by speaking it out, one could achieve certain effects. It was much faster than using a wand to cast spells, and the power was even more bizarre and unpredictable. And what was even more incredible was that the caster of all this was just a second-year student at Hogwarts. He was only 12 years old. All signs indicated that there were secrets on Dudley. Fine, what do I need to do? After thinking for a moment, Bojan chose to agree. He had no way out, otherwise, he did not doubt for a second that Dudley would kill him immediately. Dudley walked over slowly and stood in front of Borgin and Burks. Bojan was not tall to begin with and had a bit of a hunchback, while Dudley had already entered a stage of rapid development. The two were about the same height now, or perhaps Dudley was even slightly taller. At this height, they could both see each other's eyes. It's simple, look into my eyes, Dudley said. Bojan's gaze fell upon Dudley's eyes. Under the hood was a pair of clear blue eyes, looking as bright as the azure sky. Dudley said in Hermes language. As soon as the words fell, Bojan felt strange light radiating from Dudley's eyes. In those originally azure pupils, rays of intertwined silver-gray and dark red light emerged, condensing together to form a huge web. The next moment, Borgin and Burks felt a bizarre force land on him, like an invisible net, binding him firmly within it. Everything about me must not be told to anyone in any way, Dudley said. As these words fell, Bojan felt the web acting upon him tighten immediately. From his body to his soul, he was wrapped layer by layer, and then it disappeared. At the same time, the strange light in Dudley's eyes gradually dimmed and then disappeared. Bojan gasped for air, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. At that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Everything regarding Dudley was sealed deep within his soul. He had to act according to what Dudley had just said, and could not disobey. Is it similar to the Fidelius charm? Bojan thought to himself. He did not know what Dudley had just done, but from what he felt, that language he could not understand should be similar to the Fidelius charm, requiring all information about Dudley to be kept absolutely secret. After doing this, Dudley felt slightly relieved. The judge stage's secrecy ability could ensure that the other party would not leak his secrets. This was not magic but a beyonder ability, so it was almost impossible for Bojan to find a way to break it. What about them? After catching his breath, Bojan asked, looking at Kings and the others. Dudley fell into deep thought. For these people, the best solution was to kill them to prevent his secrets from leaking. But at Dudley's stage, he also realized that he seemed to need to prepare for some things to come. He was currently sequence 6, not far from being a demigod. In that bizarre world, he had successfully held the ritual and advanced beyond a demigod. In other words, he only needed to digest the beyonder characteristic again here, and did not need to hold the advancement ritual again. This was what Dudley had concluded after his several promotions. And this greatly reduced the difficulty of Dudley's advancement. Otherwise, wanting to complete a demigod ritual in this wizarding world would be as difficult as ascending to heaven, as he could not meet many of the conditions. Besides saving the trouble of the ritual, he also needed some believers as anchors to stabilize his humanity. Even though he was far from that bizarre world here, which kept him from frequently facing madness and loss of control, after advancing beyond a demigod, this situation would likely not be so easy to deal with. Furthermore, with the improvement of his strength, Dudley felt more and more that his humanity was slowly slipping away. He was gradually becoming cold, and his emotions had already been affected. This was only the judgment sequence breaking through to sequence 6. Later, when his Black Emperor sequence also broke through, this situation should intensify even further. Therefore, developing believers was becoming necessary and urgent. Fortunately, Dudley had already laid a solid foundation at Hogwarts. As long as he needed, he could immediately develop a large number of believers among his classmates and friends. What was currently lacking were believers from the outside world, believers who could do things for him. Currently, only Cole could barely be considered a developable target. Thinking of this, Dudley's gaze fell on Kings and the others. The three struggled violently, but unfortunately, without their wands, there was almost no possibility of them breaking free from the shackles of Dudley's imprisonment ability. All their struggles were in vain. Through the transparent prison, Dudley could clearly see the expressions of fear and despair on their faces. Judgment, if you want to dispose of them, I can do it for you. Borgin and Burke stepped out at the right time and said. He saw that Dudley was hesitant, thinking that Dudley did not want to kill, so he took the initiative to step forward. He was also showing his loyalty. If he handled these people for Dudley, the two of them would be on the same boat. The three struggled even more violently. They wanted to beg for mercy, but could only make muffled sounds, unable to do anything. Not for now, Dudley said. He looked at Kings, raised his hand, and said in Hermes language. The terrifying binding disappeared instantly, and the struggling Kings fell directly to the ground. Immediately, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and he hurriedly shouted, "Mr. Judgment, spare me, I was wrong, I won't dare do it again. From now on, I am your person, you can have me do whatever you want. I can also help you keep secrets, I will never leak even a fraction. As long as you spare me, I will definitely be your most loyal dog." King spoke extremely fast, fearing that this Mr. Judgment would not give him time to speak, and would directly attack him. Moreover, the speed of this groveling left the other two still-bound wizards dumbfounded. 250 The name of my lord. Chapter 249. The honorific name of my lord. Dudley chuckled and glanced at Kings on the ground. Can you do anything? Dudley asked. Yes, anything. Kings nodded hurriedly, not daring to hesitate for a second. Compared to death, there was nothing he could not accept. What about you two? Dudley looked at the two imprisoned wizards. If you want to be like Kings, you can blink your eyes. The two immediately blinked frantically. Dudley cast 2 consecutive releases, freeing them both. Without hesitation, the two immediately swore their loyalty to Dudley. First, I need to ensure that you won't leak my information, Dudley said. The three immediately understood Dudley's meaning, and lined up in front of him. They had all seen what Bojan had done just moments ago. Using the beyonder ability of secrecy, Dudley sealed his information within the souls of the three. After doing all this, Kings looked toward Macken's position. He is dead, Kings said with a complex expression. Macken's resistance had been the most intense, and he had received the most severe attacks, especially the final judgment of death, which had struck his vital points directly, leaving basically no possibility of survival. Do you want to avenge him? Dudley asked with a chuckle. No, I definitely don't have that thought. He's dead, so be it. I wasn't close to him at all. Not close. Really not close. Right, we hadn't even met before. Not only Kings, but the other two also waved their hands repeatedly, denying any relationship between themselves and Kings. Bojan, deal with Macken's body later. Dudley said. Understood. Bojan said immediately. Do you still want to buy these giant spiders? Dudley looked at Kings. The corners of King's mouth twitched slightly as he said, I don't have that much money. Obviously, he never intended to complete a real transaction from the beginning, he just came to check the situation. If he felt he could rob them, he would notify Macken and the others to come. If he found it unfeasible, he would find an excuse to leave. So when he discovered there were only Dudley and Bojan here, and that this place was far from the village, an abandoned wooden house, he notified the three to come and rob them. He just didn't expect it to end up like this. The robbery didn't succeed, he got himself caught, and Macken even lost his life because of it. Then, I'll leave the giant spiders to you, help me sell them. Dudley looked at Bojan. No problem. Bojan said hurriedly. Immediately after, Dudley fell into silence and closed his eyes. None of them knew what Dudley was doing, so they could only stand quietly on the side, waiting for Dudley's orders. After about a minute, Dudley opened his eyes. He had determined Cole's location. Let's go. I'll take you to meet someone, from now on, you will act together with him. After saying this, Dudley first used his Beyonder ability to leave his unique mark on the three of them. Then, he took their wands in his hand and signaled for the three to stand together. Once everything was done, Dudley nodded at Bojan and grabbed King's arm. Apparition. With a soft sound, the four disappeared from the shrieking shack. Truly impressive. Seeing this scene, Borgin and Burks couldn't help but sigh. Not only did Dudley possess some kind of ability he didn't know about, but his talent in magic was also incomparable to ordinary wizards. Dudley was only 12 years old, yet he could already use apparition, and even take 3 people with him while doing so. Furthermore, judging from Dudley's situation just now, the distance of this apparition was definitely not short, and the difficulty was quite high. Even under such circumstances, Dudley still successfully performed apparition without any flinching, which made Borgin and Burks feel somewhat amazed. His excellence reminds me of that person. Bojan seemed to fall into memories. In his blurred memory, that pale-faced, handsome youth appeared before his eyes again. He had determined at that time that the person was very powerful, and everything he did later confirmed his guess. Bojan shivered and woke up from his memories. He began to carefully evaluate the price of each giant spider carcass while searching his mind for clients who could buy these carcasses. At this point, he no longer needed to consider his own profit, but rather how to make Dudley earn more money. Judgment, he should also have a great future ahead. Bojan muttered to himself. On the other side. In some unknown small mountain village in Wales, accompanied by a soft pop, Dudley and the 3 from King's appeared on the roadside in the night. Dudley looked around and walked toward a dilapidated, abandoned wooden house not far away. The 3 from King's hurried to follow. Just as Dudley approached the place, through his spirit vision, he saw a pair of eyes peering out from the gap below the window. Long time no see, Cole. Dudley said with a chuckle. Realizing who had come, Cole showed an expression of surprise, then opened the door and walked out. He first glanced at the 3 from King's not far away, then looked at Dudley. Is there anything, Master? Cole asked respectfully. I've found 3 helpers for you. Dudley chuckled. Come over. The 3 from King's hurried over. You are Cole, that Auror who betrayed the Ministry of Magic. King's recognized Cole. Cole's affair had caused a huge uproar back then, and many people had heard of it. Moreover, King's had known him before Cole's incident, so he immediately recognized the disheveled Cole. King's, you. Seeing King's, Cole was also stunned, but when he noticed the serious injury on King's shoulder, he almost immediately understood what had happened. Ha! Provoked the master. Cole asked with a cold laugh. King's did not speak, but the expression on his face said it all. All right, I'll leave them to you. If there's anything, contact me anytime. Dudley gave the three people's wands to Cole and prepared to leave. Cole hurriedly spoke. What is it? Dudley asked, turning back. I have found some clues about that organization, but I alone, plus Kings and the other three, might not be enough. I wonder if I could ask you to take action. Dudley pondered for a moment and nodded. Fine, notify me in advance when the time comes. Also, the way to contact me. Dudley opened his mouth silently, sending the honorific name of the Knight Emperor into Cole's ears. This is the honorific name of my lord. Recite the honorific name, and you will receive his response. Remember, do not disturb him unless absolutely necessary. Chapter 250, On a Pirate Ship. After Dudley finished speaking, he used apparition to leave, leaving behind only the three kings and a frowning Cole. Cole thought to himself, while recalling the honorific name Dudley had just told him. Is this the person above Dudley? Cole was a bit unsure. In his understanding, this should be a special magic spell of some powerful wizard. One only needed to recite that phrase to establish contact with that wizard. As for he, although he knew it was used to refer to deities, Cole didn't really think that honorific name actually pointed to a deity. It was just a sort of title. When did you start following Mr. Judgment? Seeing that Cole kept silent, Kings took the initiative to ask. During the summer. Cole glanced at Kings, realizing that Judgment was the code name Dudley had given him. After saying this, he returned to the room on his own. Kings did not move, nor did the other two black-robed persons. Everyone looked at each other, wondering whether to escape. This was a rare opportunity. Dudley had already left, and there was only one Cole here. If they wanted to leave, it would be difficult for Cole alone to stop the three of them. If you want to escape, then go ahead. But believe me, Mr. Judgment will always find you. Cole's voice came from the room. The three kings hesitated for a moment, then entered the room. Judging by what you said, you tried to escape before too. Kings asked. He wanted to pry out more information about Judgment. Yes, his methods are not something we can understand, Cole said. Did he leave a magic mark on you? That's right. Kings said immediately, rolling up his sleeve to reveal a tangled, mysterious symbol on his arm. Cole took a look and continued, he also left a magic mark on me, but later I thought of a way to completely remove the mark. And then? Kings pressed. Later he found me without any warning, Cole said, raising an eyebrow. The three kings looked at each other. This was the same method they had thought of earlier. Wash away the magic mark, then run away, maybe even leave Britain. As long as they hid from Dudley, they would be free. When he found me just now, I had no idea, and then he brought you here directly. Believe me, if you escape, he will only need a minute or two to lock onto your location. I can't say what will happen after that. Perhaps he will warn you, or perhaps he will kill you directly. Cole said calmly. The faces of the three kings turned pale instantly. The events that had happened earlier were still vivid in their minds. That eerie and terrifying method made them shudder even now when they thought about it. More importantly, even with so much time to think, they hadn't thought of a way to break it. Because they had no idea how the other party actually did it. Earlier, he just closed his eyes and thought for about a minute, and then brought us here, one of the people beside Kings said. See, I told you it would be easy for him to find you, Cole said, lying down on the bed casually. Is there really no other way? Kings asked, unwilling to give up. Perhaps you can try it yourself, but I don't want to run away anymore, Cole said. By the way, how did you end up in his hands, after all? Cole did not continue. Because calculating by time, Dudley should be in class at Hogwarts at this time and basically had no chance to leave school. How did Kings and the others come into contact with Dudley and get caught? And even get caught all three together? Sighed this matter. Kings sighed and told Cole what had happened earlier. Cole, who had been lying on the bed sleeping, sat up immediately after hearing this, his expression one of shock and doubt. What's wrong? Kings asked. Cole did not speak, but his expression was clearly unnatural. What is going on? How much time has passed, and his strength has grown again? Cole felt a chill run down his spine. When Dudley fought him last time, he hadn't used that ability to imprison people, nor had he conjured a whip out of thin air to lash him until he was bruised and battered, let alone the ability to seal apparition. But how much time had passed? Less than half a year, and he had grown to the point where he could take down 4 adult wizards at once. What kind of secret did he have? What is going on exactly? Seeing Cole's strange expression, Kings asked again. Don't ask. If you knew, you would only be more desperate. Cole shook his head. The room fell into a long silence. Even if they didn't know what Cole was thinking, they could guess that this despair had something to do with judgment. Then, what is our mission? Kings asked. If the mission wasn't difficult, it wouldn't be impossible for them to work for Dudley. Find Lord Voldemort. One of the people beside Kings went weak in the knees and fell to the ground. Kings himself was deathly pale, looking at Cole in disbelief. Their mission was actually to find that Dark Lord. There is also another organization, but you don't need to know about that for now, Cole said without further explanation. Find Vol. Isn't you know who already dead? Why do we need to find him? Kings asked, trembling. If we need to find him, it naturally means he isn't dead yet, understand? Cole said lazily. At this moment, the 3 kings felt a chill go through them. They had really gotten on a pirate ship this time. On the other side, at the Shrieking Shack. Dudley returned here. Borgin, I trust you with the giant spider corpses. After you sell them, just remember to transfer the money to me. I'll be heading back now. Contact me if anything comes up. Dudley said to Borgin and Burks. Very well, take care. Watching Dudley enter the secret passage of the Shrieking Shack, Borgin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He began to transport these giant spider corpses to Nocturne Alley one by one. The secret passage from the Whomping Willow to the Shrieking Shack was well preserved, although it wasn't as wide as the one he had come through before. There were no signs of collapse here. Not long after, Dudley felt an anti-apparition charm appear in the surroundings, knowing he had entered the grounds of Hogwarts. After walking for a while longer, the secret passage began to slope upward, and soon he emerged from it. Rustle, rustle. Dudley's appearance seemed to irritate the Whomping Willow. It swung its trunk and smashed toward Dudley. Imprisonment. Dudley whispered in Hermes' language. In an instant, the violently shaking Whomping Willow was imprisoned by an invisible barrier. No matter how hard it tried, it could not break free from this terrifying restraint. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.